Hi guys. Yes, I am late. StreamYard, waiting for the thing to go. So, anyways, welcome day 12 and day 13 of Michelle Troconis. We're gonna knock that out. So let's get going. Tina says I don't like long intros. I skip them. Well, that's good. We're gonna skip this. You guys remember Michelle is facing conspiracy to commit murder charges because she is supposed to have helped her boyfriend Fotis Dulos hide and dispose of the body of Jennifer Dulos. Fotis has committed suicide, so Jennifer's, the cheese stands alone, and well, initially this wasn't looking the best. Her attorney's battling back pretty good on the evidence. And right now, the major detective in the case is still on cross-examination, and her attorney's making some good progress. So let's pick back up where they left off day 12 in the afternoon. An unhung hero for $2 says, not first, but I'm going to come. Don't come. Don't come. So. And then Vince McMahon pooped. Yes, he did. All right, guys, let's hit this. Why it's not shared yet? All right, here we go. Why is this fighting me?
They showed you the timeline, which we talked about today. Again, correct? He showed you that you took it out of the bag and you discussed that there were 3 photocopies, right?
Yes. One
of them appeared to be one side of the document that was an original with the purple line on it that Mr. Dulos wrote.
Yes.
The other one she told you was in the possession of Mr. Bowman, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, she had the 2 that we showed, the phone calls and her timeline. She told you that Mr. Bowman had it, right?
Yes.
And we see in that June 6th video that Mr. Bowman says she gave it to me, and he starts searching through his papers, right?
Yes.
You had no reason to doubt that, did you?
No.
She also told you that this was the first time that she had shaved Mr. Dulos's head, correct?
Correct.
But she told you he'd done it before for water skiing, right?
That he had done it before. I'm not sure if it was for water skiing.
Well, I'm just going to show you Exhibit I, Defense Exhibit I. It's already in evidence. I'm going to show you a couple of the images from that. Is the screen on? I'm going to ask you, do you see that?
Yeah. Yes.
And what's the date from that image, the post?
December 24, 2016.
2016, right?
2016.
And the next one? What's the date for that one?
June 25, 2016.
Okay. The next one? Can you zoom in a bit? Well, before you do, what's the date on that one?
June 18, 2017.
So you'd agree this wasn't the first time you'd ever close cropped his hair, correct? In 2019, that is.
He had short hair previously. I don't know if it was as short as it was when we encountered him on the 31st.
I'm talking a little bit about things that each time you talk to her, you would try to corroborate that information, correct?
Correct.
And it led to sometimes more questions, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it led to leaving certain issues alone and just talking about other issues, correct?
Yes.
Just going to object, Your Honor, it's vague.
Well, sustained, but it was responded 2, so the court is going to allow the response to stand.
Did you look for Instagram or social media posts of Fotis Dulos with close cropped hair after Michelle told you that this wasn't the first time that he had done this?
I did not personally, but
Someone did?
someone did.
Okay. So you had no reason to disbelieve her about that, did you? That this wasn't the first time that he had close cropped hair for water skiing?
No,
She also told you that Pavel Gumieni had supposedly was down in New Canaan, correct?
on the 24th. Yes.
On the 24th, right?
Yes,
And told you about him driving back and seeing him with the Tacoma at 80 Mountain Spring Road, right? On the 24th, not the Tacoma and the Raptor. At 80 Mountain
she
Spring
talked
Road.
about the Raptor.
Well, let's be
on-
clear. On
Yeah,
May
please be
24th,
clear.
she was at 80 Mountain Spring when Pavel showed up in the Raptor, correct?
That's correct.
The Tacoma was already at 80 Mountain Spring Road at that time, right?
And which interview are we speaking of?
The June 2nd interview.
She did not specify that during the June 2nd interview.
The June 6th interview?
No,
She didn't mention it at June 6th either?
no.
She told you, though, however, that he had come up from New Canaan, right?
She told us he had arrived and that supposedly he was coming from New Canaan. She couldn't say that for sure. She was very clear about that.
That she couldn't say for sure, but that would be something you would check, right? To see if it could be confirmed or not, right?
Yes,
You were not able to confirm that Pavel was in New Canaan that day, were you, at the job site?
Well, I'm going to object, Your Honor, because this is hearsay.
Well,
Again, it's not.
He's specifically asking the question, did you confirm, which means he's offering it for its truth. And so my objection is hearsay.
well, the question is, the court's going to frame the question. Were you able to verify that Pavel was in New Canaan on that date? That's the question. And the answer is either yes or no.
yes,
You were able to verify it
yes,
through video
through video.
on the 24th.
On Friday, May 24th.
So you saw Pavel on a video on May 24th in New Canaan?
My recollection is we saw the Raptor,
At the Sturbridge Hill
61 Sturbridge Hill.
on that date? The 24th? You think of the 22nd or 21st?
No, I'm thinking of Friday, May 24th.
Now, when Mr. McGinnis put Michelle's timeline from May 24th up on the screen, he asked you whether she said anything about dropping off trash or disposing of trash on Albany Avenue, right?
Judge, just so the record's clear, I did not put it up on the screen.
All right. When he showed you the piece of paper that's Exhibit 74, he then asked you about whether she wrote on that document that she had been on Albany Avenue with Fotis Dulos when he was disposing of garbage bags. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
And your answer was no, correct?
my answer was no, correct.
But when she didn't put on it that she had been to Starbucks, did she?
No, the last entry was 710 or 510, excuse me.
She didn't put on there that she'd been to Starbucks on the timeline, did she?
Correct,
She stopped at 510, right?
correct.
Yeah, remind us, when did the police become aware that Jennifer Dulos was missing?
Which police?
The New Canaan police.
The evening of the 24th of May.
And the information, whether it's true or not, the last time she was known to have communicated was in the morning, isn't that right?
That's correct.
I'm just going to show you from Exhibit K, this is already marked. You obtained, or someone obtained the surveillance cameras from the Starbucks in West Hartford, correct?
Correct,
And that's also right on Route 44.
yes.
It's between, I don't want to put up a map, but it's between the Avon, Deer Cliff Road, and down to Hartford, right? It's in between those points along Route 44, correct?
That's correct.
So I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit K for a moment here. And do you recognize hold on. Other, that working? All right, could you point to where Michelle Troconis is in this screenshot?
This is Michelle. They're calling her dead.
Okay, and do you know who the person with her is? Can you identify that person?
Appears to be Fotis Dulos.
And let me show you one other screenshot from this video. Do you recognize the people that are in this video as well?
Yes.
And again, I don't know why my pointer's not working, but is this Michelle? Is that Michelle holding a sandwich on the left there?
Yes.
Talking to Mr. Dulos?
Appears to be yes.
And she had indicated that to you in the interview that, that she had bought a sandwich at Starbucks, right?
Correct.
She
Yes.
said it tasted terrible and she threw it away, right?
Yes.
Her timeline didn't mention Pavel taking the motorcycle that night, did it?
No.
It didn't mention her going home after trying to drop off her rugs and learning that the place closed at 5:30, did it?
No.
It didn't mention anything about Fotis Dulos going jogging that night, did it?
No.
It didn't mention anything about having to pick up her daughter at school after she was in the school play, did it?
Correct. It did not.
You knew, she told you that her daughter had been in a play that night, right?
Yes.
In fact, she told you it was the play Chicago, right?
Right.
That the students were putting on at Ethel Walker School, right?
Correct.
No mention of that, right?
That's correct.
There's no mention of the Farmington police coming to her house around 8:15, 8:30 that night, right?
8:30. Yes. Correct.
Coming to her house to tell Mr. Dulos that his wife was missing. That's not in there either, is it?
No, it's not.
So this entire timeline wasn't a complete rendition of everything that she had done, was it? On May 24th.
Apparently not.
Just have a moment.
Kind of where I'm going to at this point.
I have nothing further.
Redirect, please.
Yes, Judge.
In high school, you get a tank of gas and Marlboros for $20.
Detective Kimball, you were asked on cross-examination specifically as to the defendant's account, whether she had seen Mr. Dulos in the Ford Group office on May 24th, 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you and Attorney Schoenhorn had a back and forth about whether or not she had seen him in the office or simply heard him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'd like to play, Your Honor, if I could.
I'm going to object as to the mischaracterization. I didn't ever use the word heard him. I said that she believed he was there because Mawinnie was there, and she had been told that he had a meeting with him. So I objected to the characterization.
Well, the court does not recall on cross-examination the question as to whether Michelle Troconis heard Fotis Dulos. But nevertheless, that does not foreclose the line of question.
You just heard Attorney Schoenhorn's objection, correct?
Yes.
So let me try to reframe the question. You had a back and forth with Attorney Schoenhorn about whether or not the defendant actually said she saw Mr. Dulos in the office or whether or not she just assumed that he was in the office, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so I'll take care of this.
I'm going to play, Your Honor, the first interview, Your Honor. Specifically, there's a time clock. If I could just have one moment, actually.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I play the right time.
This is the time clock, Your Honor. It's 14:50 and 19 seconds to 14:51 and 6 seconds.
In the kitchen, like I always do, in the table or in the chair. I go up to the office. I was going to do a coffee. I didn't. I don't remember if I did a coffee. I don't think so. Usually, I do coffees every time after trouble. He called me sometimes with Fotis, sometimes without Fotis. I walk Kent, the waiter's there. They're talking the further, have you been in the house now?
Just explain.
They're in the table, not the office,
They can't do
in Fotis.
can't enforce.
I grab my computer,
Detective Kimball, did you have an opportunity to listen to the defendant's words in that particular clip?
Yes.
What did she say about whether or not she had seen Mr. Dulos in the office on May 24th?
She stated she saw she stated she saw Mr. Dulos
And did she indicate where in the office she had seen him?
towards the back of the office with Kent Maloney.
She didn't say that she assumed that he was in the office in that clip, did she?
She did not.
Now, I want to play for you another clip. You'll recall that you and Detective Clabby had a series of interactions with the defendant during the interview where you and Detective Clabby overtly suggested and at times indirectly suggested that Mr. Dulos had killed Jennifer Dulos. Do you recall that?
I do.
So I'm going to play for you. This is the time clock 16:01:53 to 16:02:12.
You overtly suggested, why don't you just flat out say it? Quit making like I hate this.
We know this. We need to
Take
find
oxygen.
Jennifer. Is there anywhere that
did
needs,
you look in the house?
we're at your house.
And
Listen,
So the beginning of the clip was a little bit cut off, but Detective Clabby indicated to the defendant that Fotis had killed Jennifer, and that was a fact, correct?
I do remember that, yes.
And the defendant asked you, did you look in the house?
Yes.
Did you find that response odd?
Objection, irrelevant, speculation.
Well, this is the witness's perception,
He can speculate his own
Oh.
perception.
how he perceived the response. Overruled.
Yes, I found it unusual.
Why?
It was a jump to something that we were making a statement. She was alluding to the house.
And I want to also just direct you back now. You recall the back and forth that you had with Attorney Schoenhorn about whether or not she had assumed that she saw Mr. Dulos in the office or whether or not she had actually said that she saw Mr. Dulos in the office. Now, at this point, the defendant has been told by Detective Clabby that Fotis
I'm going to
Dulos.
object, this is narration, this is not a redirect, and it's not a question.
Well, it's preliminary because the question concerns what the conversation was
Yeah,
in the
but this
video
is
at
a
the
lot of
interview.
leeway.
This
Come on,
is
Judge.
setting up the question that's going to be asked, so it's preliminary, overruled.
It's a lot of preliminary,
Detective
though.
Clabby had said to the defendant, as we just saw,
It's a hell of
at
a
around
preamble.
16:02, I believe, that Fotis had killed Jennifer, and that was a fact, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall after that, that the subject of Fotis Dulos' whereabouts on the morning of May 24th, 2019 came up again?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to play
It was a fact. that it
16:12:46 to 16:13:52.
tell me with 100% certainty that you saw Fotis in the house on the morning of the 24th.
when I woke up, yes,
At what time?
7:40 the alarm, 7:42 I was in the room.
And for how long of a time did you see him?
6:40.
Okay, and how long of a time did you see him?
Remember, this is when they had the bad
No, I was in the
information.
shower and then I left down, I get the juice,
So just to go back, at 6:40 is the time you saw Fotis first in the house, and then you don't see him again until you have lunch?
Mhm.
So basically from 6:40 to lunchtime,
No, sorry, I went back to the office.
okay, what time?
9 o'clock, it's not in the hotel.
9 o'clock?
No, yes, 8.
You went back to his office, I saw him.
He was with Kent sitting at the far end of the office.
And that's
So
at
that
8
was
o'clock.
like 8:15, 8.
So just to be clear,
Oh,
this
shit, guys,
particular
sorry.
exchange occurred after Detective Clabby had told her that Mr. Dulos killed Jennifer, is that right?
That's correct.
And the defendant once again repeated to you that she had seen Mr.
Objection
Dulos.
leading.
What did the
Well-
defendant say to you
Well, the
about?
court has the opportunity to rule. It is leading, but it's not leading to the point of unfair prejudice. It's a reiteration, overruled.
And the defendant once again said to you, not that she assumed Mr. Dulos was in the office, but that she actually saw him in the office, correct?
She stated she saw him in the office, yes.
Detective Kimball, you were asked about whether or not the defendant was speaking to you about her usual day or whether or not she was speaking with you about that day. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
All right. I want to play another clip. And I believe this is the clip, Judge. It's 14:45 and 4 seconds to 14:46 and 53 seconds.
Usually I have the alarm set for 6:40 every day, but not Thursdays because Nicole goes to school. On Thursdays, she gets in at 9 instead of 8. So from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Fridays, my alarm is always mine and Nicole's alarm is always set at 6:40.
Okay, you live at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Okay, with Fotis and with
And Nicole.
Okay.
Yes.
And Nicole is 12?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So my normal day, the alarm sounds. Usually I'm in my room, she's in her room. She wakes up, she's very independent. She wakes up, I hear the shower turning on. That day I slept with her because then on Thursday to Friday it was raining. There was thunderstorms.
Okay,
So she called me at 12:59 when she's scared and then have the phone next to my bed. She called me. I answered, she said, I'm scared. And obviously, I mean, when she says that, I hang up and I leave my phone and I go to her room. So I did that. So obviously I woke up and I was with her in her bed. The alarm sounds. I wake up and I go to our bedroom. I turn off my alarm that is snoozing my bed. Fotis wakes up too. When I go to the bathroom, I brush my teeth and I get into the shower. I don't wet my head, usually because I take a fast shower to take Nicole. Fotis jumps into the shower with me.
Detective Kimball, the defendant began talking about what happens during a usual day, but then she specifically directed you to this particular day. Is that right?
That's correct.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object, one, to the characterization, the jury has heard it, and two, that this is clearly leading, and it's not preliminary. He's telling the witness how he should perceive this and how they should perceive what was just said.
Well, the difference between a leading question when there's no video of the actual interview and a leading question when there is actual video and audio of the interview is clear. This is a recap of what was already in the video and in evidence. So that's not the same as a leading question when none of this has been heard before. Overruled.
You may answer the question, sir.
Could you re-ask it, please?
The defendant began by talking to you about her usual day, but then specifically directed you to what occurred that day. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Detective, you were asked on cross-examination about various pieces of information that you were able to confirm. That is information that the defendant gave you. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Was there also information that you were unable to confirm?
Yes.
And was there also information that was contradicted by later investigation?
Yes.
Incidentally, you were asked a series of questions about the defendant's physical condition during this particular interview. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Just for the record, Judge, I'm holding State's Exhibit 74. It consists of 3 documents. I'm referring specifically to the document that begins with the time entry of 6:40 for Mr. Shulman's benefit. Just handing you this document. Detective Kimball, you were asked questions about the defendant's physical condition. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever indicate to you that she hadn't slept before she wrote this document?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This had nothing, we're talking about the conditions in the interview. I didn't ask anything about when she wrote anything. I didn't ask any question about her condition on May 24th. So this is clearly outside the scope.
Well, the court hears the question this way, and perhaps there needs to be clarification. Was the defendant tired when she wrote the timeline such that she left things out? That's how the court hears the question. Or did you notice if the defendant was tired?
Perhaps, may I just ask another question here? Attorney Schoenhorn asked you a series of questions about the defendant's physical condition. We've talked about that, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you whether or not she had eaten. He asked you whether or not she was exhausted, things of that nature, correct?
Yes, correct.
Did the defendant, and she relayed information during the course of this interview, true?
True.
Did the defendant ever indicate that she was exhausted when she wrote that timeline?
No.
Did the defendant ever indicate that she was dizzy when she wrote that timeline?
No.
Was the defendant under arrest when she wrote that timeline?
No.
They're trying to point out that not under arrest.
You were
to
asked
avoid
on
issues of
cross-examination whether or
coercion.
not Starbucks was included in this timeline. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When did the defendant go to Starbucks?
At approximately 8 p.m., 7:58, 8 p.m.
So well after
Before.
everything
And
happened.
how long after the defendant was observed on Albany Avenue with Mr. Dulos would that have been?
It's like 12 hours.
10 minutes approximately.
Oh, 10 minutes.
So
Sorry.
the entire trip
12
to
minutes.
Hartford and Starbucks was not included in this, correct?
That's correct.
Well, oh,
From an investigative perspective, did you find that strange?
Yes.
Objection. Irrelevant opinion.
it's not a relevant
Well,
opinion. That's going to be
Question
allowed,
was,
man.
from an investigator's perspective, did you find that strange? The answer was yes, but if there's no follow-up, the court can draw no conclusion about whether it is relevant.
Yeah.
Why did you find that strange, sir?
Objection.
Grounds.
The same, that's why I object to the first. His opinion on why a particular answer that he found strange is speculation. It goes to his lay opinion. It has nothing to do with the case. And essentially, it doesn't matter what he thought about it.
Your Honor,
Well-
may be heard on that?
Well, the court is able to address the
It's not a, well, you got to be
The
careful.
question, did you find that strange?
Consider him an
leads to another
expert.
question.
Well, he hasn't been confirmed as one
My
yet.
question
but-
is, for what reason did you find it strange? And the witness is going to testify that he
Take
found
care, bye,
it
Franz. See
strange
ya.
because certain things didn't, to use a colloquial phrase, didn't add up. So it's overruled.
Why did you find it strange, sir?
Found it to be strange because it was potentially incriminating information and it was omitted.
Incidentally, you were also asked a series of questions on cross-examination about the defendant using the English language.
Correct.
What language was her timeline written in?
English.
To your knowledge, did any police officers force her to write this in English?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Similarly, you were asked on cross-examination about
Okay.
a
so-
document contained within a state's exhibit.
Real quick, even though I'm saying I don't agree, I agree with the court's reasoning. I would have probably made that same objection. You know, you still jump in there and make them, even though you know it's speculation, and you're hoping the judge bites. And I think Shemaloran was doing the same thing there, hoping he would bite on this. Right now, I'm trimming up pieces from the Hitchhiker kit from Fuddbusters that's being released. Like, I understand you got to make that argument. You also got to understand you're probably not going to win it. And I think here, I think he knew he wasn't going to win it. So no harm, no foul in it. I just want you guys to know, it's not that I don't agree with him. I would have made that argument too. It's just, I think he knows it probably wasn't going to be a winning one. And that picture of them at Starbucks, fuck, that's not good. Leave it out shit. And then, yes, this hammering on her that she doesn't speak English well is going to not be good either. So here we go.
74, which included, well, it's titled Phone Calls. Do you recall that document?
Yes.
What language was that written in?
Also in English.
Did the defendant ever tell you that she was malnourished when she wrote this particular document?
No, she did not.
Malnourished.
Was the defendant under arrest when she wrote that particular document?
She was not, no.
Once again, this showing that she wasn't forced.
Just going to return 74 to the clerk.
Vince McMahon wasn't standing over saying, "Write it."
Detective, you were asked a series of questions on cross-examination I believe it was Friday, although it might have been
Yes.
today as well, about your experience in general with interrogating suspects. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, yes,
And some of the questions that you were asked included whether or not someone who was educated could be nervous, things of that nature. Do you recall that line of questioning?
yes, I do.
Detective, in your experience in questioning suspects, do arrestees and suspects in crimes provide detailed accounts in attempts to show that they're being truthful at times?
Objection, it's vague, it's irrelevant what happens in other cases, and it's, again, going to lay opinion about comparing her to some other random unknown other suspect.
Well, it wasn't irrelevant on Friday, Judge, when he asked these types of questions. I'd ask the court for a little bit of leeway here.
Well, the questions on Friday were, as the court would call them, cannot someone who is educated get nervous? And the line of questioning concerned, cannot someone who is essentially well-read get nervous? Now, this line of questioning is questioning about general observations or perceptions by this witness of suspects in crimes and whether they, that is, those suspects can provide detailed information. And the court assumed that was the thrust of the question. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
So again, the question is, isn't it true that those who are suspected of crimes who are being interrogated by the police can provide detailed information? So essentially, the court hears the objection, but the thrust of the inquiry is everybody who talks to the police in interrogations doesn't forget details. That's what the thrust of the question is, as the court understands. So the court's going to allow it. Overrules.
Sister,
You
would
can
you mind
overrule.
re-asking the question?
Would Madam Monitor be able to read it back?
See, guys, now it's like out of a movie. Can you reread that, court reporter?
Questioning suspects. Should you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
Detective, in your experience in questioning suspects, do arrestees and suspects in crimes provide detailed accounts in attempts to show that they're being truthful at times? Yeah. You may answer.
Yes.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, hold on here. Okay. I've never heard it done that way where they play it back like that. That's cool. Normally, when you have a court reporter, you're like, I can't play it back like that. I haven't had that issue. I've only had to play back testimony when the court reporter's been typing. That's kind of neat.
Yes, I do.
Detective, in your experience in questioning suspects, do arrestees and suspects in crimes provide detailed accounts in attempts to show that they're being truthful at times? Yeah. You may answer.
Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about the fact that you and Detective Clabby occasionally interrupted the defendant. Do you recall those lines of questions?
Yes, I do.
Were there also times during the interview where you allowed the defendant to speak without interruption?
Yes.
And were your attempts at interrupting to provide a particular direction to the interview at times?
Yes, they were.
The defendant indicated that she relies on her phone, or at least her attorney indicated that she relies on her phone, I guess, in recalling certain events. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
But isn't it a fact, sir, that she relayed all that information to you on June 2nd and June 6th without the benefit of her phone?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, there we go. Well, that's not helpful.
You were asked questions on cross-examination on Friday about the defendant's activities on May 30th, 2019. Do you recall those questions?
Yes,
You were asked whether or not she had to provide DNA, fingerprints, and participate in full-body photographs of a Troop L. Do you recall that?
yes,
Just to be clear here, I mean, she wasn't brought up there willy-nilly. Is that correct?
that's correct.
In fact, there was a search warrant that had been authorized by the court, correct?
Objection.
Well, the court has heard the testimony, and the question, she was not brought up there willy-nilly, then begs the next question, there was a search warrant, wasn't there?
Yeah.
So if the defense had indicated that she was brought up there willy-nilly, then the questions would be relevant. But the court can recall no.
I don't think she
instance
was,
where
though, yeah.
The defense has alleged she was brought to Litchfield willy-nilly.
Judge,
Yeah,
can we
that-
just approach on this one very quickly?
Yes.
That's actually a good point. Very good point, because the next thing leads to, well, we did it because she's a suspect on a murder investigation, so that becomes a problem. But let's see here. Let's skip ahead. I think the defense is going to win this objection because I don't think they can. I don't know how they work around it. The state is really pushing its luck right now, willy-nilly. Jim is going to be. Ooh, good. Jim will be alive. So, So. It's a fair way of looking at it, David.
Detective, you were shown a second weather report today by Attorney Schoenhorn.
He moved along.
Yes,
I guess
He
the
won
first
that.
weather report that he displayed for the jury had the wrong time. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And I guess these weather websites can be hard to navigate at times. Was that your experience?
Yes, it was.
You were asked on cross-examination on Friday about whether the defendant had been, quote, a little annoyed, quote, with Mr. Dulos for going to Jennifer's house. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
She did not use the words that she was a little annoyed, did she?
She did not know.
What did she say about that?
She said she was angry and she threw the phone down.
Did she also indicate that she accused Mr. Dulos of being disrespectful?
She did, yes.
You were asked on cross-examination whether or not the defendant had offered to dig holes and look for Jennifer. Do you recall those lines of questions?
Yes,
Specifically that she was offering to help find Jennifer's body?
she was claiming yes.
Now, you had an opportunity, or at least someone in the room did, to ask the defendant.
Did you give
what
her a
she thought
shovel?
had
Where
happened
did
to
she
Jennifer.
dig?
Recall that question?
Yes.
Asshole.
What did the defendant tell investigators about what she had thought happened to Jennifer?
She stated that she thought Jennifer was hiding from her family, hopefully, and that she was still alive.
So she's offering to dig holes even though she believes that Jennifer's still alive?
Objection, argumentative,
Yeah.
leading, and mischaracterization.
I'll withdraw,
That is
Judge.
different.
Yes.
I'll withdraw, Judge.
That's highly argumentative. Well, you're saying she's dead, then fine, I'll help you. That's a shitty way to do it.
During the first interview, the defendant was confronted by Detective Clabby about the FedEx envelope being thrown down the sewer. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And Specifically, do you recall what the defendant said during the first interview about whether or not she had seen Mr. Dulos put something in the sewer?
She said, yes, she saw it and that she was asking him why he was doing it.
Now, directing your attention to the second interview on June 6th, what did the defendant say about whether or not she had seen Mr. Dulos put anything down the sewer?
She denied having seen him put anything into the storm drain.
You were asked on cross-examination about the defendant's claim that the first time she learned about Jennifer's disappearance was when the Farmington Police Department arrived at 4 Jefferson Crossing in the evening of May 24th. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
I'd like to play another clip. If I could just have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to play 16:29 in 4 seconds to 16:30 in 50 seconds.
Yeah, open the bags.
No, why do we have to do this now? And he's like, no, wait. I never finished the story of when the police came.
Tell us.
Okay, because after we went to the Starbucks, we went to the house, I threw the sandwich because it was disgusting.
Easy like that, what's that? So I'll let you get shot.
Terrible
You're
sandwich.
not that, go ahead.
Well, no, it was they nasty.
When I went up, I'm in the laundry, I see a police car come. This is like at 8:30.
This is 24th Friday, we're back.
Yes. And I go out, and I was about to go down the stairs and Fotis, and I'm like, and I see Fotis, and I thought this is a police car down. And he goes, he's like, no. He walks to the door. I didn't go down because I see police and I panic. I don't know why. I think because I've seen too many terror movies. The police talks there, and the door doesn't go in, or Fotis doesn't go out. It was like in the door, in the middle of the door. I go to my room. I was in Nicole's room, and I'm like, okay, I'm here. I go to my room. I went to the bathroom. I changed my
Okay, that's your market, sir.
and then I go back and I'm like, what happened? And he says, the police just said that Jennifer's missing. I'm like, what?
Detective Kimball, do you recall that exchange with the defendant?
Yes.
Now, where did the defendant tell you her daughter was on May 24th in the evening hours?
The daughter was at a play at Ethel Walker School until 9 p.m.
So at the time that the police arrived, the defendant's daughter was not home, correct?
That's correct.
The defendant indicated to you, though, that when the police arrived at 4 Jefferson Crossing, she, quote, panicked,
That's what she said, yes.
and she indicated that she, quote, panicked because she had seen too many, quote, terror movies.
I believe that's what she said, yes.
Detective, did you find that strange?
Objection. Yeah, this-
Well, at this point, the question is, well, did you find it strange that the defendant said she panicked because perhaps she had seen too many terror movies? Now, the next question is, did you find that strange? And the court assumes that that refers to the fact that the defendant said she panicked because she had seen too many terror movies. Well, at this point, if the court allows the response, then the next question should be, did you find it strange as soon as she said it? So
I don't
at
like you
this
speaking
point,
this in front of
it
the jury.
seems as if the responses are being, the witness is being goaded into saying something that we didn't see on the video.
Yes, but
Exactly.
please don't say this
So
in
the
front of
court
the
is going to
jury.
sustain the objection.
Did the defendant also indicate during that exchange when referencing the Farmington Police Department arriving that she, quote, didn't want to be there?
Yes.
Does anybody want to be at a police station? No.
You were asked on cross-examination about whether or not the defendant told you on June 2nd and June 6th when you interviewed her that Pavel Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma was present at 80 Mountain. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that that Tacoma was present at 80 Mountain while she was there during either of those interviews?
Not during the first 2 interviews, no.
She did, however, discuss the Porsche Cayenne with you, correct?
Yes.
What did she say about the Porsche Cayenne?
That it was parked at 585 Deercliff and that it remained there. They'd had an accident.
So what vehicles did she discuss relative to their locations on May 24th, 2019 with you?
Oh, this is great. Do I only have to disclose evidence I intend to use at trial? Yes. I have no reciprocal duty to provide. I don't have to provide inculpatory evidence. I have no obligation to do that. So, for example, I've had cases where I've gone out and interviewed everybody involved in something, and I found like 2 people who said they didn't see my guy do it. But I've also found witnesses where they're like, yeah, I saw him fucking do it. And guess what I did? I never fucking called him again. And I never told the prosecutor that person ever existed. There are people who have provided me statements before that I've recorded, and the police never found out about them. I found out where one time one of the guys involved in the shooting threw a gun. I didn't say anything to the police about that. Or who bought it and then where it went, because the guy told me where it went. No way in hell I ain't doing that. Nor do I have a legal obligation to. So, yeah, I don't like that sidebar there because that's a detrimental one to the defense, the way that was going to get goaded along. So, but anyways, let's go.
During the June 2nd and June 6th interviews.
The Cherokee, which she was driving, the Suburban, the 2015 Suburban owned by Ford Group, the 2014 Raptor, and the Porsche.
You were asked on cross-examination about how many stops Mr. Dulos made in the area of Albany Avenue, specifically how many stops were recorded. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe you were indicated that you reviewed some of that footage. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Specifically, there's footage where the bed of Mr. Dulos's vehicle is visible. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe to the jury what's visible in the bed?
I'm going to object to him describing what was in the
You can see the video.
and characterizing what's in the video.
Well, that's funny, Judge, because on Friday during cross-examination, Mr. Schoenhorn asked Detective Kimball whether or not it was raining hard, or actually, I think the question was describe what you see in the video. So, I think that the defense, quite frankly, needs to be consistent when they're objecting. If they're going to be using certain
Oh, fuck
tools
you.
in
That's not
examination,
how this
that's fine,
works,
but the state should be
bitch.
afforded the same opportunity.
Bitch, boy,
when it
baby.
gets up for redirect examination.
Bitch, boy,
I think the
baby
video showing
prosecutor.
Pouring rain is a little different than having this witness describe what he thinks, his opinion on what he thinks is in the vehicle. So the
It's no
jury has
different
seen
than
it, they can
objecting
reach
to
their own
leading
conclusion.
questions.
His opinion
This is
is
nonsense
irrelevant
by the state.
and has no bearing.
It's
on
fully
anything that this court
prosecuting.
has to determine.
Wasn't it his opinion that it was raining hard?
Now,
I'm not asking.
this now is argumentative. So the question the court believes can be asked is whether there were black garbage bags in the back of the pickup. And what happened to those bags according to the video? Or what did you see Fotis Dulos do with the bags in the video?
I don't think that's where he's going. That's for his opinion, what he thinks that he did.
Well, that's not the question the court heard. Perhaps it should be asked again.
Detective Kimball, you indicated that you had reviewed some surveillance footage.
Oh,
Is that correct?
you're
That's
bitching
correct,
out
yes.
there, Judge.
And at various times in the surveillance footage, was the bed of Mr. Dulos's Raptor visible?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated that Mr. Dulos turned off of Albany Avenue at one point and the bed of his Raptor was visible.
Yes, that's correct.
What did you see inside the bed of the pickup truck in that surveillance footage?
Objection. He's not being asked what he sees Mr. Dulos doing. He's asked for an opinion on what he thinks is in that vehicle.
It's not an opinion.
Well, there
What do you
is
see?
video.
The video
There
can say
is
what it
clear
is
evidence
there.
that there are black, large plastic garbage bags in the bed of the truck. So if the answer goes beyond that, then the jury can determine the credibility of the response. Overruled.
Oh, that's
As the vehicle turned off Albany Avenue onto Milford Street, traveling southbound, you could see into the bed, and you could see that there were several black plastic garbage bags in the rear of that vehicle.
you asshole. I don't agree with that at all.
And after that vehicle turned, did the bed of the pickup truck become visible again in additional surveillance footage?
Yes, it did.
It described to the jury what it looked like at that point.
There were definitely,
Well, overruled.
No.
there were fewer black plastic garbage bags in the bed of the Raptor.
If I just have a moment with my colleague, Your Honor.
That's dirty, Pool. I think that's bullshit by the court.
Judge, I have an exhibit I'd like marked.
That was kind of gay, Judge. You were a pussy.
Detective Kimball, you were asked on cross-examination about some screenshots that showed the defendant and Mr. Dulos at Starbucks. Do you recall those questions?
Yes,
The surveillance footage from Starbucks, however, is not a still camera, is it?
that's correct.
In fact, it's a motion camera.
That's correct.
The bottom, there's three things. The bottom one is the whole 3 hours. The top one is to the time. You want to look at it?
All right, I think Attorney Schoenhorn just wants to review the exhibit. I don't know if
Yeah.
you want to take
Which-
maybe a quick afternoon break.
Which exhibit is it?
This is State 79, Your Honor.
Do you wish to take the recess now, Attorney Schoenhorn?
Well, I just heard there's more than one thing on there. I just want to see what those other things are. So I may not object. I just
There's
need to know
nothing.
what's on.
Well,
Yeah,
the question is, how
let's
long will it
not-
take you
let's
to
not
do
get
that?
fucking
Or should we
spazzy
take the
about it.
recess now?
Oh shit, my bad,
I have
guys.
no
My
objection
bad.
to taking the recess now.
If this is
My
the
bad.
last, I don't know if this is the end of the questioning. If it's not, I would suggest that we could take our usual break and I would watch it I'll try to multitask while he's asking other questions.
Yes, for $2, I'll share the screen.
You can
Yeah.
proceed, Attorney McGinnis. You can proceed.
I think, well, I'm nearing the end, Judge. I don't know if this is going to be the actual last segment of my questions, but I'm prepared to play it now. So
And Attorney Schoenhorn knows that what you're trying to,
I've alerted
Sure.
him what the exhibit is, yes.
and so what you're saying is you haven't seen it recently yourself,
Well,
correct?
I just heard there were 3 separate files on there. I would be only aware of 1, maybe 2, but I need to see what is on there. Just got to make sure that it's what I think.
Well, if we can do that in the next 2 minutes, that would be more helpful. In other words, if you can check it out now.
My bad.
I'll do that.
It's right in front of me. I'm just looking. I'm looking away.
You want to talk about having the jury in while I'm plugging in my.
Correct.
I need. Like I have no mouth that I must scream. It's a depressing book. Yeah. Oh. Okay. The screen cam doesn't matter if I'm not looking, period. I'm looking at the stuff that got printed. So I was just listening. because I knew we weren't doing any visual presentation right now, so I was just looking away. I'm trying to bust some threads loose. Thank you, Ashley, very much. Thank you to Been There, Done That. $2 for $2. $2 to show you screens, saw? Just a pittance.
I'll just state, Your Honor, there appear to be 5 files on this.
Oh, don't worry. We're going to start doing
Some
that
of them
on
look like
Rumble a lot,
hours
guys,
and
coming up.
hours
There's some
of-
plans for
of-
changes
of
and programming.
Starbucks video. See every customer come in, what they're ordering. That's just my cursory review. So I'm certainly going to object to all of that being played. But if the state wants to put all of that in, that's what's on this exhibit. So unless they're going to play, it's like 9 hours of Starbucks, you know, what everybody orders and what people like at Starbucks, I'm going to have to object to this exhibit. If there was a separate one that was just the part that I assume they were interested in, a couple of files that seemed to be the video from which the screenshots were taken, I'm not going to object. I just object to this disc because of that.
Well, the court understands that Attorney McGinnis was not offering 9 hours worth of Starbucks
I am
video.
not, Judge.
So do you have the time stamps for the edited?
You can laugh, but
pieces,
that's exactly the right
Attorney
answer.
McGinnis?
Like, let's
Attorney
watch
Manager
the whole
indicating that
goddamn
she believes
thing,
on the
man.
video, but perhaps I can just take the afternoon recess, Judge, and I can shore that up and perhaps create a disc that is agreeable to Mr. Schoenhorn.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess until 3:30 today. Please do not discuss the case.
So Miss Silk goes, ay, los mío.
All rise. This honest paper now in the recess.
So, once again, guys, my apologies. I thought we were all set. Working on this hitchhiker is been a little bit of work. I will give you some pro tips, though. You can print a lot of this unsupported, and it comes out beautifully. The threads are a little, but you got to clean them out anyway. Okay, so they're gonna skip ahead here, and we're gonna time travel. Go whoop 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 whoop. Here we go.
Do it in advance.
If it just has the 2 files that I skimmed through, I don't have a problem.
So, Your Honor, my understanding is that there's 3 clips. The first clip is broken into when they walk in and when they leave, and then there's still a 3rd clip. But I think the gravamen of Attorney Schoenhorn's concern with the previous exhibit was that there are people, I guess, there's hours and hours of footage. My understanding from speaking with my colleague is that that has now been reduced to what we'll call the relevant portion of the footage. But if Attorney Schoenhorn wants to review it now, I don't have an objection to that.
Well, you did too. Could you just, what is the 3rd one? So at least I know.
It goes back to the exit camera because it develops their time. So that's adding 3. So we want 2 clips, but the first one is the entrance. then we go
See,
back to the-
now this is also all the bullshit that was happening over in Michigan, where the prosecutors start fucking around with the exhibits. And Schoenhorn saying, well, what exhibit are you screwing with? I have the right to see what you're doing. He's undoubtedly seen this entire video. But unlike in Michigan, this judge is making sure that and these prosecutors also know, we've created a new exhibit. You have the right to examine it. And Lainey, you can hear her bark in the background, agrees, fuck these prosecutors. So that's what I think. I think this is a great juxtaposition of very well put on trial. You know, it's kind of like it's Boondock Saints. Good shooting, shitty shooting. Good trial, bad trial.
It's not the one where the sun is shining.
It's not.
Because that one, it's hard to see anything. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to object, Judge.
May I have this marked as 80? So 79 can stay for ID.
Yes. We can bring the jury back in, please.
May I inquire? Detective Kimball, before we broke, we were discussing the Starbucks surveillance footage. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as the case officer on this particular investigation, have you had an opportunity to review that surveillance footage?
Yes, I have.
Judge, this is 80. I'm going to move it into evidence formally in front of the jury.
Thank you.
And I have no objection to that, what we're now showing.
Thank you. States 80 a full exhibit.
Your Honor, for the record, States 80 contains 3 separate clips, and we're just going to play those in order.
Jennifer's like, Fotis, I am so thirsty from dumping the body. I need the soy latte. Aye, aye. And that's what you need after you dispose of a body and cover up a murder. Starbucks. What do you think that girl's doing down there below? What's she looking at? TikTok? Worst Hispanic accent ever. Don't you tell me what's Hispanic, son. My people will fight you.
We're not going to play clip 2, Judge?
Yeah, she's on Only Bulls. She's like, how do I upset my dad? I'm as Latinx as a breakfast taco. You don't get to gatekeep your culture. If they're Texan, that's like the best thing Texas has ever produced. Stacy, I thought you were French. I'm a little bit of everything. I have that Latin passion, ultimately. That's all I know. So, I have French, I got Irish, I got all kinds of things in me. I even got engine in me. Hi-ya, 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 ho-ya. Oh, mutt. I know, I gave it to your mom doggy style. It's what I do, bro. Talk to me about Latin culture. I like Ricky Martin. I like Enrique Iglesias. Ballamore! Let the rhythm take control in Ballamore! See, I can do it. Stacy said, what tribe? Whatever one got ethnically cleansed from Kentucky in the 1740s. Ooh, Fotis is up there too ordering. What's he getting? But yes, he shaved his hair so he could clean the crime scene.
And we're playing clip 3 now.
Like this heavy metal cover of Despacito. Yeah, see, I also like Luis Fonsi. I like Despacito, 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 Despacito. See, I know the songs. I speak Espanol. I got my Latin roots. She's definitely guilty. I also like Daddy Yankee. There you go.
That concludes the third clip, Judge. Detective Kimball, you had a chance to review that surveillance footage before, correct?
Correct.
And that Starbucks is located in West Hartford?
Yes, on Albany Avenue.
In order to get to the area where Mr. Dulos was observed dumping trash, would you have to drive past that Starbucks?
Yes, you would.
Assuming you were coming from 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, you would travel east past it, and then you would go out to where he was dumping trash.
You were asked questions on cross-examination about the divorce proceedings between Fotis Dulos and Jennifer Dulos. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Did the defendant, during the course of the second interview, describe her feelings about the Dulos divorce proceedings?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She described them as being a nightmare for her.
Did she indicate that it had been 2 years of torture?
Yes.
The defendant told you during the interview that Mr. Dulos did not tell her what to write in her timeline. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, we've seen Mr. Dulos' timeline, or at least the timeline that the defendant identified as Mr. Dulos' timeline, state 75. Was the Hartford trash dumping in his timeline?
It was not, no.
During the course of the first interview, the defendant used the words car wash. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury the context in which the defendant used the word car wash?
Myself and Detective Clabby were talking about if someone were to have committed a crime down in New Canaan, where they would go to clean up. And we were referring to 61 Silver Chill to find out whether there was water at that house that was under construction. And that is when the defendant brought up, she first said a car, and then she said car wash.
During the June 2nd or June 6th interviews, did the defendant ever indicate to you that she had traveled in tandem with Mr. Dulos to a car wash on May 29th?
No, she did not.
If I could just have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge?
Thank you.
Yes, did you guys know in Spanish, water is known as agua?
No, wait.
Got redirect here. This will be good. Or recross.
Only a few points that I want to ask about that was just brought up on redirect. You were asked some questions about her reaction to indicating that she thought that Jennifer Dulos was still alive, and that's partially based on what she had been told by Mr. Dulos, correct?
We asked her what happened, she thought happened to Jennifer.
Yeah,
Yes.
you would ask that question. And, or Detective Clabby, sometimes it's difficult to tell who's asking what, right?
Correct.
Especially in that first interview, it's kind of blurry, the quality isn't great, right?
Correct.
Hopefully the state police have, gotten better equipment since 2019, I hope.
First interview with the New Canaan.
Well, that was the New Canaan police anyway, wasn't it?
Yes.
Their
Yes.
equipment.
Yes.
Okay. So, when she told you the details about why she thought that Miss Dulos was still alive, she went into some description about what the experts in the divorce case had written. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And she said that she never got to see the report, but others had told her that's what was in it, right?
That's correct.
And she did mention Mike Rose as one of those people, didn't she?
Yes, you did.
And you do know that Attorney Rose was Fotis Dulos' divorce attorney at that time, correct?
Yeah, I think we discussed the other day. I was unaware that he was a divorce attorney. I knew that he was in contact with Fotis.
You knew he was one of his attorneys, you just didn't know what he was representing him on, right?
Correct.
You subsequently did learn he was one of the divorce attorneys in the divorce case, right?
Correct. Yes.
I just wanted to get that clarified. So when she offered to help you, quote, dig holes, unquote, right? This is after Detective Clabby had suggested that we, meaning we, the police, believe she might have been in the bags you were throwing out. Isn't that the words that he had used?
Yes.
And I'm just going to see if this, sort of refreshes your recollection. You asked questions about if you had to get rid of a body, or if you had to get rid of a body which was no longer in one piece, where would you go? And Michelle said, me, right, in that video?
Yes.
Right. And then you said, or where do you think Fotis might go?
Can you just clarify, are we referring to the first? Or the
First
second?
interview. And I'll note, I'm referring to the New Canaan version of the transcription. So if you need to follow along. And did you say, oh God, I don't know. I mean, you're asking me something that, and then you said, I unfortunately believe that's where we're at. That's the situation and it's terribly sad. Isn't that when she said, well, why don't you look there, meaning at the house?
First of all, I do remember saying what I said.
Mhm.
I am not sure what she followed up.
Do you remember though then saying, who's saying we're not looking there? Remember saying that to her? In
Yes.
response to, why don't you look there?
Yes.
Okay. And then, didn't she then go on to say that she would never talk to him like, where would you bury a body if it's not our conversation? Didn't she say that to you?
Yes.
And you said that, and then you responded that that if she had any guesses basically on what you know about him, we're looking for Jennifer, and unfortunately, Jennifer may be, and she interrupted and says, I don't know, you said it's dead. And you go, what's that? you said that she's dead because you found the blood, okay?
Mhm.
I'm just leading that up to, isn't that when Mr. Clabby, Detective Clabby said, there's enough to suggest that, but we believe she might have been in the bags you were throwing out. And then her reaction was, she started crying, went, ah, and she put her face in her hands, right? Isn't that
She put her
portion?
face in her hands, yes.
So when she offered to dig holes, that was after that conversation, isn't it?
You're very welcome,
Yes.
Tristy.
But when you asked her what she thought, she told you what she had believed at the time based on what others had told her, right?
Yes.
And you did at least confirm that others did say those things, right? It was in writing about things about Jennifer Dulos that were at least in writing, right?
I was going to object, Judge. Calls for hearsay.
I'm not offering for the truth. I'm certainly not offering it for the truth. It's the fact that it was said, it was understood, it was part of the reason for this conversation with her.
Additionally, Your Honor, I'd like to be heard on one additional matter at sidebar with respect to this.
Well, first, the court thinks it can address this objection without a sidebar. The question is, you became aware of basically the visitation study and that other people, even though Michelle Troconis didn't see it, other people talked to her about the study. So the question is, did you become aware that other people talked to her about the study? And the objection is hearsay?
Well, the question was different, Judge, if I recall, and of course the court's recollection controls, but I believe the question was whether or not he had confirmed that other people had said those things about Jennifer Dulos. And so that was the last question.
Thank you. Whether Detective Kimball had confirmed that other people said certain things about Jennifer Dulos and also conveyed those things to Michelle Troconis. That's the question.
Yes.
Well, did you become aware that other people essentially talked to Michelle Troconis about the study?
Right.
Well, that's offered for the truth, that other people talked to Michelle Troconis about the study. So since it's offered for the truth, it's hearsay, sustained.
She didn't give you the study document, the custody study herself, did she?
No.
Someone else gave you a copy at some point, correct?
Judge, objection, may we be heard at sidebar?
Well,
I think that calls for a yes or no question. I don't think it requires a sidebar.
but it's probably the next question that's going to be a problem.
I'm not going to get into that next question.
Well, the question is, did you ever get a copy of the study?
Yes.
That's the next question.
I don't think he answered that. That's the only question I'm asking.
And the objection to that question would be
I'd like to state my objection at sidebar, Your Honor, if I may.
no. What's the objection?
Wow.
On the grounds that the code of evidence provides.
Well, Your Honor, there was a discovery order in this case, and I'm concerned that we're walking up to it, and that's why I wanted to discuss it at sidebar. With respect to the evidentiary grounds, its relevance.
Well, the court is not going to allow any content from that study to come into evidence. So did this officer get a copy? Yes or no? And that's as far as it goes.
He's basically saying, yes. He's basically
That's the
saying,
question.
Did you get a copy of that study?
A copy was obtained, I personally
I
did.
think ultimately he's also saying right there, I don't care what some divorce court says. I'm criminal court. So I don't care about that. But yes, there's nothing wrong with saying I got a copy of the study. Not necessarily reveal the contents of it, but you are allowed to talk about, did I get something? So. Oh, David saying, is this going better than the Crumbley's case? Yeah, it is. There's this, the attorney's been, this is the lead detective. They did the interviews of Michelle Troconis just got played. They're battling back pretty good. He's doing this is defense attorney right now. He's doing a good job at fighting back. It's helping. It's helping a lot. And yes, David, I think you would like this judge. He kind of talks out the objections and, talks out his reasoning, and he has it all placed on the record. So it's nice in that regard, but it's also nice to hear what he's saying. And I mean, I'm getting a little bit of a nice, refresher on evidence from him a little bit here and there too. But yes, defense is doing a lot better here than in Michigan. If you want to join, let me know. I'll send you a link. I know I've had a long day today.
Not get a copy.
With regard to the timeline, you were just asked some more questions about her timeline, right?
Yes.
She didn't give it to you, did she?
No.
She had given it to her attorney, isn't that right?
Correct.
And there was some mention just at the end here about a car wash. She had indicated that she gave it to her attorney when she met him the previous Wednesday. Isn't that right?
You're asking when she gave it to Attorney Bowman?
Right.
On what date?
Yeah.
I don't remember a specific date.
Well, you remember that she indicated she'd given it to him on their first time they had met, right?
Okay, yes.
You also know that was the day that
He already knew the answer. He had to decide whether or not he was going to agree with him. And once again, guys, this is an experienced detective. He knows how to lie. He knows how to skirt the truth. And he knows if he wants to cooperate or not on the stand. That is not something they teach. I mean, you have to learn that.
since it was brought up that Mr. Dulos had washed a different car, correct?
That's correct.
At the car wash.
At Russell Speeders. Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about what seemed strange by her answers. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Now, you've ever lived in South America yourself?
No.
You don't know what's considered strange and how people react in Venezuela, do you?
No.
Do you know anything about how people would act or react to these kind of accusations if they had lived for a period of time in Argentina?
No.
Or for that matter, if they'd lived in Miami with family members and didn't know, had never been involved with law enforcement before?
Correct. No, I don't know.
Did you find it strange that the state's attorney personally came in and sat down and participated in an interrogation
Objection,
of a
Judge.
suspect?
Objection, Judge. Relevance outside the scope.
He opened the door, and I'm talking about what is strange or not strange.
Well, when
Yes.
the door is open, a lot can come through. But the issue is whether it's relevant, whether it's
Oh, this is
confusing,
valid. This is
whether
valid.
it's
Let it in.
unfairly prejudicial, whether it's a surprise, whether
It's
it's a
not
waste of time,
It's not a surprise.
whether it is essentially needless presentation of cumulative evidence.
And it's
Did you
none of
find
those.
The key to the door is not the word strange. So did you find it strange that Attorney Colangelo was there is not relevant?
Is that
Just because
normal?
the word is strange, that's not the key that opens every door. Sustained.
Oh!
Again, using Mr. McGinnis's word, did you find it strange that the state's attorney said he didn't think?
Ah! I'm fucking torn on that one. Fucking torn. I know ultimately if I sat down with this judge and I argued with them, he'd probably convince me and that I was wrong. But I don't like that. Strange isn't. I agree, strange isn't necessarily the key to this door, but the fact that things were out of the ordinary and that we've had like unusual circumstances is the key to this door. And yes, having a person do an interview like that, a proffer like that, with a DA sitting there is really fucking weird.
That Michelle knew anything.
Same, Judge.
Sustained.
Did you?
Hold on.
That's not the key that opens every. And the key to the door is not the word strange.
We're going to restart here. I got to catch this up.
So did you find it strange that Attorney Colangelo was there is not relevant? Just because the word is strange, that's not the key that opens every door. Sustained.
Well, again, using Mr. McGinnis's word, did you find it strange that the state's attorney said he didn't think that Michelle knew anything?
Same, Judge.
Sustained.
Yeah, you're going to lose all these
Did
right
you
now.
find it strange that Sergeant Ventresca said that she was the only
Ask him anyway. Ask him anyway. Even if he's going to shoot you down, get him out there. Get the questions out there in the jury's ears because you know they listen.
person that ever picked up gum off a sidewalk when she never said that?
Just object, Judge. It's outside the scope.
Well, did you find it strange that Sergeant Ventresca said It's not relevant.
It is,
Previously,
though.
there was a question concerning whether a certain question asked by Sergeant Ventresca was surprising. And the response was no. This question does not appear to this court to be relevant, sustained.
You were asked some general questions about
Oh,
what
wow.
suspects do, how they react on various occasions. You recall those questions you were just asked?
Yes.
So do all suspects agree to meet with law enforcement and sit down with them?
No.
Do all suspects who have attorneys agree to come in and sit down and meet with law enforcement after they're charged?
No.
And Michelle never refused to talk to you with her attorney, did she?
I'm sorry. Whoops.
I'll rephrase the question. When she was with her attorney, she never refused and stopped answering questions, did she?
I'm not going to lie. I would ask this question even though I don't know the answer. You were a detective for how many years? He's like over 25 years at this point with the Connecticut State Police and where he's at now. You've been a detective for 25 years, a quarter of a century. How many times after you've charged someone has that defendant come in and talked with their attorney present? Without a guarantee of information, without an immunity agreement. Not many, I bet. Not many. So I'd hammer on that to show it's weird, but
Each interview ended, but she didn't stop it before the natural ending.
In fact, yes, in other words, when you were done, that's when she was done, right?
We would ask her if she had any questions for us, and as long as there were none, it was complete.
And she then brought up Pavel's Tacoma, didn't she? When you asked if they have anything else, any other questions, she did bring up the Tacoma, even if it didn't come up in what she was doing at 80 Mountain Spring Road, right? She brought it up.
Yes, in interview one, yes.
Incidentally, when at one point in the second video, Attorney Bowman gets up and leaves the room for a minute, she started talking even without her lawyer, and you had to tell her to stop and wait till he gets back, right?
That's correct.
And in terms of what you often see based on the question of what you'd expect or not expect, when some people you question them, they appear confident, don't they?
Yes,
And sometimes people who are lying appear confident, right?
yes,
But sometimes people who are telling the truth are confident as well, right? Appearance of.
yes.
And when you
Lying?
look someone in the eye, you can't tell if they're lying or not just by looking at their eyes, right?
Object, Judge.
No.
Well, the
you got to be careful with that anyway, because he's going to say, oh, I'm an expert in body language and shit, and I've had 25 years of this. So yeah. So, Victoria actually is a good question saying, isn't he the one that'd be able to give her a plea? Yes, but typically sitting in the room while they're doing this is not normal. He'd be like somewhere else. So, do you think there was an offer for her to plea if the door was opened? Oh, I'm sure they were willing to say, we'll drop the murder if you could tell us what's going on. But this is, that was already out there. Like, they were going to cut her some slack if she could help find the body. So, but very good question. Victoria, you mean like close by? I mean, a lot of times, like in my experience, when I've had clients do proffers and stuff like that, prosecutors doing their thing. Like, and I mean, if it's after hours, they're not necessarily up sitting in their office or waiting for it. They'll do their job. Or if there's a proffer going down, they're generally not sitting there. They're up doing work, and then they get, the detective might call them or text them saying, here's what we got. And then the prosecutor says, contacts me separately to work out the agreement. But generally, no, they don't sit there.
area is interrogation in order to determine the truth. The question here is, you cannot determine the truth. This is the question, by looking in someone's eyes. So the court's going to allow the question.
You have to.
Yes, please.
Re-ask it?
Yes, please.
You can't tell whether somebody's the truth by just looking at their eyes, right?
So there are indicators, but it's not like a lie detector.
Right. And you just can't tell by the tone of their voice whether they're telling the truth or not, right?
I would give the same answer.
Thank God he's doing this on recross, because the prosecutor would get up and say, what happens when you look at that in totality? Oh, now I can tell she's fucking lying. So I don't know if he must know that they're not going to get a third swipe at the apple, because you don't get a redirect. But this could be dangerous. The jury also might not individually, but now you've said a bunch of factors. So like, yeah. Ooh.
And sometimes people give you different accounts of an event, right?
Yes,
And sometimes that's evidence that they're lying, right?
yes.
And sometimes when they're giving you different accounts, they're mistaken, right?
Yes,
Sometimes, in fact, during these videos, you've admitted you were mistaken about certain things you were saying, correct? Certain facts.
correct.
You later realized that they were incorrect. You
going.
had either
Hammer that
been
again.
told something
He's
that
wrong.
was incorrect, right?
Yeah, yes,
Or you had interpreted something, remembered something incorrect, right?
yes,
In fact, even Mr. McGinnis pointed out, when you look at Weather Underground, it's kind of a difficult site to navigate sometimes, isn't it?
yes.
And by the way, you had, before June 2nd, 2019, you had never met Michelle Troconis before, right?
That's correct.
So you didn't know what she was like on a day-to-day basis before that, right?
That's correct.
Or how she reacted to any other situation, right?
Correct.
By the way, towards the end there, we just watched some of the Starbucks video, correct?
Yes,
Now, on May 24th, correct me if I'm wrong, the hair that you see on Mr. Dulos' head in the Starbucks video is about the length of your hair, as it is right now, right?
I would say it's a little shorter, but they're both short.
But it wasn't a shaved head like we see Sergeant Ventresca's head, right?
No, not a shape.
His head, it looks like, it's shiny, waxed, whatever, bowling ball, right? I hope he's not listening.
Those are your words, Counselor.
Yes, my words. But you want me to rephrase the question?
He has a shaved head.
He has a shaved head where there's no sign of hair at all, right?
Yes,
And you do see some hair on Mr. Dulos' head in the Starbucks video on the evening of May 24th, 2019. right?
yes.
And I just have a couple more questions. I'm going to, before I stop, I'm going to ask my colleague whether I missed anything. But when you talked about Albany Avenue and Route 44, where the Starbucks is, right?
Okay.
The travel time from that location where the Starbucks is at Bishop's Corner in West Hartford to where the cameras were observing the vehicle was just about 4 minutes, correct? Further down towards Hartford, right?
I don't know what the travel time was. I don't know that that's not accurate.
Well, again, the jury has seen cameras, video, and have looked at the times from different perspectives. But I'm saying that you're not disagreeing with me that it's 4 minutes further down the road.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Can I just have a moment? I was reminded one other point now. You were asked a couple of questions just now about you seeing the Raptor turning down a side street and going someplace before it returns to Albany Avenue, correct?
Correct.
But you're aware there were video cameras on Homestead Avenue, right?
I don't think I knew that there were any on Homestead.
Were you aware that there were videos that were played here that showed the Tacoma going at different points and turning corners and coming back towards Albany Avenue?
Objection to the form of the question, Judge.
Well, again, the witnesses are sequestered, which means the witnesses should not have discussed their testimony with any other witness. So the question is, were you aware that another witness saw a video of recordings taken from a building on Homestead Avenue?
Judge, if I may also, I think it mischaracterizes the evidence as well.
Well, First of all, there's a sequestration order in effect, so the court is not going to allow that question.
I don't believe I mentioned any of the witnesses. I mentioned the fact that video is not what people saw in videos.
So the court thought it heard the question as another witness testified about a video on Homestead Avenue. Were you aware of that?
Then if I said that, I misspoke. So let me withdraw that and I'll ask you a different way. You're aware that video cameras from buildings along that other route were obtained by the state police in the course of this investigation, those off of Albany Avenue, right?
Buildings from along Homestead.
Right, and Chrysalis Center and a few other gas station surveillance video, you're aware of that, right?
Yes.
I'm just going to object to this one. I think it mischaracterizes the evidence.
Well, what is the mischaracterization, Attorney McGinnis?
Your Honor, it's state's understanding that there is only one video off about Albany Avenue when it turns. Counsel is suggesting that there are multiple videos, and so that's the mischaracterization.
Thank you.
There were
So
multiple shown to the jury, so I'm using that fact that the state presented. If they don't remember it, I believe I have a good faith
Well,
reason to ask
but
that
rather
question.
than, in order not to generate confusion, if the witness testifies that, yes, this witness is aware that there were video recordings from a camera on Homestead Avenue and from cameras at other places, that question can be asked.
Were you aware, sir, that video cameras from other locations that were off Albany Avenue, that is, that the alleged travel of the vehicle were also obtained?
I'm just going to object, Your Honor. That's a different question.
Well, if it is a different question, counsel has abandoned his previous question.
Very well, Judge.
I'm aware that video was sought from Chrysalis Center, which is not C4 video.
Right, I'm saying other than C4 video. There was other cameras that were reviewed and or seized.
That is correct.
Okay, and you're also aware that in that entire route, investigators checked dumpsters and other trash receptacles along that block.
That's correct.
There was no other video that was obtained that showed any other stops other than at a stoplight, correct?
I don't know that.
You don't know that.
I don't know that.
You also know that there were efforts to search dumpsters or garbage pails along Milford and Homestead Avenue.
Yes.
There, cadaver dogs were brought in to smell around.
Yes.
There were no other hits or trash or anything recovered in any other place, correct?
I don't know what hits, but there was no other evidence recovered along that route, no.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
You were asked by Attorney Schoenhorn on pre-cross-examination about how different suspects can react different ways. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
You were asked a series of questions that began with sometimes. Do you recall that line of
Yes.
questioning? Isn't it true that sometimes suspects think they can talk their way out of something and speak with the police?
Absolutely, yes.
And isn't it true that sometimes suspects try to lie for people they care about?
These are all leading questions, Your Honor, and if he wants to ask general questions, yes, but these are isn't it true that is a leading question
Well,
and argumentative?
the court does not see the
Okay.
questions as argumentative.
I am really surprised. Okay, fine. Unmuted. I am surprised this is going to be redirect. We already had recross. I don't always get that as a defense attorney. So a lot of times I've asked, Your Honor, can I have recross? No. Denied. Overruled. Move along. You're like, fuck, okay. He's getting a third swing at the apple here. Like, technically the judge is in charge of controlling that, so he could let Schoenhorn go again and like get like a third recross. Like, yeah, it could be a lot of re's out there today. So
What the court hears this area of questioning to be is almost a primer on or anecdotal evidence of police interrogations. Now that door was opened, overruled.
Sometimes suspects will lie to protect people they care
defense
about.
open the
Is that
door
correct?
about the
That is correct.
dynamics.
You were asked whether or not you can tell the truth by looking into
Kevin, which
someone's eyes.
Ohio
Do you recall
murder?
that question on recross-examination?
We
I
kill
do,
a
sir.
lot of people here.
And I believe you indicated that you cannot tell just by looking in someone's eyes.
That's correct.
And that's why the state police continue to conduct an investigation into the defendant's claims even after June 6th, correct?
Yes, correct.
And in fact, in August, you asked the defendant, or Detective Clabby asked the defendant point blank, whether or not she had been 100% truthful during her first two interviews, correct?
Objection, outside the scope of recross, I didn't bring up anything about August 13th, and it's clearly leading now. That is not yet
That's
come
not
in.
freeing.
What happens on August 13th will be revealed when the videos are played.
Well, the question has to do with whether or not at a later date the defendant admitted or there was an indication that the defendant was not 100% truthful. If the date was left out, the question would still be admissible. Did the defendant at any time indicate that she was not 100% truthful? So the fact that there was mentioned August 13th in this court view doesn't render the question inadmissible.
Yeah, but I would also note that would be a mischaracterization, the way this, of what she actually said, and we could get into it, but that's not right now being played, so it's not how she characterized it.
Respectfully, counsel went into numerous recross-examination about what sometimes people do. He cross-examined the detective, essentially trying to suggest that Mr. Troconis was being truthful and the detective wouldn't know any better. And so I'm exploring that avenue which he opened the door to at this point.
Again, the question, because perhaps the question itself was not quoted word for word, counsel is objecting as a mischaracterization. The court does not remember the word for word exchange. But the court does recall in a subsequent interview that the term 100% truthful was used. The court does not recall the word for word exchange. The court is not going to foreclose the question, but if there's an objection as to mischaracterization, the court at this time would not be able to determine that it was or was not mischaracterized. But the court's not foreclosing the question, but the court is not able at this point to determine whether it's a mischaracterization.
Was the defendant asked by either you or Detective Clabby whether or not she was ready to admit that she had not been 100% truthful in her first two interviews?
Yes.
And what was her answer?
She indicated she had not been 100% truthful.
Nothing further.
And that was after you told her you had proof that Fotis Dulos could not have been home that morning, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
And have you concluded with Detective Kimball, Attorney McGinnis?
Yes, Judge.
Detective Kimball, you may step down.
We'll be recalling the detective.
Tilly, this right here is actually a thing. Like, I don't agree with this judge a lot, but I still like him because he tells you why he's doing it. And he gives a very well laid out and articulate reason, which, yes, he gives reasons that are supported by his interpretation of the rules of evidence and his understanding of them. And I think he does a very good job at it. So like I said, I don't really find problems with this. A lot of judges might just internalize this. I think some judges just do whatever the fuck they want. This judge, though, has done a very good job of articulating why he's doing what he's doing, though. So, yeah, he's been very good. I've liked him a lot. I like it a lot. Also, Ashley, you sent in a super sticker. Thank you. My heart skipped a flutter when I was like, oh, red, and I'm like, oh, it's sticker. But thank you for the sticker anyway. An unhung hero for $2 says, gotta give it to Bizarro Sober Nick. He's tenacious. Well, yes, he is. He's working good. He's putting in the work.
Judge, we do have another witness available. May I just have one with Attorney Schoenhorn?
Yes.
Michelle's like, she's like, do you think they not understand my English very well? Oh no. Oh no, no, no.
Just ask our meeting set out for just a moment. If we could. Judge, we have a very, hopefully a very short witness.
Probably a midget.
Is Trooper Szynski up?
Oh,
And I'll just indicate, Your Honor, Sergeant Butin, I think it's going to be a little lengthier, so I don't know if it makes sense to start him today, but we do have a shorter witness.
It probably makes more sense for Flo to take the shorter witness.
I could do that, Your Honor. I'll jump in on Trooper Suzanne Sedensky. If I may just have a moment.
Gotta walk the flow though.
If I may have a moment with counsel, Your Honor.
Yes.
It's about locking the flow down. Gotta hit the baits and I lock the flow.
If I may just have something marked, Your Honor, while I'm.
Yes.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
You.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
You can lower your hand. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Susanna Sedensky, SUZANNASEDENSZKI.
And your affiliation, please.
Connecticut State Police.
Thank you.
And you may be seated.
Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Trooper. How are you?
Good, thank you.
How long have you worked for the Connecticut State Police?
This is my 10th year.
And what is your current rank and assignment?
I'm a detective with the State Police Cybercrime Unit.
What is the State Police Cybercrime Unit?
So the Cybercrime Unit, we were established in 2018, and we basically deal with a lot of digital forensics, video downloads, computer analysis, phone downloads. We also do business email compromise and other cyber related.
Oh wow, she's from the homeland. Oh, I just thought she had a really obnoxious New England accent. No, sweetheart's from Poland, it sounds like. Or I don't know, somewhere over there. So
Investigations.
Could you briefly explain to the jury some of your training and experience as a Connecticut State Trooper, please?
So I started with the State Police in 2014. Prior to the State Police, I worked 12 years as a computer consultant. And when the Cybercrime Unit was established in 2018, I was selected as one of the investigators in the unit due to my computer knowledge and background.
Were you in that unit in June of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Drawing your attention to that June of 2019, did you have occasion to respond to 77 Mountain Spring Road in Farmington?
Yes, I did.
What type of property is 77 Mountain Spring Road?
It's a residential, it's a house.
Why did you respond there?
The Leicester District Major Crimes Unit was conducting an investigation, and they required our assistance as a cybercrime unit to download video footage from that residence.
Did you meet with the homeowners there?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review their surveillance equipment?
Yes, standard. When we go and download videos, the first thing that we
probably-
do is basically we look at the unit to see.
she probably would break all of us. She's like, I must break you. It's spiritually and physically. I'm sure she would break all of us. I'm gonna drop that blade. I dropped an X-Acto blade and I didn't want to pick it up because I don't want to cut myself.
Who is the manufacturer, how it functions, and we take notes of it.
Was there a particular camera or angle that you were interested in?
Yes, we were requested to download the footage that was facing
From
the
my time
residence
on the East
driveway, and it was also
team,
facing the road, Mountain Spring Road.
When you went to the property of 77 Mountain Spring Road, did they have a camera angle that covered the road?
Yes, they did.
Were you able to view that on their camera system?
Yes, we were.
Was there a specific
I thought
time
that.
or, well, withdraw that. Was there a specific day you were requested to download?
Yes, we were asked to download
I know,
from
I know, but
May 19th, May 19th through May 26th of 2019.
I'm sorry, was that May
I
19th
read it.
until when?
May 26th.
Okay.
That's in real time.
That's the real time. You mentioned real time. What time was displayed on the camera system? Was it accurate?
No, the camera system was actually 1 day and 10 minutes ahead of the real time.
How did you determine that?
What we do usually is we have a department issued cellular phone and we compare the time on the phone that's given by the provider to the actual date on the camera system.
Let me ask you this. When you were there at 77 Mountain Spring Road and you were downloading the video, were you able to actually look at the camera system as it is being utilized in real time at that moment?
And that is correct. So most camera systems do show a date and a timestamp on the screen. There's a monitor attached. The camera system almost looks like a video recorder system with a monitor attached. And the monitor usually shows us the different cameras that are connected to the system. And it shows a date and a time of the system and the footage being recorded.
Now, with respect to two specific days, I know you said you downloaded did you download that whole week?
That is correct, we did.
Okay. Specifically with May 23rd, 2019, with the time difference, what would that show up on the camera system as?
May 23rd would show May 24th and then an added 10 minutes to the time.
And by time system, is that conveyed on the actual video screen?
Yes.
And May 24th, what time would that show on the actual screen?
If it's May 24th in real time, then it would be May 25th plus added 10 minutes to an actual time.
Now, after you saw that and confirmed the time, did you download that video?
That is correct. So we grabbed video footage from May 20th through May 27th, which was the DVR's time.
How long did it take you to download that video?
It took us several hours. We started probably around like 5:30 in the afternoon, and it took us, I don't think we got out before like midnight.
And that was at the residence?
Yes.
guys, we're playing at one
Now,
point.
what did you do?
Guys, we're playing at 1.25 speed, but she's from Poland. It sounds like. I mean, she's gonna be firing off English like a machine gun anyway. So I'll slow it down for a second so you can see the difference.
After you obtained the video?
After the video was obtained, I took the footage to the cybercrime unit, which is over at State Police Headquarters in Middletown. And I secured it we have a secure storage location, and that's why I locked it in.
Okay. Did you save a copy as well?
Yes, I did.
So there's her normal speed now, 25% faster.
With respect to States 81, I believe there's no objection? Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Just briefly, if I can.
Has state 81 been offered?
I believe yes, Your Honor, I would offer it. I believe there's no objection if it can be moved into full exhibit at this time.
Tina, she's somewhere in Eastern
States 81
Europe,
admitted
likely
it.
Poland, given
Thank
her
you.
name. Poland, maybe Hungary.
Just if you could take a look at the screen, either in front of you or behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's correct. So that's depicting that the video footage from Channel 4, which was the actual the driveway was named as Channel 4 on the system. The 2019 0524 is actually the month and the date. 0800 or 0800 is the actual time.
Okay. And with respect to the dates and times reflected on States 81, what does it start with again?
So it starts at 2019, May 24th at midnight.
And that if it is a day and 10 minutes ahead of time, what is that in real time?
That's in real time. If that's the DVR time, that should be May 23rd, 10 minutes ahead, 23:50.
And what does it go to?
It goes all the way until May 25th at 2300 hours, which is 11 p.m.
Okay. And real time, that would be?
That would be May 24th, May 24th at 10:50 p.m.
And the player on the bottom, what is this?
So each video recording system, or some of them, they come with their own player, which is the most efficient way, the most clearest way to actually look at the video. So when we are saving the video footage from a DVR, we actually save the player program with it at the same time.
So Exhibit 81, it contains essentially 2 days worth of the 7 days that you downloaded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, well, I will leave it at that. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
No one stand at their podium, excuse me. That's theirs. So that I want to be clear, you actually have downloaded on that disk an entire week's worth of video, is that right?
That is correct.
And unlike some video, this is not a motion activated video, was it?
This was a motion activated video.
This was motion activated? Oh, so it only went on when it caught vehicles or movement in the vision?
That is correct.
That is within the camera?
Yes.
Okay. You said that the time embedded in it was off by a day and 10 minutes, correct?
That is correct.
And you've explained that, so I'm not going to have you do the math again. But each clip that's on that exhibit is how long, on Exhibit 81?
I would have to look at the clip again in order to, I don't remember how long the clips were.
All right, but however many there are, each one is a clip until it turned on, until it turned off again, correct?
So sometimes it's the system itself that will determine. So we just give it the time frame that we would like to download the clips in between. And depending on the system, on the DVR system, it will actually cut up the video footage into chunks on its own. So we don't really have a control over that. We were not downloading it. I believe it may have been an hour increments. That's what the system did it on its own.
Oh, that was going to be my next question. So each of those files that we just saw up on the screen is approximately 1 hour or some less?
I believe it's approximately 1 hour, but the DVR system determines that.
Okay, all right. And you said that just to download it took about 5 or more hours.
Probably, yes. Yeah, it's about.
And the person who showed you the video system, the name of the people was Manafort, correct?
That is correct.
Those
I
are the-
believe we met with Mrs. Manafort.
Mrs.
That-
Manafort.
Yes,
The owner, she was one of the owners of 77 Mountain Spring Road, right?
yes.
And does the system, do you need to use the proprietary player in order to play those clips?
That's the best way of doing it in order to get the best reliable video footage so it doesn't skip, the image is not distorted, so we get the best quality.
So if the date in the video says May 25, we should really be thinking it's a day earlier, May 24.
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zensky, you can step down.
Thank you, Anna.
So, yeah, that was more of just another, hey, we did something witness
Would that conclude the
to
state's
establish some chain of custody.
witnesses for today?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude today's session. Tomorrow, do we begin with Sergeant Butte?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we will begin the session at 10 o'clock. The state will continue its presentation, calling Sergeant Butte. He does not discuss the case or view any media, read any media about the case. Have a good evening.
Okay, guys. Well, Ashley, so it wasn't boring. It wasn't pointless. This was just like the DNA stuff. You have to lay chain of custody. You have to lay foundation for. Apparently, they're going to go through some security camera footage we haven't seen yet. There's more that's going to come up. So now they need to show, well, we got it. Well, that detective tomorrow didn't get it. They have special computer people who went and got it. So that's why they're having her do that. And she's like, well, I'm the one who retrieved it. I downloaded it. Here's what I did. So it's pointless in that regard, but it's just like the DNA lady. It's all about setting the stage for later for other people to come in and talk about it. You know, that was super, super quick. Hella's saying, anything been proven yet? Well, I mean, it's looking less and less likely that Michelle did this, that she's just a dumbass. So. Hold on, guys. Oh, God, that was a scary little. We had a 3D printer technical fault. Oh, that was scary. Damn. All right. Make your butthole pucker just a little bit. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Actually, I'm not sorry. Ooh, hot plate. All right, now we're ready. Now we're ready. Oh, it got tangled up when it was printing out part of it yesterday, and then it got, like, bound up. So, it's all set. No, something's wrong with the printer, not Clyde. So, the dildo was jammed up in the printer. Yeah, kind of. So, I print a big penis. I don't. Why would I print something I already got? So, all right, guys. So we're gonna just move right into day 13 here for Michelle Troconis. All right, here we go.
Are there any matters we have?
I did some additional research last night. It's regarding some of the matters that were raised yesterday, primarily on redirect. And in checking the case law before, and as I said, this came up late in the day yesterday, and I certainly didn't want to raise this in front of the jury. The state was permitted to ask Mr. or Officer Kimball questions about what he thought was odd or strange about the defendant's answers or things she wrote or didn't write. He was also allowed to opine about what he believes he saw in the truck and his opinion on what that meant when the truck turned down. Maybe it was Green, maybe it was Milford Street, I don't recall. I wanted to check on the law. Those are the kind of things that go directly to the province of the jury. It goes directly to allowing a witness to testify as to their opinion by a police officer, not an expert, but still as a trained investigator as to what he believes the evidence showed, and more concerning to me, what he believed about my client. So by saying things which he said were strange or odd, that is the same as opining about his opinion about her truthfulness and credibility. And I note, Your Honor, I looked up some cases. State versus Rivera at 169 Con App, 343. More importantly, LaPointe versus Commissioner, 316 Connecticut, 225, so specifically at note 83. That's a 2015 Connecticut Supreme Court case. State versus George A, the letter A, 308 Connecticut, 274. My concern, Your Honor, is at the beginning of this case, before evidence started, I filed 2 motions in limine. One specifically dealt with law enforcement opinion regarding the credibility or truthfulness of the defendant. The other one, filed the same day, was a motion in limine to preclude testimony that contains or references speculative statements, theories, or opinions of law enforcement. Based on Practice Book Section 42-15, I raised these issues because I was aware, because I had this case for years. I've reviewed everything. There was a danger that this type of prejudicial evidence and interference with, because police have made these speculative statements in reports and in opinions. If Your Honor ever read the arrest warrant, half of it is their theory or opinion that is not based on fact. It's based on their own, I would submit, strained references and speculation. But what makes this particularly concerning to me, Your Honor, is that I had asked that these matters be at least addressed at the beginning. Your Honor, I think, used the metaphor about you were going to slow pitch this, if I remember, regarding some of these issues and wait till they came up during the trial. Well, at least these motions put the state on notice that these were issues I was concerned about, and I would have thought it would have behooved the state to then say there are a couple of matters at this point we are going to get into these issues, and we need a ruling on whether they're coming in or not. The court has suggested somehow that cross-examination will take care of these issues. I submit that that's impossible once the bell is rung, and it's impossible to unring the bell on these matters that are prejudicial. And I suggest that because they go to issues that the jury must decide, they directly impact the defendant's constitutional right to fair trial, to a jury deciding the facts of the case rather than police officers, and more importantly, to due process and the right to prepare a defense. Since we anticipated these matters at the beginning and the court did not rule, and I will note that there's another matter that's going to come up today on the same issue that I'm assuming a number of police officers are going to give their opinion about a red truck that passes in 1 or 2 seconds on one or more highways, and they're going to say, yeah, that's the Tacoma, that's the same vehicle, whatever. I'm assuming that's what's happening today, and that's why it's important to raise this now. I understand that I also objected to these matters on the record, incited opinion, improper opinion. The jury can decide this, what they heard for themselves, etc. I was overruled on those issues. And we did express concern, and it's impossible, I think, once the jury hears this, to be able to unring that bell. It was unduly prejudicial to allow this witness, and again, it was on redirect, and to be subject to leading questions for that whole, isn't it a fact that, isn't it a fact that, this was strange, did you find this odd, etc., etc. And then I was precluded from bringing up other things that Your Honor thought, that didn't open the door that wide, etc., etc. I'm just doing this for the record, obviously, because I didn't have a chance to do this while the jury was in the room. I would note, Your Honor, that although these cases, there are cases that say that when I talk about general behavior, how people generally react when they're being questioned, that there's basically, which I will note, I at no point asked Mr. Kimball, Officer Kimball, whether he thought that Michelle Troconis' body language suggests anything. I talk in general, people who are educated, uneducated, people have experience of how they react in general. And that was the reason that Mr. McGinnis used for being able to ask specific things about Ms. Troconis, not about what people do in general. And so I submit that it not only invaded the province of the jury, but went directly to an opinion about my client's truthfulness, her credibility, that what she said was strange to him. It went to her behavior, not in general to what people do in general. It violated all the law. It also, I note, Your Honor, if I could just for a moment note, there's even a section in Judge Prescott's book, section 7.10.4, that talks about the impropriety of witnesses, talking about the credibility of other witnesses, other people, but I'd submit that it goes directly to the right to a fair trial when it's credibility questions and suggestions about the defendant herself. I also, at this point, Your Honor, wanted to address an issue.
Okay, so he's making these allegations that apparently, I think he's going to ask for a mistrial. We already know this is going to go. This is just protecting the record. I'll give the guy credit, though, doing all this research about it, not just sitting at home and stewing.
And I'll just note there are 2 other cases that I wanted to bring to the court's attention. State versus Leniart, 198 Connecticut Appellate 591. It's a 2020 decision. It's well established that the federal Constitution requires that criminal defendants be afforded a meaningful opportunity to present a complete defense, and the right to offer the testimony of witnesses, to compel their attendance if necessary, and in plain terms, the right to present a defense and the defendant's version of the facts, as well as the prosecution's to the jury, so that it may decide where the truth lies. So when yesterday the court said that the issue of Dr. Herman's report is collateral, I submit, and this is going to come up, much of our defense is about what Ms. Troconis was told, not just by Fotis Dulos, but by lawyers, by others, that she was listening in, overhearing, and being told directly by the divorce lawyer, by the guardian ad litem, the attorney for the children, about that. Now, there was a suggestion that anything about Dr. Herman's report is, quote, hearsay, unquote. I want to state now for the record, we are not offering it for the truth. Anything that Dr. Herman concluded about Jennifer Dulos' mental health, whether she had any of those diagnoses that he attributes to what other people and other doctors told him, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. It doesn't even matter whether it's wrong. So far, the state has suggested, I would submit weakly, but still suggested that the motive here was the ongoing child custody fight going on in divorce as a motive for Fotis Dulos to murder his wife. But if your honor will know, all of these charges that are against Ms. Troconis here are specific intent crimes. They all require her to have the intent, including conspiracy, to commit the act that Mr. Dulos himself would have been prosecuted for if he had survived. So I note, Your Honor, that if the state's suggestion here, I want this to be very clear for the record, that the ongoing divorce somehow created a motive for either Mr. Dulos or my client to do away or cause harm to Mr. Dulos' wife, we are able to not only rebut that with some evidence, but to demonstrate there was no motive because he was winning that battle, and everyone, including the lawyers, told not only him but her that he was going to get what he wanted in the court proceedings. He was going to get custody, or at least joint custody, of those children. So for the court to say we're not going to get into the Dr. Herman report at all, that is the defense. So that would be the direct deprivation of the right.
Well, the court is going to interrupt at this point,
Yes.
Attorney Schoenhorn. There is no need, and this is where the court hears the argument, to try to pull off of the page Dr. Herman's report. What Fotis Dulos told Michelle Troconis is not the same as pulling the words off of the report. The court understood yesterday that, this is what the court's understanding was, there was an attempt through Detective Kimball, because he was asked if he received a copy of the report, for him to testify about what the report stated. That's not going to be allowed. What Fotis Dulos told Michelle Troconis about the report appears to be admissible. The report itself will not be admitted.
And I will note, Your Honor, that I understand that. The trouble, if it's limited to that, is the fact that we have ourselves established, as has the state, that Mr. Dulos was not necessarily the most credible individual in terms of his day-to-day life. He had secrets, he did lie, he prevaricated, he did all sorts of stuff. So the purpose of it, there's portions of that. Now we could debate whether there are portions of this report that shouldn't go in, that maybe it's just the conclusions that should come in, redacted. Again, my purpose here is not to disparage anyone in the Farber family, including Jennifer Dulos, because that does nothing for Mr. Troconis. That's only, we hear about it because that's what she was told, but it's not just Mr. Dulos who told her those things. That's my concern. And again, because conspiracy is a specific intent crime, we need to be able to rebut this idea that she would be part of a motive to do away or part of a conspiracy. She would intend to kill Miss Farber Dulos because of this ongoing divorce, when all the evidence just in those 2 weeks before the disappearance would suggest the opposite. So I just want the court to be aware about that. But my bigger concern, Your Honor, is allowing police officers, I'm previewing, right, what's coming up, so that the court is aware of those issues. But my concern is by allowing Mr. Officer Kimball to testify as to basically his opinion about whether my client's answers were odd or strange, that went to her credibility. I don't know how to fix that. The court could either instruct the jury that they're to disregard his opinions and that they're the sole judge of the credibility or the purpose or statements of the witness, or enforce to move for, again, for mistrial.
Well, that's denied, and the court is simply going to address your major concern concerning the opinion of police officers. The code does not prohibit opinion by lay witnesses. The code states that a lay witness may not testify in the form of an opinion unless it is rationally based, that is, the opinion is rationally based upon the perception of that witness and is helpful to clarifying that witness's testimony. But that's just the opening for the next observation. The jury has seen about 6 hours of interview between the state police and your client. It is reasonable to conclude that the major theme of the interviews, well, there are two major themes. One is that you're not telling us all that you could. Two, you're not being honest. Those are the major themes of the interview. So to suggest that
Oh shit! It's not a.
the
Oh
officer's
fuck! I
opinion
thought I said
about
rumble up. My
credibility
bad.
should not be admitted, that's like saying the caboose is
Sorry,
pulling the
rumble's starting
engine.
now.
All 6 hours.
My bad. Rumble's up. Rumble's
were
up.
based and events the theme. You're not being honest, and you're not telling us what you could. So the court finds that argument unconvincing.
Could I just
Judge,
respond to that, Your Honor?
Well, may I be heard also briefly?
Yeah. McGinnis.
Judge, I agree with the court's ruling. Firstly, I did just want to note, though, a couple.
Of course you do, you fucking worm. No, the judge's ruling is correct. It's the correct ruling there. You may not like that, but that's the correct ruling.
Things for the record, that the defense seems to be objecting a lot, and the objections seem to be let us do it, but not the state. And let me just give you a couple of examples. The defense has taken umbrage with some of the redirect testimony, but the cross-examination was illuminating on these issues as well. I believe that there was cross-examination on Friday where Attorney Schoenhorn specifically asked Detective Kimball. So with respect to, I'm paraphrasing, okay, because I don't have the entire record in front of me. With respect to the weather report, she was being truthful with you then, or words to that effect. And Detective Kimball said, yes. He also asked Detective Kimball yesterday whether or not she was being, quote, helpful. And Detective Kimball, I believe, answered yes. So he's asking Detective Kimball to opine on the defendant's honesty. He's asking Detective Kimball to opine on whether or not the defendant's being helpful. We believe the evidence is going to show that she was being deceptive and not helpful, and we're going to get there. But the idea that the defense is going to be able to ask these questions and then preclude the state from going into some of these issues on redirect examination, I'll just also note that I never asked Detective Kimball whether or not he believed the defendant was being deceptive, unlike the defense that asked whether or not she was being truthful. I simply asked whether or not he found it odd or strange as part of the investigation, the remark, in his opinion, which he can certainly testify to. The counsel also misstates the record when he indicates that I asked specific questions about the defendant's demeanor. I did not do so. He asked a bunch of questions about, isn't it true that someone who's educated could be nervous? He asked, isn't it true that someone who's educated who doesn't have experience with the police might be nervous, things of that nature. And then I simply asked other general questions about Detective Kimball's experience with investigations. I did not ask him to opine on whether or not this defendant was being truthful or untruthful. So I think the record obviously speaks for itself, but you know, this seems to be a little bit of a pattern with the defense, Your Honor, that I'm seeing, which is they want to do certain things, but then preclude the state from doing similar things. And I think that their latest motion today, which I think we're about to take up with respect to the identification of the truck, is another prime example of that. You know, Attorney Schoenhorn on Friday asked Detective Kimball, what do you see in the video? Well, it appears to be raining. Isn't it raining hard, Detective? So all those objections about the video speaks for itself. We don't need witnesses to testify as to what a video sees. Apparently those objections were only if the state was attempting to present that type of evidence, because the defense certainly didn't have any issues going into it themselves. But we'll take up that issue in just a moment. But I did just want to note, Judge, that these arguments from the defense are incredibly inconsistent, and it seems to be let us do it, but not the state. And of course, the court has to administer its rulings even-handedly here. So I just want to note that for the record.
Attorney Schoenhorn.
I'll have to go back and look at my notes. I don't believe at any point I asked the detective to opine on my client's truthfulness. I asked whether certain things were confirmed by them, that they checked out certain things or didn't check certain things out. That's a little bit different than asking the witness to opine that my client was being truthful. The fact in the video says, I will go out, I'll do this, I'll dig holes, I'll take you through the woods, is actually words from the video. it is not the same as saying, wasn't she being helpful to you, which is Mr. McGinnis's word. That's certainly something I could argue at the end to the jury as an inference that can be drawn, but I did not ask this witness or any other witness to opine on my client's credibility, earnestness, or anything of that nature. So that's where I disagree with the way Mr. McGinnis has characterized how that testimony came out. I mean, I had an outline, and so, if that came out, if I said something like that, I'll try and get the transcript and see if that's the case. That's not my recollection as to how that cross-examination went. But my bigger concern is the idea that the state can simply then ask the witness to opine. And I'll note, for example, the issue with the truck, or the weather rather. I didn't ask Mr. Kimball, whether or not Mrs. Troconis was telling the truth when there was a thunderstorm. A witness can certainly say, just show up what is on this video. In the general statement, I see there's a certain road and I see a truck.
This is
that if you look at the court, looks at my motion and eliminate, it's for any.
This is trial advocacy here, folks. This is motion practice. This guy is, I don't know anything about him, but I assume he's a very good attorney. He seems very competent. But this is motion practice. This is trial advocacy here. This is the good stuff. You guys might think it's boring, but I'm actually intrigued.
Anyone to identify it as a specific truck or even a specific make, because it's impossible to do so in those videos. So suggest that any random red truck in the minute or 5-minute court period that they're going to be playing is a particular truck, that directly invades the province of the jury. So again, Mr. McGinnis does mischaracterize what my motion, that's the so-called opinions of an unidentified red truck, actually says. And I'm not saying they can't say this is the Merritt Parkway, this is Route 15, this is Route 8, this is I-95 or whatever. What I'm saying, they go beyond that, say, yes, there's a particular vehicle. This came up a bit with the Chevy Suburban from Jennifer Dulos, based on, well, there was a white square on the side. This is different. This is different because this is a truck whizzing by. You can't even tell what brand. There's a couple of places you can, but in most of them, you can't. They are trying to fit snippets of irrelevant evidence and video into a narrative that doesn't have a proper foundation.
Well, before you proceed with that point, the court would like to address what it sees as the astuteness of this jury. Of course, the jury is not obligated to believe anything any witness says.
That's correct.
So if one witness describes something, the court believes based on
the jury can
jurors
leave
that
some of
were
it, all of it,
selected,
or none of it.
the questions that were posed to the jury during voir dire, that this jury would be able to say, and each individual juror would be able to say to himself or herself, I didn't see that. How can he tell? So for the court to preclude opinion testimony about, and the court has not seen this video of the truck, would assume that the court has to protect the jury from itself, that they can't come to a conclusion that
I'm going to come, baby.
whatever
You
the
have no
officer
idea.
saw, they didn't see. That they can't come to the conclusion that
Also,
the
Ella, if
officer
you're here,
is
there is
embellishing his testimony because
invite
it is
for you.
impossible to determine from that video those features of that vehicle. The court would have to assume that based on the motion, it has to
Thank you,
protect the
first,
jury
last.
from the testimony of the witness. The court is not inclined to do that. The court is satisfied that the jury that was selected is astute enough to abide by the instruction that they do not have to believe anything of any witness.
Saying I don't think they're
agree with what Your
retards.
Honor said. I just believe that some of this stuff, and especially in a long trial, I had to put it on the record. I'm asking the court as the gatekeeper to keep out stuff that they shouldn't even have to, whether they reject it or not based on what they see. It's like having the seventh juror opine as to what they see in any particular video, rather than what they saw from their own eyes. I've used this before. I've just made this up, but I've watched the Zapruder film of the assassination of John F. Kennedy, but I couldn't opine in front of a jury that I know there were two shots fired at President Kennedy, one based on what I see. I'm just using that as an analogy on why I shouldn't be allowed to give that view if I was a witness in a
Apparently
case
they want to
about
look at you, so here you go.
the assassination of the president. That's my
Show feet, I guess.
Just two quick things, Judge.
Okay.
One is that I believe the question on Friday was, as far as you know, she was being
I know if
truthful
you heard me, I
about
said
the
they
letter,
probably want to see your
some
feet or
words to that
something.
effect. So he
They
did
wanna see
directly
what?
ask Detective Kimball
Probably wanna
to
see your
opine on
feet.
her veracity with respect to that issue. Number
No.
two, I've checked with my colleagues. They did indicate that the word helpful was used yesterday during cross-examination. That's my recollection as well, but of course the record speaks for itself. So I did just want to note those two things. The state is intending, Your Honor, simply to ask witnesses whether or not the vehicle is consistent with a 2001 or with a red Toyota Tacoma. So we're not actually going to be asking witnesses to identify it as the Toyota Tacoma. So hopefully that alleviates counsel's concerns, because we have no intention at this point of going into, is this
No,
for
Fotis,
sure
and that's your
the Toyota
JFK.
Tacoma? I'll note that we're going to have very strong circumstantial and direct evidence that it is, that we're going to argue to the jury at the appropriate time. But as far as the video surveillance is concerned, no witness is going to be asked, is that Pavel Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma? No one's going to be asked that question. So simply that it's consistent with the Toyota Tacoma.
I don't know why they can't. I don't know why they don't have that
Just
finality
with
to
respect
say
to the
that.
motions eliminated that have been filed, Your Honor, I think the court has noted this already, because
That's
counsel has
aware.
once again suggested that the state is ignoring these motions. They have not identified any actual evidence in these motions that the state, or the court for that matter, could possibly be on notice of. They moved to exclude any speculative opinions of law enforcement without giving any guidance as to what they're moving to preclude. He references the arrest warrant. Well, if there's speculative things in the arrest warrant that he believes should not be admitted in front of the jury, then he should refile a motion and identify the specific things that he's moving to preclude. But to suggest that the state or the court, for that matter, is on notice of what he's moving to preclude, I think is a bit of a stretch, given what, number one, the court has already said about these motions, and number two, the actual face of the motion itself.
Thank you. The court ruled yesterday on certain objections concerning matters that were not evident from the interviews that were shown to the jury. The court allowed two questions, it believes, concerning whether Detective Kimball thought something was strange. The court did not allow a third question concerning whether Detective Kimball thought something was strange, because it appeared at that point that, as the court used this term, the detective was being goaded into saying something that he probably did not think at the time of the interview. The court is attentive to the testimony, and the court is attentive to the questions. However, in any trial where there is a video and audio recording of a statement,
How are you doing
by a
today, Hella?
defendant,
I'm pretty good. How about you?
if
Good.
there
I'm
are
sorry. I'm just
continued
listening to this because this is like
probes
pretty good
by
stuff
the
here.
interviewers, the
That's cool.
police, the basic question is, for what reason do you continue to ask these questions? And the answer is going to be, because we believe that the defendant is not giving us the whole story, or the defendant is not being honest.
yes.
So to allow the jury to see 6 hours of interview so far, and then to indicate that there is an unfair prejudice in hearing opinions by police officers concerning the credibility of the defendant, doesn't make sense. The whole video is about the credibility of the defendant. It was indicated yesterday that, and the jury saw a clip where the defendant and the defendant's lawyer at the time were out of the conference room, and the officers were talking, and essentially, some of that discussion was, he's not telling the whole truth.
Yeah.
Now, the court would like to remind itself, who wanted to play that? Which side wanted to play that clip?
I'm assuming defense if he's asking that question. If he's being angry. Oh, yeah. Judge is a little perturbed.
Perturbed.
I'm not sure how to specifically answer that question. We were talking about the clip of her wiping her hand. We did not indicate that to.
We're talking about the clip where, second interview, attorney was out of the room, defendant was out of the room, all of the officers were talking. Who offered that clip?
Well, yesterday I offered it. and then I asked questions that I had indicated what Mrs.
Like crack
Troconis
up
had
on a
actually
ass.
had said. We hear Mr. Colangelo say she doesn't know. Maybe she doesn't know anything. And then you have all three of the four officers in that room saying she said she picked up the gun. So I certainly did not say that they were lying to Mr. Colangelo, but I certainly suggested that they told him something that wasn't in her interview with the officer. So yes,
Well,
I played that, but I didn't say, in your opinion, was that a lie?
The most vociferous subject in that clip was Detective Clapp, who stated in the clip, how can it be
What was that word?
that certain
Vociferous?
events were left out of the
What
timeline?
was that?
That was
I
off the
didn't
budget.
even know that word.
We're talking about the
Oh.
timeline, Your Honor?
Well,
Oh, right.
oh,
I misunderstood your question.
so to
it's vehement.
Request the
It's like
court
it's an antonym
to
for vehement.
preclude testimony,
If you're vociferous in your
opinion
testimony,
testimony about credibility
or you're protesting is
Could you-
vociferous.
in all of its forms
Could you, oh, vociferous.
While
Totally.
offering-
Oh, totally.
as
Hold on,
evidence,
here, I'll spell
a
it for
clip in which court believes it was either
Great
Detective
word.
Clabby or Ventresca not complained, but vociferously challenged the credibility of the timeline.
Challenged.
Yeah.
I need to include that in my daily.
Is essentially, in this court, view the
Vocabulary.
defendant's argument working against itself.
I don't know about
Everybody's been the
that.
jury out.
Judge, I did just want to take up one additional preliminary matter. The next witness is Sergeant Buton, Your Honor. And just as a brief offer of proof, he's going to be testifying in part about the events after he had seized the license plates. You'll recall he was here approximately a week and a half ago and testified regarding the seizure of the license plates. And the sequence of events, Your Honor, was that he went to 4 Jefferson Crossing, essentially, and you'll recall from the suppression hearing also, but he went to 4 Jefferson Crossing essentially to seize the home and also to ensure that certain body search warrants were executed on Mr. Dulos and Ms. Troconis. The court has previously indicated that it did not wish for the state or did not think that the state should be eliciting evidence of the search warrants. So I guess I'm just looking for some guidance because that was literally his purpose in going there that day. And my concern, Your Honor, is that if the jury doesn't at least hear that there was some authorization for what they did, they're going to be left with the impression that either, number one, Mr. Dulos and Ms. Troconis were either cooperative, in other words, that they weren't there pursuant to a court order, or two, that the state police just brought them up there without any authorization whatsoever, and so on.
So what the court is concerned about is another argument about probable cause not being in the search warrant.
Yeah, well,
So the court was concerned that once the search warrant was mentioned, there'd be cross-examination about essentially how the actual search warrant lacked probable cause. That's what the court wants to avoid.
I understand. My view, Judge, is that any cross-examination regarding the validity of probable cause in the search warrant is irrelevant to the jury. They're not here to make a legal determination as to whether or not there was probable cause contained within the affidavit itself. That issue has already been decided by the court, and so I don't think it opens the door at all. I'm not getting into the contents. I'm simply explaining why they went there.
Well, if the testimony is essentially, we went there to execute a search warrant, the court sees no problem with that. The court just wanted to avoid another litigating again probable cause.
I understand, Judge.
Are we ready for the jury?
I want some clarification because I don't know if the fact, there's already been testimony that they went to search the house that day pursuant to a search warrant. He's going to now get into the search warrant for my client for her DNA and whatnot. That was based on some falsehoods that were in the warrant. So if he's allowed to, I don't see how it's relevant. They were there pursuant to a search warrant. Beyond that, I had no intention of getting in with Officer Detective Buton into anything else, but just to say that the jury needs to know that some judge had authorized each of these things. That, I don't know how that doesn't open the door to some inquiry on those subjects. So
yeah, that doesn't.
it's already been established that they were there on that Friday pursuant to a search warrant. If that's all he's going to say, I'm not going to object. Because beyond
What are
that,
you calling some judge?
Well, the court does not believe that the testimony is going to go beyond that. That's
It's
what the
fucking going
representation
to,
of
though.
Attorney McGinnis is.
They're gonna fuck it up, and it's
The
probably
fact
gonna
that-
happen.
Perhaps counsel believes that the jury understands more about search warrants than they do. How would the jury know a judge has to sign a search warrant? How would a jury know that? They wouldn't know it. All they know is that there's a search warrant and there was a search. So the court understands that the testimony is not going to go much further than what Attorney McGinnis represented.
Just to make a full perfected offer of proof here, Judge, I anticipate that Sergeant Butin is going to testify that they went to the house to secure it pursuant to a search warrant, that the Dulos residents, specifically Mr. Dulos, the defendant, mom and daughter, were allowed in to retrieve some personal belongings, and the defendant and Mr. Dulos were brought to True Bell pursuant to a search warrant for other evidence. That's going to be the gravamen of the offer of proof. I'm not going to be going into the content of the search warrants or anything like that.
My concern, if it goes that far, is some people are going to know a judge found probable cause. Partially was based on the false representation that Ms. Troconis was not cooperative with. Detective Butin knew she had a lawyer.
So, Judge, he keeps saying false representation. Judge White specifically found that that was not a falsehood in his written memorandum of decision on the defendant's Frank's motion to dismiss. And I believe this court may have done the same, if I'm not mistaken. And so, Attorney Schoenhorn keeps saying it's a falsehood, and that has been litigated, I believe, twice already and denied. The only misstatement of fact in either search warrant was the 30 stops, which has already been examined.
I will note that even if the court ruled, that doesn't prevent the jury from making its own determination of credibility. There's many cases about that. The one that comes to my mind is a case from the early 2000s. I think it's In Re. There are two. There's In Re Adalberto S. And I believe there's a case called Stay versus. I can't remember the second case. It happened to be one of my cases from so many years ago. I just don't remember right now the name of it. That said, just because a judge rules that there was probable cause does not mean that the same issues about falsehoods and whatnot could not be presented to a jury or.
This is some this is in the weeds stuff, and I'm surprised the judge is letting them. He's letting him keep going too. He hasn't shut him up yet, which I am surprised at, because it's clear he's made his ruling. He's made up his mind. And just to keep going on like this is a little weird to me. So
Maybe he finds it amusing.
Maybe.
A fact finder making the final determination at trial. So if he's going to get into the specifics, I'm just indicating that I should be allowed then to question whether or not misrepresentations, at least maybe they're not falsehoods, misrepresentations were made just to get those warrants. He's one of the witnesses who knows that. That's why if we're not going further than saying they were there pursuant to a search warrant, I'm not going to object, but he wants to go further.
The court is not going to have testimony come in that rides the wave of a Frank's hearing. There's not going to be testimony about the lack of probable cause. The court is not going to allow it. That's relitigating matters that have already been litigated. So to ask a witness, isn't it true that you included such and such a statement in the search warrant that wasn't true? The court's not going to allow that. That's the grist for a Frank's motion, which was heard and decided.
Okay, so he just said
There's
BTFO.
one other matter. We're going to start getting into collection of
grift.
videos. The state is putting together 3 and 5 second clips of a car or a truck going by. Many of them you can't even tell, other than they're a red pickup truck, what make or anything. I'm objecting on the rule of completeness. I've watched 10-minute or 15-minute clips of these same videos, and they show multiple similar red trucks going by. I'm objecting on the rule of completeness that they can't play. They think this is one based on their timing for a 3-second clip, and that's the jury should conclude that that must be the same vehicle. So I'm going to object that they're playing these little tiny clips when they should at least be playing 10-minute clips to show how many trucks are going by. And it's misleading to allow it to be played like this.
Well, in that vein, the court believes that cross-examination can address the concerns of the defense. It's clear that some of the jurors drive down the Merritt Parkway every day. And so it's not a matter of them having no experience with a traffic pattern or seeing vehicles on the road.
What is it?
So the court is going to indicate that the credibility or the probativeness, the court should say, of that clip may not land on the jury. And counsel has, through cross-examination, the opportunity to bring that out.
Judge, can I just have maybe a couple of minutes with Detective or Sergeant Newton outside? We don't have to take a break necessarily, but I told him that I wanted to bring up the search warrant issue. I just want to let him know what he's allowed to testify to. And I do have a disc that I'm going to be introducing through him. I believe these exhibits have already been admitted, but this is a disc specific to him. So I'm just going to give a copy to the defense counsel. There's a map, overhead map, and one.
Well, let's just go. Come on, let's move on, guys.
So if I could just have a moment.
How do you know they drive, Judge? He doesn't hate the defense. It's just he's only going to do so much. And yeah, these issues have already been litigated in a Frank's hearing. There's only so much you can do about it. That's part of what this judge was getting at. Like, we've already done some of this, so and are we supposed to? I think that's going to have to get. He probably has means he can attack that when it gets to that point. But overall, I don't think he's been too bad to the defense. So,
From what I've seen, no.
no.
He seems to have been one of the better judges, generally.
Yes.
He's
So,
quite
here-
tolerable.
Yes, very true. So, I'm sorry, I was looking for. You see the fringes in Admiralty Court? No. Sorry, I was trying to get something else here. So here we go. We're going to keep moving.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll return in just a moment.
Thank you.
Hello, Ronnie. Oh, we got to open up closed captions. Hold on. Oh, no captions today.
Oh. Right on line? Yeah.
What's that? Here we
All
go.
line red.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Sergeant Newton, good morning.
Good morning.
So where we left off, you had
So
discovered.
they called a bunch of detectives early to kind of lay out foundational things of what they found. And now we're back to where these detectives found it, but now it's part of confronting her and doing their investigation. So, yeah, and I'm also going to need to step away for 1 second.
License plates at Hartford. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
What date did you discover?
Oh, Hella, do you know what this part's about?
No, please go. Tell us.
Okay, so Michelle Troconis and Fotis Dulos. Fotis is accused of killing his wife Jennifer,
Yes.
and she's accused of helping hide the body and throw it away,
Yes.
throw away evidence. So at some point, she's accused of handling an envelope and throwing it down the storm drain, and inside that envelope is a couple of old license plates Fotis had where he had doctored them to read differently. So
Okay.
they have those, and he's going to talk about that now with her.
Oh, they found those.
Yeah, they found them because they had cameras all over the city watching them go dump stuff, and they pulled the trash bags. They found like bloody clothes. They found blood everywhere. But yeah, no prints.
I've seen the footage of him going and dropping stuff
Yeah.
off. I didn't know they found these license plates. That's okay. Cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of surveillance there because every business has a camera. But they, yeah. So this is it. This is his. This is public defender, and they're going to. I'm sorry, not. She's retained him. I'm sorry, I retained him. But they're going to trial on all of this now. So she's charged with conspiracy to commit murder.
Yes.
and evidence tampering and hindering prosecution. So
Right. And so who's this witness now?
he is one of the detectives. He found the license plates.
He found that. Right. Okay.
Yeah, and you know she's on camera, like kind of throwing something down the drain. So
And do we know for sure that that she knew what she was throwing and stuff like that? Like, is that
well, there's an issue of like, would you know it was there? She's like, well, I don't know. I only sorry, me speaking no English. She's from Venezuela. She's like, I speak no English. Oh, she sounds like Sofia Vergara when she talks. So
yeah, I've heard her speak.
Yeah, and the license plates that were thrown away were Fotis Dulos' old license plates. So
okay, I didn't know about the license plates. Cool. All right.
Yeah. So here we go.
Sweet.
Those license plates. That was Friday, May 31st, 2019.
I'd like to talk to you now about some of the steps that you took after you seized the license plates. Could you indicate for the jury what you did?
Yes. Sometime after seizing the license plates, I received a telephone call from Detective Sergeant Bisson informing me that some search and seizure warrants had been approved, specifically for the home at 4 Jefferson Crossing and the persons of Mr. Dulos and Ms. Troconis. And so I was instructed to head over to the area of 4 Jefferson Crossing, among other detectives, to meet there and discuss what we were going to do going forward.
You mentioned other detectives also responded. Who responded to 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Detective Fitzsimons, Trooper Dwayne Loprior was also assigned to Western District Major Crime, and Sergeant Al Bisson.
Approximately what time did you arrive at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
I don't recall the actual time, but it was sometime in the late afternoon, early evening.
When you arrived, what did you do?
We met down the road. We parked our vehicles down the road from the property. We met with Sergeant Bisson, and he informed us about the warrants, what the warrants encompassed, and that we were going to go down the street and see if they were home, seize them, and to seize the residence so that we could perform a subsequent search of the home.
How did you approach the house?
I honestly can't recall if we left our cars down the street or if we drove up after. So it would have been either by driving up to the property or on foot, but I can't recall.
Upon reaching the property of 4 Jefferson Crossing, what did you do?
We walked onto the property. One of us knocked on the door. I'm not positive who that was. There was no answer at the house.
After there was no answer, what happened next?
Sergeant Bisson attempted to contact Mr. Dulos on his cell phone, I believe several times, and Mr. Dulos did not answer Sergeant Bisson's phone call.
Were those calls made in your presence?
Yes, they were.
Since you were not able to make contact with Mr. Dulos, what were you doing?
We were standing on the property. I believe some of the guys may have been looking through the windows just to try to see if it looked like anyone was home. It didn't appear to be.
As you were standing on the property of 4 Jefferson Crossing, did you notice what appeared to be a white Jeep Cherokee driving on Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, I did.
What direction on Jefferson Crossing was it traveling?
So it came off of the main road, so it was traveling from the main road down the street toward the residence that we were at.
How fast was it traveling?
Not very fast, just kind of maybe 5-10 miles an hour.
Had you seen this particular vehicle prior to May 31st?
Yes.
Where had you seen this vehicle?
So prior to that, I can't recall the specific day, but it was sometime that week. Detective Ryan Frechette and I were on Sturbridge Hill Road in the town of New Canaan. We knew that the Ford Group owned a house that they were building and trying to sell on that road, so we were doing a canvass of the area. While we were down there, we noticed that the vehicle was parked on that property.
So were you familiar with the fact that this vehicle was owned by Ford Group?
Yes. So at the onset of this case, the supervisor and the case officer had identified multiple people who were associated with Ford Group to include vehicles, and that happened to be one of the vehicles that was registered to the Ford Group.
As the vehicle was traveling slowly, were you able to see the operator?
I was able to make out that it was a white male with a crew-style haircut.
Based on how the operator appeared to you, did you believe that it might be Mr. Dulos?
I did.
Why?
So I was informed of what Mr. Dulos looked like earlier in the week. And it was a middle-aged white male, average build and height, and specifically that he had a crew cut style haircut.
Where did the white Jeep Cherokee travel?
So it continued down the street. It didn't stop at the house. The operator wouldn't really look at us. He just kept driving down the road past the house. And at some point we lost sight of it. And shortly thereafter, it appeared to have turned around because it was now coming back toward us.
I can't remember if I asked you this, but Jefferson Crossing is not a through street. Is that correct?
No, it's a private road with that ends in a cul-de-sac.
In other words, there's one entrance, one exit.
Correct.
When you regained sight of the white Cherokee, what direction was it traveling now?
Outbound, so back toward the main road to exit the neighborhood.
As you observed the white Jeep Cherokee heading outbound, what did you do next?
Based on the fact I knew that we had a search warrant for the person of Mr. Dulos, and that vehicle was believed to be registered to his company, and the individual driving it appeared to match his description as it was known to me. I walked out into the street along with Detective Fitzsimons, and I signaled for the operator to stop his vehicle and to pull over.
Where did the operator pull over?
He stopped right in the middle of the street.
Were you now able to see the operator more clearly?
Yes, I was.
Was the operator Mr. Dulos?
No, he was not.
Did you ask the operator to identify themselves?
Yes, I did.
How did the operator identify themselves?
I can't recall if he provided a driver's license or not. I have to take a peek at my report for that. But we did identify him as Mr. Pavel Gumini, who was the project manager for the 4 group. So he was an employee of Mr. Dulos's.
And was Mr. Gumiani still in the Cherokee at this point?
Yes, he was.
Did you have a discussion with him about what he was doing?
I did.
Can you describe that discussion for the jury?
Yes. So I asked Mr. Gumini where he was coming from, and he had indicated to me that he was coming from the property down in New Canaan that they were working on. So yeah, he said he was coming back from New Canaan.
Describe Mr. Gumiani's demeanor for the jury.
He appeared to me to be very nervous.
Your destination.
I noticed that his breathing rate was elevated. He was breathing at a higher rate than you would expect someone to be, just driving in a car. I also observed the carotid artery in his neck was pulsating, indicating that his heartbeat was beating pretty.
Bullshit! You didn't is pulsating. See, that's cop bullshit right there. Yeah, the guy's not nervous because he went to his boss's house, and I'm sorry, 4 Group is the company owned by Fotis Dulos. Yeah, he's not nervous because he just saw a bunch of cops there and the cops are now stopping him. No, he's not nervous because of that. No. Cop bullshit.
Don't worry. Nothing. No, fine. Everything's fine. It's like that GIF. Everything's fine.
If he wasn't nervous, that would have been more remarkable to him. So.
Yeah.
Be fast.
Was anyone else from the state police in the immediate area as you're having this interaction with Mr. Gumiani?
Yes, Detective Fitzsimons.
Based on Mr. Gumiani's demeanor, what did you do?
I asked Mr. Gumini if he had anything illegal in the vehicle that I should be made aware of. He related to me that he did not, and then I was free to search the car if I wanted to.
At some point, was he asked to step out of the vehicle?
Yes, he was.
Why?
Based on his appearance in terms of his rapid breathing, the elevated heart rate, and the fact that he gave me consent to search the car, at that point, I was going to remove him to further investigate. So for officer safety purposes, my intent would be to pat him down to continue our dialogue further and just kind of remove him from the vehicle to ensure that he doesn't have any weapons on him or anything that could harm myself or the other detectives who were with me at the time.
As you were patting him down, what did you notice?
I noticed that his shirt was soaked in sweat.
Did you ask Mr. Gumiani about the sweat?
I did. So as I stated earlier, Mr. Gumini had indicated to me that he was coming up from the New Canaan area. Based on what I knew about the travel distance, that was at a minimum of an hour to 2 hours of drive time, depending on the traffic. And I had indicated to Mr. Gumini that I thought it's suspicious that his shirt was soaked in sweat, as it was due to the fact that he just told me he drove up from New Canaan, presumably inside of an air-conditioned vehicle. I didn't feel that his shirt would be so sweaty if he was in a car for that long in the air conditioning.
How did you respond?
He then elaborated further on his comings and goings and stated that after coming from New Canaan, he stopped down the road at a property also owned by Mr. Dulos, number 585 Deercliff. And he had indicated to me that he was removing vehicle seats from a Porsche that belonged to Fotis so that he could put them into his own truck.
And did you subsequently learn what Mr. Gumiani's truck was?
After that, yes, we learned that he owned, a 2001 Toyota Tacoma pickup truck, color red.
Did you ever search the Cherokee?
No. So again, after he provided that he had been down at 585 Deercliff Road to remove vehicle seats from the Porsche, he then stated that because it was Mr. Dulos's vehicle, he did not feel comfortable consenting to a search, so he revoked consent at that point.
After he revoked consent, did you look inside the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And just to be clear, when I say you looked inside the vehicle, you didn't enter the vehicle.
No, I looked through the windows.
And when you looked through the windows, can you tell the jury what you saw?
Yes, so I noticed that there were a bunch of paper towels in the utility area, so we're talking like the back of the Jeep. Also, it appeared to be some hand tools, and I noticed that there were the seats that appear to be vehicle seats that were lying on their side, also in the back of the car.
Was the Cherokee or any of its contents taken by you or any other state police that day in your presence?
Not that day, no.
Directing your attention now back to Mr. Dulos.
So, Hella, this is how can he opine about why he was sweaty or why he didn't believe that? Well, he's not saying what he thinks he did. He's just saying, why did he told me he drove for an hour.
Mm.
Well, why is he still sweaty if he drove for an hour in an air-conditioned car? This is Memorial Day weekend, so this is Jennifer disappeared Memorial Day weekend. So this is the end of May, and that's the beginning of our summertime here. So, so he could say like that seemed odd to me. Things were like his appearance wasn't adding up. He's not opining on it. He's just saying if he told me he came from an hour away or 2 hours away, and Connecticut's really small. It's the second smallest state, but there's such a high population density there that yes, the traffic is. I've been through there before. The traffic is fucking atrocious. Like it's so bad.
Yeah.
So that's why he's making those comments there. And somebody was asking why wasn't he found as a suspect? Enough of his story checked out that he had nothing to do with it.
So he was sweaty in the car. He'd been driving that long. And he was sweating in the car. It was air conditioned, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the car. So he's saying it was odd to him that it was air conditioned in the car, but yet he was sweating.
Yeah, but then he admitted I was out changing the seats on a car. That's what he said. I was switching out car seats, which that makes more sense.
Okay.
So that's why. Does that make sense, though?
I suppose so. Okay, so he's just saying it's his opinion based on what the story.
Well, it's not even his opinion; his observation.
Observation.
That's what they would consider an observation. Well, I observed him sweating, and he said he drove for 2 hours. Well, common sense would dictate you should be like kind of cooled off by that.
Right. Okay.
So, because yes, it's not like
some people.
It's not. It gets hot. It gets hot. I mean, it can be really fucking hot by this point in the year up here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, like Oline was just saying, some people are just sweaty.
Mm-hmm.
Some people just are sweaty people. But
he admitted to doing physical activity though, so that kind of answers the question.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
So. Yeah. No. That's a good question though.
Okay. Fair enough.
So.
Thanks.
Dulos and the defendant. You indicated that Sergeant Bisson was not able to reach Mr. Dulos via telephone. Do you recall that?
That is correct.
Did Sergeant Bisson make a request of Mr. Gumiani?
Yes, he did.
What was that request?
Sergeant Bisson asked Mr. Gumiani if he could call his boss to notify him that we wanted to speak to him and that we had search warrants for him and Mr. Troconis.
And did Mr. Gumiani make that phone call in your presence?
Yes, he did.
Incidentally, had you become aware that Mr. Dulos had a second cellular phone?
Yes.
And when did you become aware of that?
So at some point during that week, it was relayed to me by the case officer that they were aware of a second phone and that they had applied for a search warrant.
I'm going to object that this is all hearsay and it's outside the scope of this witness's personal knowledge.
I'll withdraw the question, Judge. Mr. Gumiani called Mr. Dulos in your presence, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
And after Mr. Gumiani called Mr. Dulos in your presence, what happened next?
Shortly thereafter, Mr. Dulos and Mr. Troconis showed up to the house. I don't recall specifically if they came with Mr. Troconis' mother and child or if they came later, but I know for sure at least Mr. Dulos and Mr. Troconis had appeared in their black Chevy Suburban.
And approximately how long after the phone call would you say this was?
My understanding is they were at a ski pond in Avon, so I don't know the specific time, but it was pretty consistent with them probably leaving right away and coming right back to the house.
Do you recall what vehicle Mr. Dulos arrived in?
It was a black Chevy Suburban.
When Mr. Dulos, the defendant's mother and daughter arrived, did you greet them?
Yes.
Where did you greet them?
Right in the driveway as soon as they came back.
And did Sergeant Bisson also greet them?
Yes.
Based on the information that you had regarding 4 Jefferson Crossing, did you or anyone else from the state police inform Mr. Dulos, the defendant's mother and daughter, that they would not be allowed back in the home?
I can't recall who related that information specifically, but yes, that was communicated to them, that it was anticipated the search was going to be lengthy, and that they most likely would not be able to spend the night in the home.
Long and
Was
hard.
there a request made for those individuals to be able to pack overnight bags?
Yes, there was.
And who, if anyone, made the decision to allow them to pack overnight bags?
Sergeant Bisson decided to
Bags.
accommodate their request, and they were each individually allowed to go into the house under supervision to pack clothing and hygiene items, things that they would need to spend the night somewhere.
And when you indicated under supervision, who escorted them into the home?
I did.
You mentioned earlier that there was a search warrant for Mr. Dulos and Ms. Troconis. Where were the defendant and Mr. Dulos to be brought that day for that search?
So we were instructed that they were to come to Troop L in Litchfield, which is Western District headquarters, and the Western District Major Crime Band is stationed there. So that's where they made the decision to do that search.
And did you speak with someone named Eugene Riccio that day?
Yes, I did.
Who is Eugene Riccio?
My understanding was Mr. Riccio was the attorney representing Mr. Dulos at the time.
And did Mr. Riccio make any requests of you?
He did.
What requests did he make?
So we wanted to take Mr. Dulos and Mr. Troconis to drive them in our vehicles to Troop L. Mr. Riccio objected to that. He asked if they could drive themselves. So I then asked my supervisor, Sergeant Petreska, if he was going to be good with that. And he related that was fine. And so that's what ended up happening.
And was it agreed that they would be escorted by police up to Troop L?
Yes.
Were you part of that escort?
No, I was not.
Was Mr. Gumiani still in the area while the defendant, Mr. Dulos, and company arrived?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was parked, I believe, in the driveway. He was standing around.
And did he eventually provide transportation in the Cherokee to the defendant's mother and daughter?
I believe he did, yes.
Where were they taken?
So whatever area hotel they had planned to spend the night at.
Did you travel to Troop L eventually?
Yes, I did.
And when you arrived at, well, why did you travel to Troop L?
I had the license plates secured in my trunk from earlier that day, and so they needed to be brought to Troop L so they could be entered into evidence. And so that was the purpose of my journey to L.
And upon arrival at Troop L, did you give the license plates to Detective Riley?
I did.
While at Troop L, did you encounter the defendant and Mr. Dulos?
I did.
Where did you see them?
They were in the conference room inside the barracks.
Was anyone else present?
I believe so, yes.
Who was present?
I can remember Detective Clabby being there, Sergeant Duva, Detective Riley, and then some of the other van detectives were in and out.
During this interaction, were you able to see the defendant's facial expressions?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was this?
I would estimate sometime
What's
between
that?
9 and 10 p.m.
What'd you say?
He was in and out.
Yeah. Well, he's doing a lot of the evidence. This guy did a lot of evidence gathering. He had to dig through the fucking trash and shit. So, yeah, this guy had to do a lot of bullshit in this case.
Filthy.
Because they went around Hartford, Connecticut, the state capital, and over like a course of they only did it like on one stretch of road. Really, they just started throwing shit away in random garbage cans and dumpsters, and they had to go dig them all up. So,
He would have been popular with the wife when he got home.
oh yeah, especially because everything was all bloodied and fucking nasty. So,
Gross.
Yeah. All right.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor and what she did in your presence?
Yes, so she was seated in a chair. Her head was between her legs, head in hands, and just was rocking back and forth.
Did she do anything else in your presence?
She did.
What did she do?
At some point, she looked over at Fotis with what I would describe a stern look. She made eye contact with
I would
him.
object to his characterization of
Yeah.
what he calls a look.
It's appropriate opinion, Judge.
Well, it's based on the perception of the witness. Overruled.
Yeah, but that's speculative, though.
You may finish your answer, sir.
So
Even though
yeah,
it's
so what I
within
would
his
describe
knowledge,
as a
it's still
stern look,
speculation.
and was just shaking her head back and forth at him.
I mean, you shaking your head back and forth. Which direction is she shaking her head?
The way you would shake your head and to answer a question non-verbally, no.
Did you also have an opportunity to view Mr. Dulos' facial expressions?
I did.
Describe his demeanor and what he did in your presence.
So when the two made eye contact, I would say he made an even sterner look back toward her.
Approximately how long did
He's
this
like,
interaction
bitch, I'll
take
kill
place?
you.
A few moments.
While you were at True Bell, did you notice that Mr. Dulos had a cellular phone with him?
I did, and I had also noticed that for Jefferson, because I used the phone to speak to his attorney. He handed it over to me to speak to Mr. Recchio.
And was a decision made to seize that cellular phone?
Yes, it was.
Why did you seize that phone?
Investigators who were working the case had related to me that they were aware of a second phone number that belonged to him. And that coupled with the fact that when I had interviewed Lauren Almeida in New York City, she said that Fotis had told her that that phone and number were new as of Saturday the 25th. And based on what I was told by the other investigators, they knew that to not be true, that the phone existed prior to that day. And so I called down to my supervisor, related that information to him, and he concurred with seizing the phone. And so that's what I did.
How did Mr. Dulos react when you seized his phone?
I asked Mr. Dulos if I could see the phone. He handed it over to me. I asked him what the passcode was, provided it. I tried the password code to make sure it worked. It did. And he then asked for the phone back. I related to him that he wasn't going to receive it back. It was going to be seized as evidence in conjunction with the investigation.
Approximately what time did you seize the phone?
Sometime between 9 and 10 p.m.
May I have an exhibit mark, Judge?
Yes.
This is 82 for identification, showing attorney Schoenhorn. I believe 82 can become a full exhibit by agreement. Your Honor, I move it in.
Thank you. States 82 admitted as full.
Sorry, oh, you have those, okay. I'm handing you what's been entered into evidence. Just ask if you can familiarize yourself with that, just let us know what it is.
More crinkling.
So this is the Apple iPhone that I seized from Mr. Dulos on the evening of May 31st, 2019.
Thanks for assessing. After you seized Mr. Dulos' phone, did he and the defendant leave the True Bell Barracks?
Yes, so he did ask to look into the phone to get some phone numbers out of it. Detective Clabby gave him a pen and paper, and I did supervise him while he opened up the phone so that he can get some of his contacts out. I know specifically he wanted his lawyer's number. So we did help him facilitating that. And then sometime after that, they did leave the barracks, yes.
And did they leave on their own, or were they transported by law enforcement personnel?
No, they left on.
I want to direct your attention now to a couple of days later, specifically Sunday, June 2nd, 2019. Were you given any assignments that day in connection with this case?
Yes.
And what assignment were you given?
Detective Fitzsimons and I were instructed to go meet with Mr. Bumini at his residence to attempt to interview him.
Where did Mr. Fumiani live?
27 Springbrook Lane in the town of Simsbury.
And what type of home is this?
It's a single family residence. I'm not sure the square footage.
And did you interview him?
We did.
And as part of that interview, did you end up seizing his cellular phone?
Yes, we did.
And did Mr. Fumiani provide consent for you to seize the cellular phone?
Yes, he did.
And was that after speaking with his lawyer, Lindy Urso, on the telephone?
Yes, it was.
Did you part company with Mr. Gumiani at any point?
After we were completed with our interview and took his phone, yes, we departed his residence.
And did there come a point in time where you returned to the residence?
Yes, there was.
Approximately how long after you left his home did you return to the residence?
I don't recall the specific time, but it was sometime later that day.
Why did you return to the residence?
We were instructed to seize the Jeep Cherokee that was at his residence based on information we had gleaned through the interview. it became known to us that it was at 80 Mountain Spring on the day Ms. Dulos disappeared.
When you approached Mr. Gumiani's residence, were you able to see the Cherokee?
Yes,
Where was it parked?
in the driveway of the residence.
And just to be clear, this is the same Cherokee that you had stopped Mr. Gumiani in on May 31st, is that correct?
That is correct.
Were there any other vehicles in the driveway at this time?
Not that I can recall, no.
How was it removed from the driveway?
By a flatbed tow truck.
In speaking with Mr. Gumiani, was any additional evidence seized from him that day?
Yes, he offered to us that he had a work laptop issued to him by Mr. Dulos, and he made a statement to the effect of, if I were going to use a computer to research things, I would use one that didn't belong to me. And at that point, I asked him if we could have the computer, and he had complied. He went into his residence and retrieved it and brought it back out to us, and he provided his username and password for the computer.
I want to direct your attention now to 80 Mountain Spring Road. First of all, what is 80 Mountain Spring Road?
My understanding of 80 Mountain Spring Road, it was a large high-end home that was owned by the Ford Group, and that was for sale.
And are there any homes located across the street?
Yes, there are.
What is the address of the home located across the street?
That would be number 77.
At some point, did you respond to 77 Mountain Spring Road in Farmington?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what date you responded?
I would have to take a peek at my report. I don't recall off the top of my head.
If I could just have a moment, Your Honor. May I have this marked for identification, Your Honor?
Yes.
So instead of excited utterance, was your second choice to be recollection refreshed?
Yeah.
Was that-
I like 803.2.
Well, I know you could have been recollection refreshed instead of excited utterance. So
No.
This is
My
83
favorite.
Drive, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
It's from the Mark Jensen trial.
Sergeant Butin, I'm handing
okay, so if you guys didn't know, Fotis Dulos, the cops were like, "Hey, can we see that phone real quick?" And they just fucking took he's standing there with his attorney, and the cops are like, "Hey, can we see that phone?" Yeah, cool. Okay, we're seizing this as evidence. What's your password? Like, and they're just like, "Hey, can I see that real quick?" And they didn't make it clear what they were doing. They kind of tricked him into giving it up. So yeah, Fotis isn't a smart fucking guy anyway. So they weren't smart, and he did it with his. There's some shitty attorney work in this case. This lady's initial attorney, when her interview, he sat there with her, and there's basically like three detectives sitting there. So,
Did he talk too?
yeah, he talked too, but he was like, he never said like, "Up, we're done. We need to talk in private." Like, he basically sat there and was like, we really need to know these answers. He sat there and was talking like a fucking detective at the time. It was bad.
When
He
is
didn't-
the
he
attorney
didn't-
present?
Yeah, her attorney was no, when Michelle talked. Fotis gave like an interview. He gave like an interview, but he committed suicide like 4 years
know.
ago.
Yeah,
So-
I know he committed
But
suicide.
yeah, she it was really bad. So
People are dumb.
yeah, they are. No, Fotis didn't really talk. Wonderful Galaxies, excuse me, Sean. I'm sure you made many mistakes in your career too. Yes, not like that though. I made a lot of oopsie poopsies, not that big. Wonderful Galaxy is saying, could I have done better? Yes, my client would have gone in and talked to them without an immunity agreement in hand. So, is that allowed? Police are allowed to use trickery and deception. They are totally allowed to do that. And Brad, yes, I use this all the time. You see with your eyes, not your hands, Ray Charles. So yeah. And it's not this current attorney, guys. I'm talking about her first attorney. Did not help. So here we go.
Your report. And I'm just going to ask that you read the first line of your report silently to yourself and look up when you're done. Has your memory been refreshed, sir?
Yes.
What date did you respond to 77 Mountain Spring Road?
That was on Tuesday, June 4th, 2019.
And what was your purpose in going there?
I was instructed by my supervisor to respond to that residence as it was made known to them that there was some potential surveillance footage that may have a view of the 80 Mountain Spring Road property.
When you arrived at the residence, was anyone home?
Yes.
Who was home?
Both occupants, so Mr. James Manafort and Mr. Jolien Manafort.
And did you speak with the Manaforts about whether or not they had a home surveillance system?
I did.
And did you have an opportunity to review their home surveillance footage on June 4th?
I did.
How were you able to review it?
So typically what I do when I'm going to pull surveillance footage from somewhere is I want to verify the date and timestamp as it correlates to real time. Oftentimes it's not accurate, and it's important for us to do that. So when we're reviewing everything, we have everything accurately documented. So I asked Mr. Manafort if I could go and see where his live feed was for the camera system, and he took me up to where it was. I looked at it. I used my phone, this is GPS time, and indicated that the date and timestamp on the surveillance footage was fast by 24 hours and 10 minutes.
Were you able to download the footage on that day?
I was not.
Did you make arrangements for the footage to be downloaded?
Yes, I did.
I believe Trooper Sedensky eventually downloaded it.
Yes, you did.
And was there in fact a camera at the Manafort residence which captured 80 Mountain Road?
Yes, there was.
Which camera was that?
I don't recall specifically which camera, but seeing the footage in my memory, it was somewhere over, if you're facing the left side of the house, it would have been somewhere over toward the left side of the house near the front. You have view of the driveway of 77, so their driveway, and then the street, and then the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring.
And at a certain point during the course of the investigation, directing your attention to, actually, I suppose 5 months later or so, did you have an opportunity to review the surveillance footage?
I did.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you were familiar with the fact that Pavel Gumiani drove a 2001 Toyota Tacoma. Is that correct?
Correct.
Had you seen photographs of the Tacoma during the course of the investigation?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what the Tacoma looked like for the jury?
It was a 2001 model red pickup truck. Without looking at the photographs now, I can't really point out some of the characteristics it had. However, the owner of the vehicle was able to do so. Yeah.
So you had some general familiarity with what the Tacoma looked like, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You have this marked for identification?
Yes.
I just want to stop and say congratulations. I just got a new job I'm happy about getting. Well, congratulations. Hope it's fun. Hope you enjoy it.
Well done.
Yeah,
Hope you have
I don't
good
know what it's in,
news.
but I'm hoping it's something, yeah, you were aiming for. So, yeah. But back to the show. Felt that deserved a shout out, though.
Moving into evidence.
I wish to volunteer.
Yes.
Detective Hugan, before we look at video, I just want to be clear. This is clips from the surveillance camera system at 77 Mountain Spring Road, correct?
That is correct. I understand that the cameras were maybe motion activated. So I understand it's not like a complete continuous cycle of video. That's how I understood it.
Well, when you were looking at it, did you watch hours at a time?
You know, I don't recall specifically. I'd have to take a peek at my report. I honestly don't remember. I could remember the cybercrime trooper Sedensky, telling me that it was clipped.
That's the Polish lady.
But it was so long ago now, looking at it, I can't say if it was continuous or not. I really don't remember.
In
Yeah.
any event, even if it
I
shut
go to
off
the
at certain
computer,
points, you understand that a surveillance system can shut off after a minute, after 10 minutes, or after 45 minutes, correct?
Yeah, I think it varies depending on the system.
do you recall whether, if anything, activated these cameras, they stayed on for at least 45 minutes or an hour each time?
I can remember looking at a significant amount of video, so I think that would probably be pretty accurate. I'm sorry, I apologize. I wouldn't describe it as like a ring video, like really short portions, so I think that's pretty accurate. I think they're long segments of video.
Were these segments then that are going to be shown on this particular disc ones that you know are just selected from a larger number of clips?
That I don't know.
Does it go from May 23rd?
Again, I have to look at my report and Trooper Sedansky's report. I'm not sure what date ranges were taken. I know it was at least 24 hours. It may have been more than that. But without looking at the documents, I don't want to commit to one way or the other. I don't know.
As you sit here today, do you remember seeing other days, or is it just the ones that are going to be shown today?
So I reviewed the morning of May the 24th. So I would, yeah, no worries. So Detective Clabby and I broke up the footage. He took from midnight on, so like the day prior. So there's one indicator that there was more than a day. And then I took midnight on, starting on the 24th. So we kind of broke it up to kind of share the load, if you will.
As I understand, you.
I'm sure they share
that
loads.
the video time that's embedded is wrong, correct?
I discovered that myself, yes.
Okay. And
I was
how did
just
you
going to
learn
say that.
wrong?
Well, this is going beyond voir dire.
And do these clips, are they limited to certain periods of time though, or are they the whole clip that you would see from the time the camera goes on to when it shut off on its own?
I could remember watching the video on fast forward. So I think there's a pretty significant chunk of video there. So I guess that's the best I could answer that without actually watching it right now or seeing it. I mean, this was years ago when I reviewed it.
I'm not going to object, Your Honor.
What is the number, please?
Judge, this is 84. I'll move ahead.
States 84 admitted is full.
I'm not joining them. They do way too much fucking walking. I'm not
Buffering
doing
and getting
Patriot
ready to
Front.
play. Want to just direct your attention to your review of the surveillance footage. Were you looking for a vehicle consistent with Pavel Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma?
Yes, I was.
And did you discover on the surveillance footage a vehicle which was consistent with that Toyota Tacoma?
Yes, I did.
And before we play the footage, can you just describe to the jury what you observed?
Brandon, she helped her
At
boyfriend kill his
approximately
wife and hide the
5:35
body.
a.m. on May the 24th, real time. Actually, it might have been. Well, I'd have to look at the video. It's
So
again,
it's the police 100% believe she helped hide the body. They're not 100% sure she helped kill, but she definitely helped dispose of the body and hide evidence.
Well,
So
hang
it's
on.
still conspiracy.
Allegedly.
Well, they believe that. They believe that. So she's an accessory after the fact. So it's a conspiracy for her.
it's a 24-hour and 10-minute off. So sometime approximately 5:30 in the morning. When I see the video, I'll know the exact time. I observed what was consistent with a red pickup truck departing 80 Mountain Spring Road. It pulls out into the street and makes a left, heading toward what would be Route 4, Farmington Avenue, I believe.
Your Honor, on Exhibit 80, there's two files. I'm going to ask that we play the first file, which is video clip.
Thank you.
And if you could just orient the jury, where on this video do you observe the red pickup?
So it's actually coming out now. You can see it's coming out of the driveway, the property of 80 Mountain Spring. And so based on my observations at the time frame,
Pretty.
5:24 at 5:35 a.m. based on the 24
Oh yeah, these are very affluent people.
Just for
I
the
know.
record,
I've seen the house, but the gardens.
Okay.
The video in the upper right-hand portion.
Oh,
near
yeah,
the
nice
timestamp
landscaping.
depicted what appears to
Wow.
be a red pickup truck exiting the driveway at 80 Mountain Spring Road and making a left. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they're far enough north that
Including
yes,
that,
at
just pull up
5:45 in the
the
morning,
second
it's going to
file.
be very nice. Yeah, it's early in the morning.
Detective Newton, do you see this?
Holy.
Could you just orient
Is
the
that
jury
all
as to
their
where
land?
80 Mountain Spring
No.
Road is on this map? And
No,
where
they own that
77
little
Mountain Spring
bit.
Road is?
Yes, sir. So this road here is delineated as Mountain Spring Road. This is number 77.
Lord, Asha,
where we have
I get that reference.
as we move out toward this direction, you can see the truck coming up. The
I
driveway
don't.
on the spring.
Don't you?
That's something.
And, just so the record is
It's
very
that-
clear,
is
you
that-
can see that road, which is
Monty Python reference.
the
Oh.
photograph running from top to bottom is 80 Mountain Spring Road, and the visual is two separate houses, one on the left and one on the right. You indicated that the house on the left is 77 Mountain Spring, and the one on the right is 80 Mountain Spring Road. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, sir. This is 8 miles.
Thank you, sir. When if a vehicle is to make a left out of 80 Mountain Spring Road, are there any major highways that that road connects with or is approaching?
Several.
Which ones?
I'm familiar with, I believe that road actually comes out to Route 4 in Farmington. You can make your way to I-84, Route 6, depending on which direction to travel. There's a lot of different ways you could end up going from there. But to come off of Mountain Spring Road, I'm almost positive that will be all onto Farmington Avenue, which is Route 4.
If I can just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Judge, I have nothing further at this time. I would just ask to return the exhibits to the clerk.
We should probably take our morning recess. at
Yes,
this
sir.
time. And ladies and gentlemen, we will resume at 11:50. Please do not discuss the case.
All right. So we're gonna skip it. We're gonna do there's a time travel here.
All rise.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, uh-oh. They lost the power.
Oh no,
Or no,
lights have gone out.
you have to say or no, or
Oh no! Yes, we are the knights that say ni.
oh. Hey, have you met Hayden? Have you
Hayden
been on
as an
stream with him
Aussie?
before? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, have you heard his daughter talk
Oh,
on stream?
not like one-on-one, but I've
But no, but
heard
like when she's been
in the
okay.
background.
Doesn't his
Yeah.
daughter sound like Bingo from Bluey?
Oh yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Bluey is made in my town. Like the backgrounds and everything, they're all set in my town. Like
Oh, so you
the
can-
house is actually in my town.
So you know where the house is and like all that?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like real places.
It's real places, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like all the bridge and all the city backdrop and everything. It's all
Is it
drawn
like
as if it's in
tourist
my
attractions for
town.
people?
Yeah.
Like little kids just wander around going like, "That's Bluey's house" and shit.
Yeah. Like
Oh.
they go, oh, like that's the bridge and that's the park and that's like the river and yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ah.
I live in Brisbane and it's set in Brisbane.
Okay.
That's interesting.
There's a surprising lack of spiders on the show.
People
Cool
think there's
stuff.
more
Yeah, I'm gonna
spiders than there are.
Well, it'd be funny if one of their friends got eaten by a crocodile. Bluey and the crocodile.
It would be funny because we don't just have
Crocodillos.
crocodiles roaming down the street.
They could call it crocodillos.
They
Is that what you
could.
guys call them?
No.
Oh.
We call them Crocs.
Well, yeah, I know, but that'd probably be confusing with like them wearing shoes one day. So it's like this episode of Bluey is called Crocs,
Well, maybe, but we've had Crocs.
and one of the
actual
little
real
poodles
Crocs
just like
a lot
off.
longer.
Okay, yeah. This episode of Bluey is called Crocs.
True. It's a great
Crocodilos.
show. It's a fantastic show.
I still think it's funny. I got in trouble for being racist.
Ah, yeah, that's right.
Since we're doing our own
Booga
audio
booga.
visual stuff today, I'm gonna work a little bit from my
But
desk and then.
because America's so racist, so we're like, no, we want more racist dogs, more.
Yeah,
And
bring
Netflix
on
made
the
more.
racist dogs. Of course.
Yes,
I mean,
we want the most racist dogs ever. We want
Bring
Australian
them on.
dogs screaming the N-word.
yes. Sure.
Yes. And the Australians
Yeah.
are like, really? Yes. And you're like,
Yes,
all right.
Okay, sure. Yeah, and there was a fat shaming one too.
Oh, there was? Oh.
Yeah.
I want the most anorexic racist dogs you can find. Head of Netflix was like, ah. Let's see, that's why I love America.
Yeah.
We'll save anything.
There when I'm have some questions. So I just wanted to show you the clip that was
The
just
racist
shown
dogs are
to
cuter
you
than the tolerant
before the
ones.
break,
Aw.
if I may.
Bluey has touched on just about every topic that you can't touch.
I'm going to stop it
And he says yes.
right here. Now, if you look at this image, and
Everything's
I've
in
stopped
a
it,
man
it
voice.
This
says
episode of
May
Blues
25th,
Clues go home.
2019 at 5:45 and 28 seconds. But your testimony is that this is actually May 24th, 2019 at 5:35 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And before I go forward, I'll note that this shows the roadway that's just in the distance. The Mount Spring Road is the pavement you see just below the embedded time and date up at the top, correct?
Yes, sir.
The driveway is just under where the numbers 2019 5:40 5:28 are. Well, actually, to be more specific, it's the driveway entrance is where the numbers 45:28 and AM are, correct?
The driveway of 80 Mountain Spring you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And we also see that from this still image where I stopped the video, that the foreground is the driveway, correct? Of the home,
Of 77?
of 77, yes.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And if you were at 77 Mountain Spring Road, correct?
Yes, I was.
And Mountain Spring Road had a separate, 77 had a separate entrance into it, back onto Mountain Spring Road to the left, correct?
I don't remember that.
It's not a crescent driveway that comes out on the other side there?
Not that I can recall. I'm not disputing it. I just don't remember it that way.
Well, we'll go to the Google satellite picture in a minute, but I don't want to get off this for a second. We also observed that the pavement of the driveway is wet, correct?
I don't know that I can characterize the pavement as wet or freshly paved or surfaced. I don't know that I could say that it's wet or not. I'm not sure.
Didn't you say you watched the entire night video of the surveillance from about midnight all the way through into May 24th?
I did on fast forward.
And didn't you see in ones that we haven't seen, both rain and reflection of rain?
I don't recall. Honestly, I'd have to be showing the video to say whether I remember that or not. I don't remember.
So I just want to play this clip. I'll start it at the beginning. This whole clip is, according to what it says up there, is 19 seconds, right? If you look at right there, the number is 19. We start at 0. If we play it, it goes for 19 seconds, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me play it one more time for you. So the red pickup truck that you see in the pulling out of the driveway is obscured by landscape trees that we see up in the right-hand corner of the video, correct?
Partially at times, yes.
You can't tell who's in it.
No, sir.
You can't tell how many people are in it, right?
No.
And and you don't see anybody driving in to the 80 Mountain Spring Road driveway, do you?
No, sir. No.
In the entire night of watching those videos, you don't see any vehicle pull into that address, 80 Mountain Spring, correct?
I do not remember seeing that. That's correct.
You don't see any pedestrians walking in there that may have activated the videos, correct?
Also correct.
You don't see any other vehicles of any sort, whether person power or motor vehicles, correct?
Also correct.
And so then I'm also clear about what we can, or what you had watched during the night. We're talking about each time that the camera activated, it was between 45 minutes to an hour at a time, right?
I believe that to be accurate, but I don't want to commit because, again, I just don't remember.
You would at least admit that this 12-second or 19-second clip is part of a much longer clip that begins when it's still dark out, right?
I do remember it being dark beginning to watch the video, yes.
And there are other lengthy videos you watched during the night where it was also dark out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mountain Spring Road, does it have many streetlights?
I don't believe it does. I don't
It's a
think
very
so.
dark, windy road, right?
That would be an accurate portrayal.
An accurate one.
Description, yes.
It comes out, you said, if you keep going south, which would be to the right off of this video screen, you eventually come down to Route 4, correct?
That's correct.
And for the benefit of people who aren't from up that area, Route 4 is a main road that goes up into the northwest corner of Connecticut, right through Litchfield County, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the other direction, it goes at least into Hartford, right?
I believe so, yes.
And I don't know if it goes past Hartford in the other direction, but at least it goes into downtown Hartford, right?
I'm going to go with I'm not too sure about that, but I'm not going to dispute it either.
Okay, it becomes Farmington Avenue in downtown Hartford, doesn't it? Goes past the train station?
Yes, that sounds accurate.
Okay, where I-84 crosses several times. It's parallel to Interstate 84 along that route there.
Yes, sir. You're referring to the Hartford train station over there? Is that?
Oh, yeah, the Hartford train station.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, and also you had mentioned that Route 4 eventually goes to I-84, but there's multiple places along Route 4 where you can pick up Interstate 84, correct?
I believe that to be accurate, yes.
And again, for people that are from up there, Interstate 84 is goes from the city of Danbury on the New York border, all the way up towards the northwest part of Connecticut, towards Sturbridge, Massachusetts, right?
Yes, sir.
And it does eventually, right after that, connect with the Mass Turnpike I-90, right?
That's correct.
Now, the other item you were shown on, and if I could just have, this exhibit that I'm showing is numbered what now? 83, I believe? I don't want to say the wrong number.
84.
84. The other thing you were shown was, it was referred to as a map, but in fact, this is a satellite image of the area, correct?
That's accurate, yes.
And we were talking about this being 77 Mountain Spring Road to the left of this image, correct? This is the second image on that same exhibit, right?
Yes.
And does this refresh your recollection that the driveway continues and has a separate and second entrance onto Mountain Spring Road further away from the house, right?
So I don't remember that. I only went in and came out that way. But obviously, yes, that's what the satellite image depicts for sure.
Right. And does that at least refresh your recollection that that's the way the house was laid out with two entrances?
Yes.
But 80 Mountain Spring Road only had the one driveway entrance, correct?
That's correct.
And the property itself is surrounded by trees, right? That is 80 Mountain Spring, right?
Yes.
You've been on that property, right?
Yes, I have.
And there are other houses, they're not shown in this image, but there are other houses behind on each side of that house there?
It looks like where your mouse pointer is, there's something. I don't remember though what specifically is around it. I do know there's a large open field and there was a heavily wooded area surrounding the property.
Right, there's fields and woods, right?
Yes.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about, you testified that you went to on May 31st, you were at 4 Jefferson Crossing, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to offer, there are some images I have an exhibit, Defense Exhibit O for ID. I understand there's no objection.
I have no objection to defense O.
Thank you. As full, Attorney McGinnis?
That's correct, Judge.
Defense O admitted as full.
You recognize an Exhibit O in the first image that I'm showing you marked 4 Jefferson Crossing aerial north on this exhibit. You recognize what this shows, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
And this is a view of 4 Jefferson Crossing from the south facing the house with 4 Jefferson Crossing on the other side of the house, the north side of the house, correct?
So my understanding would be that this photo is facing the north, taken from the south. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Yes.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking you about this is that I'm going to ask you about your encounter with Pavel Gumieni that day. Is it your testimony? Were you able to show us on this on the large screen where Mr. Gumieni was on Jefferson Crossing when you first observed the white Jeep driving on it?
I don't recall specifically the exact location. It was just somewhere on the street, coming toward the house. Probably when it was passing by the house is when I first noticed it.
So would it have been somewhere between the driveway here and the separate second loop driveway here on this side of the property?
I would surmise, yeah. I mean, I don't think I'd be able to see it from past where those trees are, being on the property.
Well, my question, you said you were in the front someplace, right?
Yes.
Can you identify where you were when you observed the white Jeep?
No, I can't.
Were you on the side of after, that is, this house across the street is what, 1 Jefferson Crossing, correct?
I believe that's accurate.
Right. So would it have been to the left side of, and from this image of the driveway, you were closer, or were you close to the right side driveway when you observed the Jeep?
You know, honestly, I don't recall specifically where I was. I don't remember.
All right. In any event, you were somewhere in the front. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir.
If I could just refer to. You did write a report about this encounter, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
So let me just ask you a couple of questions as I understand it. So you're somewhere in the front yard when the team is there to at least execute the search warrant at the house and on the individuals, correct?
Yes.
And that's the day you had seized Fotis Dulos' phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And later drove up to Litchfield, right?
Yes.
To bring that phone.
Correct.
So
Well, no, I'm sorry. So I did not have the phone yet. The phone was seized at Trubel, Mr. Dulos' phone. I had the license plates with me.
Okay. But you were bringing the license plates up to Litchfield. That was that came later, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're in the front and you see a white Jeep pull into the Jeep Cherokee pull somewhere along Jefferson Crossing, right?
Yes.
And it was heading, if we're just orienting ourselves to the image, to the right of the screen. That is I see there's some kind of a white vehicle that do you see that vehicle?
I don't know what happened, guys. The sound got
Yes, I
real
do.
loud. Holy
So-
cow.
We're right here.
Oh.
Is this the direction that the vehicle was going when you first noticed it?
Yes, sir. So if we're
now.
orienting the map here, he would have been driving from left to right on the screen. So if you were coming to 4 Jefferson Crossing, that's the way he would have come, driving toward the house. However, he didn't stop at the house. He continued on past the house.
You said he was traveling like at 10 miles an hour, right?
I estimated 5 to 10, but not
Very slow.
not very fast.
Okay.
Correct.
And you recognize the car because you said you'd seen it earlier down you said on Sturbridge Hill Road, right?
Yes, sir. So we knew there was a white Jeep Cherokee in play as being registered to the 4 group. And Detective Frechette and I had also observed a white Jeep Cherokee at 61 Sturbridge at some point earlier that week.
That was going to be, it was earlier during that week between May 24th and the 31st, right? That you saw it down there?
So it would have been between May 28th and the 31st.
Fair enough. Did you observe it by actually observing it at 61 Sturbridge Hill Road, or were you looking at some kind of surveillance ring doorbell videos from across the street?
No, sir. We were canvassing the neighborhood and we actually physically saw it there, parked on the property.
Were you the person or one of the detectives that actually obtained surveillance video from Sturbridge Hill Road from across the street? Was that you?
I don't believe so, sir.
It was someone else.
I believe yes.
And it wasn't Detective Frechette with you?
It might have been. I'd have to look at his report. But we were together canvassing for video, so that sounds accurate.
Okay, all right. So in any event, let me see if I get this straight. You see the vehicle, you recognize it, or believe you recognize it, right?
It's consistent with a white Jeep Cherokee.
Right. It didn't say 4 group on it on the side, right?
Did not.
But the driver was looking straight ahead as he passed the house, wasn't he?
That's what it appeared to me. Yes.
In fact, there's all this activity with several state police cars in and around the property at this moment, right?
That is accurate.
And you have somebody driving,
All right, Ella,
looking
we'll have a
straight
good
ahead,
one.
not even looking over to see what's going on, right?
That's how I remember it. Yes.
And
Oh, I'm
that's one of those
excited,
things that alerted you, or at least raised your suspicion. Isn't that true?
That's
I
accurate.
think I'm.
And the
think
car,
it's
as
a
you
little
said, it went
I
down
have to
to the
talk over
the
it.
right, and there's
Bye,
no other way
everybody.
out of Jefferson Crossing down
Hi,
there, is
Ella. Thanks for
Unless
being
you were going
here.
to drive through
Thank you so
someone's
much for
property.
having
and
me.
woods.
Correct.
So it's a cul-de-sac, right?
Yes, sir.
Serious voice.
So the car slowly
Serious
turned
voice.
around, right?
Oh, I didn't specifically see it turned around
gonna pop
just
a
because
link
of
in
the way the
chat
street is
for,
situated.
my Saturday
You can't
show.
see the cul-de-sac from where we were, but at some point it had to have turned around because I viewed it coming back out.
Good night,
It's curved and
Ella.
it dips down a bit, right?
That's correct.
Good day for me.
And so
Well,
that
actually,
we're
yeah, it
clear on
is.
this, this street is on the top of Avon Mountain, correct?
I'd have to take a peek at the map. I don't know if it's at the top. I'm not going to dispute it. I can't answer that.
A lot of these images, it's difficult to tell the topography, but there is Deer Cliff Road and Eli Road are the roads just to the left of this screen, right?
I believe Eli turns into Deer Cliff like right around
Right.
Jefferson Crossing.
And if
Yes.
you're coming up Eli, that's a very steep hill to get to Jefferson Crossing, right?
Again, I don't really remember if it's a hill or not, but if you're telling me it is, I'll concede to that. I just don't remember.
I actually will show you something, but I don't want to go out of order here. So I'm just going to see if you remember that or not. At the moment, you don't.
That's correct.
Okay. So the car is coming back. Now, the car did not look like it was going to pull into the driveway at Fort Jefferson, did it?
No, it just kept driving.
So you actually what did you step into the road and flagged it down?
On its way back out, yes.
Did you just explain to us how you did that? Did you jump in? You didn't go in front of the car like this, did you? With your hands up?
Well, so I walked out into the street as it was coming out. And I, with my left hand, just signaled for the operator to stop. I stood in the middle of the road and he stopped.
All right. So I know it's been a while since you were probably a patrol officer, but that's a signal to put your hand up. It's to stop someone. You hold your hand palm up as a sign to stop a vehicle, correct?
I think a reasonable person would make that inference. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did that?
Yes, I did.
And Mr. Gumiani did stop, right?
Yes, he did.
When you approached the window, right?
Yes, I did.
Did he roll down the window or have it had an electric window button, right?
I'm not that old, but I've never in my career dealt with a window that wasn't electric in my 16 years as a
All right,
trooper.
so-
I think we're past that point.
Yes, we are past the point where somebody has to roll down the window unless it's a really old vehicle, right?
Not since I was a little kid, yeah.
And you noted that the air conditioning was on in the vehicle.
Fair enough.
It appeared
That's
to be,
true.
yes.
You started talking to Mr. Gumiani, correct?
Yes, I did.
He identified himself to you as Pavel Gumiani, right?
That's correct.
You said you don't remember if he showed you his license, but you have no reason to think it wasn't him.
No, and I may have documented that in my report. I just can't recall off the top of my head.
You asked him specifically what he was doing in the area, right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he was stopping by the Dulos house because he was an employee to drop off some hand tools, right?
That's accurate.
You asked him specifically where he was coming from, right?
I did.
And he told you he was coming up from New Canaan and had been working down there that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, at this point, he didn't say anything to you about being over at another property down the street in Avon, did he?
Not at that point, no.
He simply told you that he was stopping by the house to drop off some hand tools for Fotis Dulos, right?
Correct.
You said that he seemed to be breathing heavily. Was that your testimony on direct?
That's accurate.
Did you also notice that he seemed to have like his carotid artery was like pulsing?
Yes, I could tell that his heartbeat was elevated because of what I saw.
You thought that this seemed a little out of the ordinary to you, right?
It certainly did.
You hadn't even asked him anything more pressing than, what are you doing here and where you're coming from, right?
That's accurate.
You asked him to step out, right?
Yes.
You testified just now that you patted him down, right?
Yes, sir.
You knew it wasn't Fotis Dulos at this point, though, right?
Yes, sir. I knew.
And you noticed that I think you used the term that he was, I don't know if you used the word soaking wet, but his clothing was quite wet.
Yes, sir. He was perspiring and his shirt, it was wet to the touch.
Cops who
I think
do
you
this
actually-
piss me
in your
off to
report-
go in.
Didn't you use the word soaking wet?
I believe that's how I referred to it in my report, yes.
When you asked him, you just, after he told you that he had just driven up from New Canaan, you questioned him about that because of how wet and sweaty he appeared, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was inside an air-conditioned vehicle, right? According to the report, too.
Yes.
And after you asked him that is when the first time he told you that he had actually been at a 585 Deercliff Road removing seats from a car, right?
Yes, that's accurate.
And he told you he did that so he could put them in his truck, right?
Correct.
He didn't tell you that he was doing that at the instruction of Mr. Dulos at that point, did he?
He did not.
He just said, I'm taking these seats out of the, I don't know if he mentioned that it was a Porsche, but he was taking he did say to you it was his Porsche, right?
That's correct.
And he was going to put them in his own truck, right? You asked him if you could search the car, right?
Yes.
And he said no.
Well, actually, let me rewind that. I didn't ask him if I could search it. When I asked him if there was anything illegal in the car, he offered that I was free to search it if I wanted to.
Okay.
So he actually elicited consent and said, well, not elicited, but offered consent to search the car.
However, he changed his mind, didn't he?
He did.
he said he didn't feel comfortable consenting to your searching. Isn't that true?
Yes, he made a reference that it was his boss's vehicle and he wasn't comfortable with us searching it because it wasn't his.
So he withdrew the verbal consent he had previously given.
Yes, sir, he did.
But you were allowed to look through these windows of the vehicle, right?
It would be in plain view, so yes, I did make it a point to look through to see what I could see inside.
Yeah, it's perfectly okay. If a person's driving a vehicle and you can look through the window, you're allowed to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Sure, don't mind. And what you saw in the back of the Jeep were what looked like individual bucket seats, right?
Yes, they were lying on their side.
And they were in the rear portion of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, in the utility/cargo area.
Now, you also saw several rolls of paper towels back there too, didn't you?
Also correct.
You also saw a number of hand tools in the back seat, right?
Yes.
Did you see any other tools at all in the vehicle at that point?
Not
Like
that
power tools?
Not that I can recall. I don't even remember specifically what tools were back there.
You then informed Mr. Gumieni if he could contact Mr. Dulos and tell him to come home, right?
I believe Sergeant Bisson did that, yes.
Were you present when he did that?
Yes.
Because I know you noted that in your report, right?
Yes.
Mr. Gumieni then indicated to you that he had gotten word that Mr. Dulos and Michelle were coming home. They were coming back at that point, right?
Correct.
When they arrived, you introduced yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I'm just going to show you an image which I know I've shown you previously. You recognize this image, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's you in the navy blue short sleeve shirt with the state police emblem on it, correct?
Black, but yes, sir.
Oh, it's black. Okay. All right. And that's you with the sunglasses on the right, correct?
That is me.
And the person in the striped shirt with the pink stripe down the legs, that's Michelle Troconis, right?
Yes, sir.
And the man on the left is Fotis Dulos, correct?
Also correct.
And that's how he appeared, that is, Fotis Dulos appeared when you saw him on May 31st, 2019, right?
Yes, sir.
You indicated that even though when I say you all, state police, had seized the house at that point, you indicated that that you escorted Michelle Troconis in so she could gather some overnight belongings, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition to Michelle Troconis and Fotis Dulos, Michelle's 12-year-old daughter was present as well, correct?
She was there at the property, yes, sir.
And there was another woman there who was Michelle Troconis' mother. You became aware of that, right?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, do you see the mother here in the courtroom? Do you recognize her?
Just going to object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, there's testimony about it, Your Honor.
Mother's not on trial.
So without picking up, you recognize the mother, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I'm going to show you another image. By the way, you don't know who took this picture, right?
I do not. I would presume the media, but I don't know.
You do know that there was media present on May 31st, 2019, when you were at Fort Jefferson Crossing.
There was media at every avenue of this case.
They were sort of following everybody around, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
Taking pictures, whether you liked it or not, right?
Yes, that's right.
Including drones. They were using drones at one point.
I believe I remember that, yes.
Okay. So the next picture I'm going to show you, sorry, that's after. Is that you right there on the side behind the trees?
Yes, sir, that is me.
All right. So the other individuals that we see from the rear is Michelle's 12-year-old daughter, right?
Based on the size and the backpack, I would agree, yeah.
Well, there was no other child present, right?
No.
All right. And the woman with the reddish brown hair wearing the red sweater, that was Michelle Troconis' mom, right?
I believe so, yes.
Who was there at that time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who made the decision that Michelle and Fotis Dulos should be brought up to Litchfield to be processed?
I don't know who specifically. That would have been worked out between the commander of the unit and the case supervisor, as well as the van sergeant.
You testified that you had a conversation with Attorney Riccio before they were allowed to drive themselves up there, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Originally, the plan was to take them up in a police car.
Yes, sir.
And Litchfield is about 45 minutes or more from Farmington to where the barracks is, right?
I believe that's accurate. Yes.
And what time of the day or night, or should I just say evening, were they escorted up to Litchfield?
I don't recall specifically.
You did go in and allow Mr. Troconis to get an overnight bag, right?
Correct.
You checked everything though before it went in the bag, right?
I mean, I didn't physically, inspect the items of clothing individually, but yes, I kept an eye on what was being packed just to ensure that nothing that was covered under the warrant was going to be taken out of the home.
And you recall that then the child's backpack was an overnight bag with clothing for the child as well, right?
I don't remember it specifically. I would assume so, but I don't recall.
You recall though clothing for the child being collected for overnight so she could have a change of clothes, right?
My recollection is I think the grandmother did that. Yes.
You went in with the grandmother.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. And you did a cursory, at least, review of the house, right, when you went in there?
So I don't recall if I went in on the protective sweep or if I stayed outside with them.
Midnight.
I'm going to err on the side of caution and say I stayed outside. I do remember being outside with Mr. Dulos and having a conversation with him, making small talk. So I can't remember if I went in for the cursory search or not. I only remember going in to pack their overnight bags with them.
No, I would never be a
I
judge.
can't recall.
I don't
if
think you get
actually went in for the
elected as a
sweep or not.
judge.
I think I stayed outside with them.
Okay. Do you recall being in the office at any?
No.
Judge, we finished with this photograph?
Oh, yeah. And although it's on here and it's been offered, I just want to make sure, you don't recall being up in the ante office where the extra set of stairs are?
No, I do not.
You do not?
No.
You recall seeing the door to the office being in the alcove right where you were standing near the driveway alcove there, the garage alcove?
Kind of knowing the layout of the property as we stand today, I wasn't aware at the time, but yeah, I believe their office space was above the garage. So if you're facing the house, that would be on the right side.
Okay. You testified about observing Michelle Troconis up at the Litchfield barracks that evening after they had driven themselves up to Litchfield, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you said they were escorted by police, is that right?
My understanding is, yes, there was, the best way I could describe it was a convoy of vehicles, them and theirs, and then the troopers and detectives in their own cars, all kind of just convoying up to the troop.
I won't use the word carry, like a convoy with some in front and some behind you.
Yes, that's how I remember it.
Okay. And you said that you observed Michelle looking and shaking her head.
Yes.
When they were in the barracks, right?
Correct.
Did you see her with her head between her knees and with her head down between her knees?
I did see that, yes.
Okay. And you noticed she was crying?
She was upset, yes.
You testified that Mr. Dulos was staring at her sternly, I think is the term that you used, right?
Yes, after she gave him kind of, a look of disdain, if you will, for lack of a better term, and he gave one back to her.
So you're saying she gave what you called a look of disdain to Dulos, right?
Yeah, so it was clear to me based on my observation that the two had communicated non-verbally, so facilitated through body
I
language.
object as non-responsive. I don't know how you could know that they were communicating.
Well, there's no need to engage in the conversation on your objection. The last portion of the response is stricken as non-responsive.
Yeah, that's fair.
Whatever you observed by my client, you're saying that Dulos gave her a more even stronger look or glare at her. Is that a fair way to put it?
That would be a fair statement, yes.
Okay. There's no video of them being up at the barracks, is there?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Were they in an area where there's cameras at the Litchfield barracks?
No, they were in a conference room.
So I'm going to jump now to towards the end there where we started with this, and I'm going back to it because I had played the video. You were not able to tell whether there was, who was in the red pickup truck that was pulling out of 80 Mountain Spring Road, correct?
Correct.
or what was in it, right?
In the physical truck itself?
In
No,
the
sir.
truck.
Correct.
You did not observe from any of the angles anyone actually getting into a truck or even starting it up, right?
Also correct.
Before that moment, you didn't observe, well, did you observe any vehicles driving on 80 Mountain Spring Road during the night?
So I believe at some point overnight while it was dark out, you can see a vehicle driving through. You can't make out what type of car it is, but I do remember seeing a vehicle drive down Mountain Spring Road at some point on the footage.
You see headlights?
Yes.
Okay. And it didn't stop, it kept going?
It didn't appear to stop, no.
You indicated that you split the time of viewing it with, was it Detective Clabby you said?
Correct.
Did you start observing at midnight on May 24th, which looked like midnight and 10 minutes before midnight on May 25th?
Yes, that would be accurate around that time. Yes.
Do you know how many hours of video you watched during that night?
I don't recall.
Was it multiple hours?
I believe so, yes.
Did you then go back and look at any of the videos that Detective Clabby was looking at prior to midnight, that is on the 23rd?
I did not.
What time, and I realize I forgot to ask you this question, what time did Michelle Troconis and Fotis Dulos leave the Litchfield Barracks on the evening of May 31st?
I don't recall specifically. It was definitely later at night. I know I seized Mr. Dulos' phone sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. So it would have been
After that?
after that.
It was clearly dark by then.
Yes, sir.
And as far as you knew, they still weren't allowed to go back into their house, right?
As far as I know, no.
When you went to Mr. Gumieni's house on June 2nd, what time were you there?
I don't recall. I would have to look at the report. I remember he signed a consent form for the download of his phone. That form has a time noted on it. So I don't recall exactly what time of day it was without looking at the report.
You testified that he just cooperated and gave consent. Is that what you said before?
Correct. I ended up speaking to his attorney, Lindy Urso, and after he consulted with his attorney, he did give us consent, yes.
Well, the conversation between you and Mr. Urso was recorded, wasn't it?
But yes, it was.
And Mr. Urso protested that you didn't have a warrant for Mr. Gumieni's phone.
I'm just going to object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You told Mr. Gumieni that if he didn't let you, if he didn't consent to getting his phone, giving it to you, it would be months before he got it back. Didn't you tell him that?
I don't recall that specifically, but that sounds accurate. I mean, that would be what would happen.
It was only after that that he then consented, right?
I'd have to listen to the recording, but that sounds like it might be accurate.
Okay. And you said you also seized the Jeep Cherokee at that time, right?
So not at that specific time. We were sent back later, the same day.
Do you have a warrant for the Jeep?
We did not. Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you also take a DNA sample from Mr. Gumieni?
Not at that specific instance. We interviewed Mr. Gumieni again with his attorney, and my partner, Detective Allegro, took a DNA sample from him.
At that time?
Correct. So
you weren't there for that?
I was.
Oh, you were there?
I watched that. Yeah, that was in the interview room. It was recorded audio, video, and he was in the presence of counsel, Mr. Attorney Urso, and he consented to a fecal swab, which is a DNA sample.
The other thing I was going to ask you about is you also testified that you had gone from, you had watched the video at 77 Mountain, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had also been to Jefferson Crossing, right?
Yes.
So you were somewhat familiar with that area, right?
Yes, at the time.
All right. So I'm going to show you. There's no objection.
No objection.
Exhibit P is no objection to Exhibit P as a full exhibit.
Defense is P as a full exhibit.
We've been using a lot of Google Maps and diagrams and whatnot. So I'm going to show you.
Every time there was a Supreme Court opening when Trump was president, I sent my resume and cover letter into the White House. Every time. Never heard back.
Of the,
Maybe someday.
all right, I'm going to stop this here for a second. This is now a photo. Do you recognize this to be the area of central Connecticut around where Fort Jefferson Crossing and 7 Mountain Spring Road is? That this is the Avon Farmington area? Do you recognize it as such?
I don't, honestly, not just by looking at it this way. I'm sorry.
I'll play a little bit more here. I'm going to ask whether you recognize this to be Eli Road coming up from Mountain Spring Road. And I'm referring now to a diagonal road that starts in the lower right portion going towards the left portion. Do you recognize that or not yet?
No, sir, I'm sorry, I do not.
Well, I'm just going to play this and I'll stop it at various points. All right, I'm going to stop right here. Do you recognize this to be Fort Jefferson Crossing?
It appears to be consistent, yes.
And then this being 1 Jefferson Crossing across the street there?
Yes.
Again, in the center there, that's clearly shows Fort Jefferson Crossing, right?
I believe so, yes.
And you see the Yukon Health Center and Hospital up in the distance there at the top.
That looks to be accurate. I believe that's on Route 4 or somewhere in the vicinity.
At the road that's traveling in this image, you recognize that now to be Eli Road heading down towards Mountain Spring.
Yes.
Okay. So this would be the direction of travel from Jefferson Crossing down Eli Road towards
nice
Mountain
little
Spring,
estates.
correct?
Yes. I believe so, yes.
And if
I
we
think you have to
follow-
cross Old Mountain Road, I think, before you get to Mountain Spring. Is that accurate?
Say that again?
I think you have to cross Old Mountain Road to get to Mountain
Well, I
Spring.
think we're gonna get there in a minute. I'm gonna pause this for a second here. You
Connecticut
see where
Tourism
there's
Board
an
needs to show
intersection here
footage.
between, I'm pausing it at 2 minutes and 28 seconds. You see where there's a T intersection here where Eli Road crosses another street here?
Yes, yeah, I believe that's Old Mountain Road.
That's Old Mountain Road in Farmington, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if we go in this direction, which we'll see in a second, if you keep staying on Old Mountain Road, you know that that eventually comes out into the town of Avon, right?
I believe it does.
And it eventually goes into Route 10, right?
Yes, I think so.
And that connects with Route 44, right?
I believe you're right on that, yeah.
Okay, so I'll play it again now. And there's a vehicle passing on there. You see that vehicle you see in the middle there that's driving?
It looks like a yellow pickup truck, yes.
Yes, that vehicle would be on Old Mountain Road, right?
That's accurate.
And now that vehicle went right. We are now on Mountain Spring Road, aren't we?
Yes, sir.
And we're heading in the direction of 80 and 77 Mountain Spring Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also see that in the center there's a double yellow line on Mountain Spring Road, correct?
Appears to be.
And the double yellow line means it's a main road that connects between main roads, right?
Typically, it's a road where the speed limit's a little higher, yes.
the drone is following Mountain Spring Road down from Jefferson Crossing, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
So we're tracing the route. I will say he's put this together. I'm sure he's got a really good way for this to end here. So let's see.
Now, the house that's coming up in the distance now to the left, so that we're oriented correctly, that is 80 Mountain Spring on the left, and that's 77 on the right that we see now, right? If I stop the,
Okay, so that's not that far.
am I correct about that?
Yes, that appears to be correct.
And here is the driveway.
That's not that far from
of
Jennifer's
77
house.
That goes out one way and comes in the other way here somewhere.
Correct.
And here is the property itself, correct?
80 Mountain Spring, yes, sir.
80 Mountain Spring from the, and the driveway is on the other side of this video, correct?
Yes, it's on the opposite side of the house. The driveway wraps around from the left side and then in front of the house and back out to the street.
And if we continue down Mountain Spring Road, eventually we will come to the, you said Route 4,
Yes.
almost right in downtown, or not downtown, the center of Farmington, correct?
Yes, sir.
The little commercial area. of Farmington.
Yeah, it's businesses, gas stations, etc.
All right.
Cop's got really good knowledge of the area.
And again, that's 80 on the left and 77 on the right, correct?
Yes.
And as the camera pans up going south, you see that there's a golf course and there's some open fields and a lot of trees there, correct?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
And you also see the other mountains in the distance, correct?
Yes.
And as the camera now is panning to the left, you again see homes, right? And you see these are the commercial buildings on Route 4, are they not?
They appear to be.
Gosh, that's
This
such
whole
a
area
dense
is heavily
neighborhood.
wooded, correct?
Yeah.
Appears to be, yes.
And there's some cliffs here. Looks like the one house in the right corner is built almost on a cliff, right?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
And that's the Yukon Health Center closer, right?
Jeez.
Off in the distance there, yes, on the right side, upper right portion of the screen.
It's all the medical facilities there, correct?
Yeah, the
It's
medical
probably-
examiner's office is there as well, I believe.
What is there?
The medical examiner's office?
Yes, it's probably one of these buildings right around here, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the, this is all heavily wooded area, correct?
Yes.
And, oh, I'm gonna stop right there. Up here, that's the city of Hartford right there, isn't it?
Yes, yes, it is.
It's all the downtown buildings, right?
Yes.
God, Connecticut is so small, like really small. That's crazy. Like I know it's small, but it's even smaller in this view from a drone. Home of
And
the
if we're
yard
looking at the
goats.
city of Hartford, we're looking east, right?
Yes, yeah, from where I assume it's a drone, where the drone is, it appears to be the city's out toward the east, yes.
And once again, we see Eli Road in the foreground in the lower part of this video.
I believe so, yes.
Does this help orient you to the fact that Jefferson Crossing was on top of Avon Mountain?
Yes, it does.
Now you see as we're approaching, there's a body of water that we're viewing that's between the city of Hartford and where the drone is. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's part of the MDC reservoir area, correct?
As I understand it, yes.
And if we look way in the distance, just for orienting sense, that's Massachusetts that you see way, way in the distance, the bluish mountains, correct?
That appears to be accurate, yes.
Correct. Does this look like it might be Holyoke Mountain right there?
Oh, I couldn't say.
All right. Fair enough.
Yes, luminol bukkake. Yes. Holy crap.
I'm going to stop the video for a second. This area where the power lines are, you see that there?
Yes, sir, I do.
That is a gravel utility road, correct?
Appears so.
Did you go in there at all?
No, I did not personally.
You didn't accompany Ms. Troconis when she went with the police to show where the motorcyclists go, right?
No, I did not.
But it's not a paved road through there, is it?
It doesn't appear to be, but I've never been back there, so I can't say with certainty.
You're not
It doesn't.
a hiker? You're
It
not a
doesn't.
hiker?
Say what?
You're not a hiker?
I don't hike power line trails. No, I'm more of a runner myself.
Judge, you pause it at 10:31.
That's true.
Okay.
You see in the background there, another lake appearing, you see that?
I do.
That's where Route 44 is, isn't it?
Hard to say, but if I'll concede to that if that's what you're saying. I don't know though.
I just want to be clear, you're familiar a little bit with the power lines, right? And I'm just going to reorient myself. So this is still Fort Jefferson Crossing down here in the bottom right. Stop this at 12 minutes and 11 seconds, right?
It appears to be. Yes, sir.
And I want to be clear, these high tension power lines, they don't continue near 80 Mountain Spring Road, do they?
I don't know, honestly.
They come out near the Yukon Health Center, don't they?
I don't know.
And this is the drone landing, so I'll turn it off if the state wants me to play the rest of the extra minute.
No, I think we've seen enough.
All right. So I just want to be clear after we watch that video. Fort Jefferson Crossing was on was near the pinnacle of that portion of Avon, right?
Appears, yes, so,
It was a very wooded area, correct?
yes,
There were also a lot of homes with yards and fences and whatnot in that area, correct?
correct.
And the only road between Jefferson Crossing and 80 Mountain Spring was Eli Road down to Old Mountain Road, hang a quick right and then turn left and continue straight down to that location, correct?
Yes, sir.
The only other way to get there would be to come up from the area near the Yukon Health Center that we saw and the commercial buildings that were in that part of Farmington, correct?
Yeah, I believe you'd come off of like the Talcott Notch Road. And then from that area, maybe.
Like Talcott Notch, we didn't talk about Talcott Notch, but Talcott Notch and Old Mountain Road, you have to cross both of those roads before you get to Route 4, right?
I believe you do.
And then you come to where the commercial areas are, including the gas stations, right?
Yes,
The medical buildings are down there.
correct.
And then there's an entrance to I-84 in Farmington, right?
Oh, there is.
And if you go the other way on Route 4, eventually you go right into West Hartford where there's a Stop and Shop, right?
I believe so.
And I just have a couple more questions. Did you, when you split up the review of the videos from 77 Mountain Spring Road with Detective Clabby, did you consult with each other and discuss what each of you found or not?
Oh, we did.
Did you then go and view what he had looked at?
No, I did not.
He just told you what he had seen, right?
I believe so, yes.
And same thing with you. When you did your view, he didn't come in and watch it. You just told him what you had seen.
That's accurate.
I have no further questions.
Well, it's probably a better idea to continue redirect after the luncheon recess.
Yes, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will stand in our luncheon recess today until 10 minutes after 2. Please do not discuss the case. Have a good lunch.
Okay, guys, this is not exactly not the most breathtaking cross-examination, but there's going to be more to it. We're going to finish up the last little bit, so here we go.
Yes.
Let's finish up the last little bit from today. And here we go.
Possible recall.
Thank you.
Judge, over the lunch hour, I had an opportunity to reflect, and I'm actually not going to be doing a redirect of Sergeant Buten. I just wanted to note that for the record in front of the jury.
Thank you. So, Sergeant Buten, you missed it.
So no redirect, he's done.
He is still under subpoena, subject to possible recall.
Thank you.
I do have the next witness up, Your Honor, if I can. Say with Claude
you
Greg
did get
LeBeau
it
to the
good.
stand.
Oh. That means Stabby's yours should be out there somewhere.
If I may just approach the clerk, Your Honor. Marcus, please.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Gregory LeBeau. Gregory, LeBeau, Lebeau.
Thank you.
And you may be seated today.
Your Honor, may I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Mr. LeBeau, were you previously employed by the Connecticut State Police?
I was.
And did you retire?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
When did you retire?
2022.
Jesus,
If
do
you
all
could,
these guys
could you
quit?
please explain to the jury a little bit about your
That's
training
not
and experience
sus.
as a Connecticut State Police Trooper?
Sure. In 2000, I entered the State Police Academy.
Not sussy at all.
I was trained in criminal investigation, motor vehicle accident investigation, and other aspects of policing. In 2001, I graduated, at which point I was assigned to Troop G as a patrol trooper.
And can I ask you, what rank were you when you retired?
Trooper first class.
And what was your assignment?
At the
Wow.
end of my career, I was a
Wow.
school resource officer.
How many years were you
Wow.
a Connecticut State Police Trooper, sir?
21.
And for the majority of your career, what was your assignment?
Split. I did patrol the first half and school resource officer the second half.
And even when you were a school resource officer, did you continue to work on the road?
I did.
Okay. And what are some of your duties and responsibilities as a trooper who's assigned to patrol the road or the highways?
Motor vehicle accident investigation, speed enforcement, criminal investigation.
Now, did you have an occasion in May of June of 2019 to assist in the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos?
I did.
What was your rank at that time?
Trooper first class.
And what was your assignment?
I was to vet video.
Okay. And were you assigned to watch certain surveillance video that encompassed the Merritt Parkway?
I was.
Who gave you that assignment?
Sergeant Vintresca.
Now, is the Merritt Parkway also called Route 15?
It is.
Okay. Are there areas of the Merritt Parkway that contain video surveillance as part of the parkway?
There are. There's the 3 rest areas on the Merritt Parkway. There's the Fairfield rest area, New Canaan rest area, and the Greenwich rest area.
Did you review video surveillance from all 3 of those rest areas?
I did.
Where were you when you reviewed the video surveillance?
I was in the I-95 southbound Milford rest area.
Why 95 Milford?
There's a room located in the back of the rest area, which we have access to, which we can view video in. It accesses all the rest area cameras throughout I-95 and the Merritt Parkway.
And by we, do you mean the Connecticut State Police?
Connecticut State Police, yes.
What was your specific assignment?
My assignment was to, I was asked to look for a black Chevy Suburban, a black Ford Raptor, and a red Toyota Tacoma, and to see if I could locate it on the video as if any one of those vehicles traveled up and down the Merritt Parkway or I-95.
When were you given that assignment?
That was the week of June 3rd.
How many days did it take you?
Several.
Were you given a particular time frame to look for?
I was not.
Now, with respect to the vehicles, sir, well, withdraw that. When you went to the Milford rest area, did you start with a particular area of the Merritt Parkway in your review?
I started with the southbound Fairfield rest area.
Why did you start there?
Well, it's the most direct route down to New Canaan on the Merritt Parkway, and I figured it'd be the best chance I had to find any one of those 3 vehicles on video.
You say the most direct route from where?
That would be from Farmington.
Now, with respect to the vehicles, were you given any information or photographs to review prior to your review of the video surveillance?
Yes.
What were you given?
I was given a photograph of the Chevy Suburban, as well as a photograph of the Ford Raptor.
And then how long did this review, I know you said days, but over the course of what days or what month did you review that video?
Through all the way through June.
And in the course of that time period, did you get any more documentation to assist you in your review?
I did.
What did you get?
I got a photograph of a red Ford or a red Toyota Tacoma.
And did you utilize that in the course of your watching the video?
I did.
Now, this video that you reviewed, is it from the rest areas alongside the Merritt Parkway?
Yes, it is.
Was it a continuous stream or was it motion activated?
Continuous stream.
Was the time accurate?
The time was accurate.
How do you know?
I checked it against the screen time or the internet time, as well as against my phone.
Did you do that every single day that you reviewed this?
Every single day, first thing you do.
Okay. And were you able to watch, when you're in the Milford rest area, are you able to watch it live?
Yes, you are.
And are you also able to go back to a certain day?
You are, yes.
So what was the day in question in this case?
That was May 24th, 2019.
Is there a time that you started your review on May 24th, 2019?
I believe I started at 4 in the morning.
Can I have a moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
Bye. All right, guys, I have to step away for 1 second. I gotta take care of the dogs. Because I was abandoned. You can set up court at a rest stop and handle all the free gay porn I can handle. Oh boy, almost interactive porn. Yes, but this guy is holy cow. This is like Dudley Do Right, the cop. I hear teaching anything there. So, all right, guys, give me 1 second here. I gotta take care of the dogs. What a thrill. Yeah. Joe, I'm gonna probably pop on Joe a couple different times. Make sure he's hanging in there okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. What's the exhibit number, please?
It states 85, Your Honor. There are some clips as well as a longer video on it, as well as one other.
Is the state offering it?
I am offering, Your Honor. I believe there's no objection. I would ask the court to move it into a full exhibit.
State's 85, admitted as full.
Thank you. So before we start, I'm going to ask you to just take a look at the screen behind you if you can. Upon states 85, what is that?
It's the identifying the Merritt Parkway, Route 15.
If you could identify the Merritt Parkway on the screen. For the record, is that a map of Connecticut?
Yes.
Some of the roadways?
It is.
Okay, just generally, sir, are the areas that you reviewed on video surveillance contained upon that map?
There.
If you could please point them out.
Fairfield West area and the New Canaan West area.
For the record, that's on the lower left-hand side. That's actually designated the 2 red spots. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the Merritt Parkway itself, is that contained on the map in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, please. And at some point, it branches off into different roads, or there's roads that intersect it. So if you could, what are those?
So we have Route 8, and as we come up to the Sikorsky Bridge, that's where it starts the Goldberg Cross Parkway.
And Interstate 95, where the Milford rest area was, just if you could show. And the video that is contained from the rest areas on the Merritt, you were able to view from the Milford rest area.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. You could have a seat. Now, you indicated you started on the southbound side, is that correct?
That's correct.
So which one did you start with, the Merritt, the Fairfield or New Canaan?
I started with the Fairfield first,
Northbound or southbound?
southbound.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to the screen either behind you or in front of you. At some point in your review of the southbound Merritt Parkway rest area camera at Fairfield, did you find anything of evidentiary value?
I found a red pickup that was consistent with a Toyota Tacoma.
Did you review what you found, or what time did you find that?
6:36 a.m.
After finding that, what did you do?
I took a screenshot of that.
If you can, sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you. If you can, Your Honor, may I just have him stand up by the
Yes.
screen? Thank you.
Sure.
What exactly are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the outside front of the Fairfield rest area.
Okay. And the road in the upper left-hand corner?
This is Route 15, north to south.
And now, as you watched this at the Milford rest area, were you able to stop and start it and rewind and fast forward?
I was.
Did you utilize that in your review?
I did.
And it took you days to go through this?
Days.
Yes, okay. And by the way, just to briefly, you, in your 20 years as a trooper, were you, did you patrol the area of the Merritt Parkway?
I certainly did.
Okay. And just with respect to Western District Major Crimes, were you ever involved or assigned to the Western District Major Crimes Unit?
So was he looking for the car
Were
or
you
the
ever
truck?
involved? Were you ever a detective with the Western District Major Crimes?
I was not.
Okay. And with respect to this investigation, did you primarily review just the video footage from the Merritt Parkway?
Correct.
Thank you. If you can, sir, take a look. At what time does that vehicle of interest appear on the screen? If you could just let me know.
Right there. 6:36 and 19 seconds.
If you could just point, sir, for the record, he's pointing to the upper left screen. How can you tell?
So it had the same characteristics as a Toyota Tacoma. We had a chrome rear bumper, silver chrome rear bumper, and a silver two-wheeler running board step side, if you will.
And did you, by the way, for the Fairfield southbound rest area camera, were there other camera angles as well? Not just this one that we're seeing right now?
There was.
Did you take screenshots of the different camera angles?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, in your review of this camera angle, sir, did you see any other red Toyota Tacomas?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't clip those
No,
or screenshot those?
I did not.
Why this one?
This one had all the characteristics of the photo that I received of the red Toyota Tacoma that I was looking for. The previous had a red painted bumper and no tubular step side to it.
After the Fairfield southbound, did you look at the New Canaan southbound?
I did.
By the way, how far away, you can have a seat, I'm sorry. Thank you. How far away is it, or how far is the distance between the Fairfield rest area and the New Canaan rest area?
I don't have that number offhand.
Okay. You've traveled there from Fairfield rest area to New Canaan rest area?
I have, yes.
Have you ever traveled there at 6:30 on a Friday morning?
I have, yes.
Okay. About how long did it take you?
30 minutes, possibly.
Did you review the Route 15 southbound cameras at the rest area, New Canaan?
I did.
Did you find that a vehicle consistent with the red Toyota Tacoma?
I did.
What time?
7:03.
Okay. If I may just have a minute, can you help me play that? Thank you. Yeah. Put it in track record. If I can, Your Honor, I'm just asking for assistance on the play of the video. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't, I mean, this doesn't hurt. We get it. Fotis
Sir,
killed
can you take it
Michelle.
Behind you.
So
Do you recognize that?
I do.
this doesn't help. This doesn't hurt Michelle.
Now, did the vehicle in question appear?
It did.
Okay, I'm gonna actually rewind it a little bit if I can. If you could just tell me, please.
Right there.
Okay. Sir, does that vehicle have the same characteristics, I guess, that you were indicating before?
It does, may I?
If you can,
Sure.
please.
Chrome rear bumper. Call it a chrome running board. You also have silver rims. 2 doors.
Did you screenshot
What
and
appear to
save this
be-
clip as well?
You can't tell shit
And the
from
time
here.
that this vehicle appears?
7:03 and 30 seconds.
And the time that it was previously seen on the New Canaan rest area? I mean, I'm sorry, the Fairfield rest area?
6:36.
So about a half hour later?
Okay.
Would you mind helping? Thank you.
Next one.
Yes, please. Now, did you look for a different time or different cameras as well?
I did.
What cameras did you look for?
I looked in relation to the southbound New Canaan.
Actually, can I ask you about northbound?
You should.
Okay, did you look for the vehicle or any of the vehicles northbound on
I did.
the Merritt Parkway? Starting with the starting with the New Canaan rest area.
Yes.
Did you find any vehicles of interest with respect to the vehicle traveling on the northbound route of the Merritt Parkway?
I did.
Which vehicle?
It was a vehicle consistent with a red Toyota Tacoma.
And what time was that?
That was 11:12.
And again, the time was accurate?
The time was accurate.
And this one I have to speed up to. Yeah. I'm going to draw your attention to, can you go back to about 11 minutes, sir. I'm just going to play it. If you see the vehicle and that you identified, can you please let me know and I will stop it.
You guys notice, unlike that other detective who was very confident but acted like a dick, this guy is confident, but he's just confident. The other detective would get mad, like, no, we're never wrong. He'd be like, no, I'm never wrong. And this guy would be more believable in that regard. Still be a dick, but I'm just saying. This is in Connecticut.
Oh, actually, let me see if I can go back. Okay. Thank you.
Any minute now, we'll see the truck.
Right there.
Okay, sir. If you can, why did you take this shot?
So this vehicle also consistent with a red Toyota Tacoma, and also had the same characteristics as the vehicle in the picture that I had. Tubular running board, silver rims. Also is a snowplow hitch in the front of the vehicle under the front bumper, flat grill, flat bumper, and two-door.
Were you able to zoom in similar to what I did just there, or well, what Attorney Moran was able to do?
Yes, it was.
Okay. With respect to the trunk and the cargo area, sir, what do you see there?
So something else I noticed in the bed of the pickup truck was a white square-looking object, as well as a round object, which was consistent with a bicycle.
Well, the testimony is what the witness was able to observe was a white square object and a round object, and then consistent with, well, what's the objection?
What it's consistent with, it looks like that video is.
No, counsel, the code of evidence, speculation, sustained.
If I may, Your Honor. Sorry,
Damn!
did you take a screenshot of this?
I like that. I do like when the judges, you know, he's like, I don't need you to tell me. He's like, I get it. Wow, this judge is, Wow, he's not fucking around with that chick over there. That was the lady attorney over on Michelle's team. He's like, no, fucking tell me exactly. He's just like, bitch. That was a Chadley move by the judge. He's like, we ain't fucking doing it like that. So impressive.
This image,
I did.
and did you convey that to anybody?
I conveyed it to Sergeant Bentrust.
And with respect to the, let's see, any other, this was New Canaan? I apologize.
It was, yes.
It was New Canaan. And what time was this?
This was 11:12.
Okay. Did you also see a vehicle consistent with that same red truck with those characteristics at the Fairfield northbound?
I did.
At about what time?
You're okay, buddy. It's okay. It's okay, Clyde.
Okay. Thank you.
There it goes. Right there.
Okay. Yeah, can you? And sir, is that as, I guess, clear? Is that the vehicle that you saw?
It is.
Okay. Now, with respect to thank you. After seeing these videos, you indicated you created screenshots. You can't see.
I did, yes.
Thank you. Oh, no. If I could just have one moment, Your Honor.
It's a prop auction. So the case theory is they use this truck to get rid of a bunch of evidence first thing in the morning, and then
I
they
believe we have.
got rid of more
if I'm
evidence
correct, no
later in
objection
the
subject
in
to
the
one reduction, which
in
I
the
will
other
get
car.
to,
So
finalize after. That's correct.
so that's kind of their theory roughly. So they did 2 runs of like
Okay, Your Honor, this
dumping.
is 88, 86, and 87. May I first witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, please, with the stickies on.
Sure.
Yeah, please take a look at those.
Yes, Ronnie, this is the
recognize
truck
what
that
those
got
are, please?
detailed.
Those are screenshots of the video I obtained.
Did you take those screenshots?
I did.
In the course of taking those screenshots, did you zoom in?
Yes, I zoomed in.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, did you alter them in any way?
I did not.
Did you conduct any Photoshop or anything like that?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, may I publish?
Well, is it offered yet?
It is your offer is 86, 87, and 88. No objection, subject to the text.
So states 86, 87, and 88 admitted as full.
We're not talking about Vince dumping, Stabby.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sir, is this a copy of the screenshot that you made that day?
It is.
Did you convey this information to anybody else besides Sergeant Ventresca?
Detective Kimball.
Detective John Kimball, I'm a cop, you idiots.
Why did you take this shot, sir?
I was extremely interested in the objects in the back of the pickup truck.
And states 87? Same question, sir. Why'd you take the shot?
Same. I was interested to see if I could identify what was in the back of the red pickup truck.
Thank you. Now, sir, after you have taken those screenshots as well as those video clips, did you do anything else? Or did you review any other footage?
I continued to review. I was still looking for a Chevy Suburban as well as a black Ford Raptor during that entire time as well.
Did you have photographs of those vehicles as well?
I did not.
Okay. And in your review, did you find anything?
I did not.
Did you look at any video cameras on the Wilberforce Parkway?
I did.
Which cameras?
Both orange rest areas, both north and southbound sides.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value with respect to those?
I did not.
And what did you do with that information?
I related to Sergeant Ventresca.
Oh. Sir, are you familiar, did you ever respond to 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan on May 24th or 25th or any of that time period?
I did not.
Okay, are you familiar with New Canaan at all?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Waveney Park off of the Merritt Parkway?
Yes, I am.
How far away is the New Canaan rest area from Waveney Park?
You want to see if the bike was registered properly?
300,
Probably
400
would.
Thank you, nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's Trooper LeBeau.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. So you were looking at videos of the Merritt Parkway in the time frame of May 24th, 2019,
Correct.
and you started looking in the early morning,
Correct.
and that was a Friday?
The day I was looking or the day I was looking at?
The day you were looking at?
Friday, yes.
Okay, of Memorial Day weekend.
Correct.
And you've been on the Merritt Parkway many times before, I assume,
Yes, ma'am.
and are aware of the traffic that happens in the morning on the Merritt Parkway.
Correct.
Is the traffic sometimes heavy around 6 a.m.?
It can be.
It can vary.
It can.
Same with 7 a.m.?
Yes.
Probably 8 a.m. as well.
Depending on the day, yes.
Traffic flow is not consistent, right?
Especially on
repeat that,
Memorial
The
Day
traffic
weekend.
flow was not consistent.
Correct.
When you started looking at the video cameras,
Yes.
You started in Fairfield
Fairfield,
going southbound.
southbound.
And you were given a photo to review at some point of a Toyota Tacoma, right?
Correct.
And you looked at all of the video surveillance of the traffic traveling southbound on the Merritt Parkway.
Yes.
Did you look for all red trucks?
Whatever caught my eye that was red, yes.
So you took note of all red trucks?
Yes.
Did you take clips of all of the red trucks that you saw going southbound?
So I would stop the video. No, I didn't.
All right. But you did look further.
I did, yes.
Did you take note of how many red trucks you saw traveling down the Merritt Parkway going southbound on the morning of May 24th?
Yes.
About how many red trucks did you see traveling southbound on the morning of May 24th?
2.
2 red trucks?
2.
Traveling southbound between when and when?
The first truck was approximately a half hour prior to
Half hour prior to what?
prior to the second red truck.
Well, I think she's got something to impeach him with. So I'm wondering why she's asking an open-ended question. But remember,
You
she's
said
probably
at
doing it because she knows the answer.
6:36 a.m. approximately, you saw a truck that had the characteristics of a red Tacoma,
Correct.
and you took a photo of it or a snap of it?
Screenshot.
Screenshot. Did you attempt to enhance that photo at any point in time?
Enhanced as far as
Make the photo clearer to you?
the only capability I had was to zoom it in.
So other than zooming it in, did you do anything at any point in time to enhance the clip that you took?
No.
To your knowledge, did anybody at any point in time do anything to enhance the video clip of that truck?
No.
Were you either through the regular clip or the enlargement, were you able to see the front license plate?
I was not, no.
Okay, how about the rear license plate?
I was not.
Staying on the southbound, the clip that you took, were you ever able to see who was in that truck?
I was not.
Or how many people were in the truck?
I was not.
Or what was in the inside of the truck?
I was not.
Some of the characteristics you described was that it was a 2-door, or 4-door, I guess?
2-door.
2-door. A 2-door Tacoma,
Yes, or you could refer to it as an extended cab.
an extended cab, with silver rims.
Yes.
You said you also looked northbound, right? You saw
Yes.
northbound. I'm going to show you what is marked.
Yeah, you have to move the.
Hey, turn it on.
Okay, guys. I don't know. Hold on here. Zaven, I don't know if she's playing a game here. I have the feeling somebody else in the Connecticut State Police did fuck with that picture, and she's gonna just box it in case that guy says I didn't do it. It must have been the trooper. I think that's what she's getting at, but I don't know. We're gonna have to find out together. But I get what you're thinking. It's not a bad idea. And Otto's right. Yes, they think he parked the truck and then took the bicycle back and rode back to the house and killed her. Yeah. Yeah. And that's one of the things, too. They also think the truck was involved because the seats in the truck got removed and the truck was fucked up. So the truck was involved in the murder as well at another point.
I'm showing you what's marked States 88. Okay. You had seen earlier States 88, States 86, and States 87. Were these 3 clips all taken northbound?
All northbound, correct?
All northbound. And were they all taken from the same rest stop?
Yes, they were.
And was that the northbound rest stop.
Correct.
Was it New Canaan rest stop or Fairfield rest stop?
New Canaan.
This clip, did you try to enhance this clip in any way?
Just zoom it in.
And is this a zoomed in photo that you're looking at?
It is.
All right. Were you able to enhance it in any way?
No.
To your knowledge, did anybody else try to enhance it?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, the question now is, did
That's a
anyone
different
else
question.
attempt to do it? Court does not recall that question
It was
overruled.
not asked.
No.
And from this clip, were you able to determine who was driving that vehicle?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, it has been asked and answered.
Your Honor, this is the northbound photo. I was talking before about the southbound photos.
Thank you. The objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. You can answer.
Repeat the question, please.
Were you able to determine at all who was driving this truck?
I was not.
Were you able to determine who was in this truck?
I was not.
Or how many people were in this truck?
I was not.
You talked about being asked to look for a red Tacoma,
Yes.
a Chevy Suburban,
Yes.
a black Chevy Suburban,
Correct.
and a black Raptor.
Correct.
Were you asked to look for any other vehicles?
No.
May I have one moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you see any black Raptors?
I saw a lot of vehicles that resembled Black Raptors, but I couldn't positively identify or even come close to saying that it was consistent with the one that I was looking at.
Either going southbound
Southbound or northbound?
or northbound?
Correct.
Did you take any images of any black Raptors traveling southbound?
Later on, after when I was asked to confirm the movements of Mr. Gumani in his Black Raptor.
Did you take images of any black Raptor traveling southbound on May 24th, 2019?
I took some screenshots to zoom them in to see if I could identify it.
Were you able to identify any black Raptor traveling southbound on May 24th, 2019?
Yes.
And did you provide such identification? Did you prepare a report related to such identification?
I don't believe I did.
Did you speak to anybody about such identification?
Sergeant Ventresca.
When did you speak with Sergeant Ventresca?
So it was sometime, I don't recall the date that they'd asked me to look to confirm based on information from the information from the Ford Raptor. But yeah, I don't recall that date, but I just confirmed that the Raptor was on the Merritt Parkway.
When did you confirm that?
I don't recall that date.
Was it in 2019?
I believe it was in 2019.
Do you know whether Sergeant Ventresca prepared a report related to that?
I don't know.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just briefly, if I can, with respect to the, council asked you a lot of questions about what you're able to see on the screenshots.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
She asked you about the license plate. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
About who you can see inside the vehicle. Is that correct, Neha? Sorry. Thank you very much. Specifically with respect to, actually, let's do them all. States 88. You recall a line of questions about the license plate?
I do.
Whether or not you enhanced it or photoshopped or did anything with respect to this?
Correct.
Okay. And about, do you recall a line of questions about who is, if you could see who's inside that vehicle? Do you
I do.
recall that line of questions?
Yes.
Okay. So question for you, what's in the trunk of the car? What do you see
Objection.
there? Your Honor, she opened the door about what this witness can identify on that car, what he can see.
Sustained.
Now, with respect to the Toyota Tacoma that you indicated was consistent with the photograph you saw, you indicated there were a lot of characteristics
Correct.
that made it, would you say unique?
Very.
Okay. What were some of those characteristics again?
Throughout all the video, totality of, we're looking at a chrome rear bumper, a chrome tubular running board or step side, your silver grayish rims, black grille, as well as a snowplow hitch that's underneath the black bumper in the front.
And with respect to the Ford Raptor you were looking for, as well as the Chevy Suburban. With respect to those vehicles, we'll start with the Chevy Suburban. Was there anything particular or have particular characteristics that you could identify it?
No,
Okay, what about the Ford Raptor?
no,
Okay, so with respect to the vehicles, the Toyota Tacoma had those characteristics, is that correct?
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
But again, you couldn't see who was driving that car,
I
correct?
could not know.
Okay, and after you made the screenshots and the video, you conveyed that information to Sergeant Ventresca. Did you have any further involvement in what happened after that with these videos?
I did not know.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Trooper LeBeau, you may step in.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, I would call Kelly Coughlin. Your Honor, could counsel I just approach briefly on the side?
Okay, so yeah, it's not the. I mean, this is kind of like a wet fart one. I mean, there's nothing like Fotis did it. Like, we don't disagree. Fotis did it. Is Jen in the car? No, I don't think there's any way you can see who's in that car. So, like, yeah, I mean, the part of this that sucks is they're gonna show Fotis Dulos killed his wife. Okay, cool. Where does she factor in? And right now, this isn't really truly relevant to her. It establishes, though, that the murder happened, but this is kind of a boring part. I know, just you got to hang in there, guys.
Maybe see.
So.
Your Honor, may I
Oh,
inquire?
well, because the monitor does not have your name, you can just indicate your name.
Kelly, Kelly, Coughlin, COU.
Who? Yes, because did Michelle be involved in the murder of Jennifer? Like, I don't know what you're gonna call her. That bitch that was married? I don't know. But anyways, the idea is, was Michelle involved in the murder? So, I mean, okay, but this is not the part where she's involved in. So, So here we go.
GHLIN.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Officer Coughlin, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Okay. Briefly, with respect to your rank or training experience or employment, anything changed since you were here about a week and a half ago or 2
No.
weeks ago? Okay. You're still working for New Canaan PD?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to this, the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos, I'm going to draw your attention and ask you some questions about some video surveillance that you reviewed. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to talk about early June of 2019, were you given an assignment to review school bus footage throughout New Canaan, the New Canaan area?
Yes.
Who gave you that assignment?
Members of the
And
detective
now we're
bureau at the
starting to
New Canaan
weave
Police
all
Department.
this stuff together
Specifically,
to
what
show
was
the
your assignment?
timelines.
To review any video footage obtained from New Canaan Public Schools that was recorded on the school buses.
Did you receive New Canaan Public School bus information or bus videos?
Yes.
Where are the video cameras located on the buses?
There are several cameras located on the exterior and interior of the school buses.
How many did you review? How many buses did you review, I should say?
I reviewed footage from 11 buses.
And what were you looking for?
There were several vehicles provided to me that I was told to look for while watching the footage.
What were those vehicles?
2 different black Chevrolet Suburbans, a black Ford Raptor, a white Jeep Grand Cherokee, and a red Toyota Tacoma.
With respect to the Toyota Tacoma, did you receive any photographs or any information with respect to that vehicle on what to look for?
Yes, I was provided a description of the vehicle.
What was that description?
The basic features of a red small pickup truck that is a Toyota Tacoma with a silver chrome running footboard below the doors of the vehicle.
Did you review, in your 11 buses that you reviewed, did you find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes.
Which buses?
Bus number 1462 and bus number 15056.
I'm going to draw your attention to bus number 15056. How many times did you find a vehicle consistent with a red Toyota Tacoma on that video camera?
On bus number 15056?
Yes.
One time.
And with respect to bus number 1462, is that right? 1462?
Yes.
Okay, on bus number 1462, how many times did you see a vehicle consistent with a red Toyota Tacoma on that video surveillance?
2 times.
Okay. Did you also find well, let me ask this, where was it located in the town of New Canaan when the bus picked up the vehicle?
This vehicle was located on Lapham Road on the west side of the southbound lane of Lapham Road, and it was facing north.
Okay. Lapham Road, is that near Waveney?
Yes.
Are there particular cutouts or places to park on Lapham Road near Waveney Park?
Yes.
Are those on the side, if you are driving away from the Merritt Parkway going north, are they on the left or the right side?
Both sides.
They are both sides. Which side was this vehicle parked in?
If you were driving away from the Merritt Parkway heading north, this vehicle was on the left side.
Was it parked in a cutout?
Yes.
Now, if it was driving north on the left side, which direction was it parked in?
It was facing north.
Okay. So would you say that's the opposite side of the road?
Yes.
Now, did you also review footage that showed that same particular cutoff or area prior to the vehicle appearing?
Yes.
What time was that?
7:05 a.m.
And in that exact same spot at 7:05, is that vehicle there?
No.
When does that vehicle next appear?
At 7:40 a.m.
Okay. Now, between 7:05 and 7:40, do you have a bus video that covers that time period?
No.
Okay. So the next bus video that covers that time period or that covers that area is 7:40. I'm sorry, what did you say? 7:40?
7:40.
7:40. Thank you. Your Honor, the state's intention is to, well, show state's 89. I don't believe there's an objection. May I inquire?
No objection.
What I would make a request though, Your Honor, is this is a bus video from a school bus footage out of New Canaan. It has multiple cameras conveyed on the buses. The images at issue, or in this case, can be discerned. I'm going to ask Officer Coughlin to point them out. However, there are extraneous viewpoints or things that cannot be edited out. I can't do anything about that, but they do contain minor children that are irrelevant to this case. I would ask the cameras not show.
Thank you. What the state has just explained, ladies and gentlemen, is that the cameras captured video of children on the bus. Those images captured are clear and the children can be identified. So what the state is asking is that, not that you not see it, but that the video and the still videographer and still photographer focus on either the emblem or turn the cameras off during the playing of that video.
I am making that request, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's granted.
Thank you.
State's 89 admitted as a full exhibit.
Officer Coughlin, if you could just take a look behind you. It'll take a minute to. Now I'm going to start with, you said 7:40. If I can, I'm going to play clips titled 7:40. I'm going to stop it there. Officer Coughlin, could you please, would you mind standing up, Your Honor, if I may inquire?
You need not ask counsel, you can just ask your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Coughlin, can you please stand up and basically explain what 3 images we're seeing here?
These are 3 different camera angles from the school bus. There's one internal titled camera 1 facing the interior of the school bus. There's a second interior camera titled camera 2, which is interior and facing the bus driver and the passenger exterior of the bus. And camera number 3 is on the exterior completely of the bus, and it faces forward, coming from the viewpoint of the driver's side of the bus.
Which direction is this bus traveling?
This bus is currently traveling south on Lapham Road.
And by south, you mean towards the Merritt Parkway?
Yes.
So if it passes the cutoff where you just testified to, which camera angle or view screen would the vehicle appear in?
It should appear on camera 2.
Okay. And I'm going to hit play. Officer Coughlin, if you could just direct me when to Stop.
Stop.
Okay.
2 seconds behind. Right there.
Okay. And this is on the, I guess, right side of the bus?
Correct.
And the time?
The time down here is listed as 7:40 a.m.
Okay. Why did you, I guess, delineate this video clip out of the other bus videos? Why did you pick this one?
There was a pictured red truck consistent with the description of a Toyota Tacoma that we were looking for.
And I'm going to play for you a clip marked 757. If you can, please, which are these angles and which bus is this?
This is also bus number 1462. The same cameras are applicable as I previously described. Camera 3 would be showing the relevant footage in this video.
What direction is the bus traveling now?
The bus is now traveling north on Lapham Road.
And if you can, just direct my attention to if the vehicle appears.
You can stop footage.
Okay. And what time is that?
7:57 a.m.
Now, which side of, if you're looking at the road here and you're traveling north, I guess away from the Merritt Parkway, which side of the road is that vehicle parked on?
That vehicle is parked on the west side of the southbound lane of Lapham Road.
Okay, so that would be on the left side?
Left side, yes.
Okay, where is Waveney Park in relation to that image?
Waveney Park is west of this image or to the right of this camera angle.
Thank you, I'll just finish playing. And file mark 0758. Same question, Officer Coughlin, there are 4 cameras here. If you can explain, please, what we're looking at.
Yes, this video footage is from bus number 15056. Camera number 1 faces the interior of the bus in the rear. Camera number 2 in the top right faces down on the driver and also shows the external side of the bus on the passenger side. Camera number 3 is at the rear of the bus facing forward towards the driver. And camera number 4 is in external angle of the bus facing forward on the driver's side of the bus.
Which camera angle did the vehicle appear in?
For this footage, the red truck appeared in the, should be camera number 2.
And same if you could alert me when it appears.
Stop.
Is that the vehicle?
Yes, and pictured in camera number 2, the red truck you just showed.
Now, with each of those 3 clips, was that vehicle parked in the same spot?
Yes.
Did you also obtain a image at 704? I believe you said, did that image cover the same area that is conveyed in files 740, 757, and 758?
Yes, at approximately 7:05 a.m. that spot was passed.
Okay. I'm going to play file mark 704. And if you can, Officer Coughlin, just point out where that area is.
You can stop the footage. The pictured dirt area right here on camera 3 is where the red truck was later seen parked.
And that would be at 740?
Yes.
So just to be clear, between 705 and 740, there are no bus footage in New Canaan that cover this area?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Ross?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You just saw several pictures of bus video that was taken.
Yes.
The Toyota, the red truck, right, that was there, was shown after 7:05 a.m.?
Yes.
And you don't know if it was 7:15 a.m. or 7:30 a.m. or 7:39 a.m., but the first time the truck was seen was 7:40 a.m.?
Yes.
And there was another image taken of it, it looks like at 7:58 a.m.?
Yes.
Were there still photos that were taken of either of those images?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you ever looked at those images to see if you could see a license plate?
I don't recall from photos, but it was not visible from the video.
Did you in any way try to enhance the video?
I did not.
All right. Do you know if anyone tried to enhance the video?
I'm not aware.
Do you know if anyone was able to discern a license plate?
I don't believe so.
Do you know whether anybody checked to see if there was any oil around that vehicle?
I'm not sure.
that area that was depicted on Lapham Road, it looks like a dirt area.
Yes,
And do cars regularly park in that area?
yes.
It's right off of the main road,
I'm not sure which main road you're referring to.
Lapham Road.
It's directly connected to Lapham.
It's directly connected, in plain view.
Yes,
And Lapham Road is a 2-lane road
yes,
with cars going in both directions
yes.
and a heavily traveled road.
Fairly heavily.
And that area is not concealed at all?
No.
One moment, please. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Their redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Officer, you may step down.
Does Your Honor wish to take the afternoon break at this time, or I can call the next witness?
There is another witness to be called. This is probably the natural time to take the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we will stand in our afternoon recess until 3:35. Please do not discuss the case.
All rise. Court is now recessed until 3:35. See that in the courtroom.
Okay, guys. Yeah, I'm dealing with the fucking dogs here. Hold on, I'll speed us up. I'm trying to crawl them up using my phone to watch and keep track along with you guys. So here we go. All right, here we go. Next witness. I'll be back. Detective Contreska, or whatever his name is.
Sergeant Ventresca is still under oath. You may be seated, sir.
Back in today.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, with respect to the, I guess, past 2 weeks since you were here last, anything change in your rank and assignment with respect to the Connecticut State Police?
Remains the same.
I'm going to ask you a few more questions, if I can, with respect to around the June time period of 2019. Okay. Did you have occasion to, well, I'll try that. Start with this. Sir, did you assign Trooper LeBeau a assignment to review the video surveillance out of the Merritt Parkway?
Yes.
And when did you give him that assignment?
It would have been the week of June 3rd.
Why did you give him that assignment?
At that time, obviously, we knew about Hartford. Now we moved to another part of this investigation with what happened in New Canaan.
And what specifically was that assignment?
I assigned Trooper LeBeau to view rest area surveillance video out of the Milford rest area. At that time, we didn't really have a good timeline, so I gave him a big chunk of time, roughly about 10, 12 hours to sift through vehicles traveling down the Merritt Parkway or 95.
What were the vehicles that you assigned him to look for?
Red Toyota Tacoma, black Ford Raptor, black Suburban, and I believe the white Jeep Cherokee as well.
By that time that you had given that assignment, had the Jeep, Suburban, and Ford Raptor been seized and searched by the Western District Major Crime Van?
Yes.
What about the Toyota Tacoma?
No.
At some point had, as part of the searching of those vehicles, were photographs taken?
Yes.
And subsequent to that, were photographs taken of the Toyota Tacoma as well?
Yes.
Were you informed of the results of Trooper LeBeau's review of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
And did you take any action with respect to those results?
Yeah, so after Trooper LeBeau's findings, specifically northbound Merritt Parkway, we then video canvassed businesses alongside Route 8 northbound.
Now, you said northbound. Why was northbound results, I guess, important?
Can you repeat that results? Is that what you said?
You indicated in your answer that because of Trooper LeBeau's results of his review of the surveillance footage, particularly northbound results. What was it about the northbound results?
So northbound, we had an approximate time of a vehicle consistent with this red Toyota Tacoma pickup truck. Therefore, we're able to map out in time when a vehicle would possibly be traveling through a certain location.
Okay, what time did it appear on the Fairfield New Canaan rest area?
Fairfield and New Canaan?
Oh, I'm sorry, Fairfield rest area.
Roughly 11:25-ish.
So based on that results, what did you do?
Myself and Detective Frechette, we traveled up Route 8 north, where the Merritt Parkway joins with Route 8. Obviously, that is a route back to Farmington. With that being said, now we know that if this vehicle is passing the northbound Fairfield rest area at a specific time, I've driven that route numerous times, so I knew approximately maybe it was about 15 to 20 minutes from the Fairfield rest area to a business I found on Route 8 with cameras.
What was the business called?
Valley Transit District.
Was Valley Transit District, well, what kind of business is it?
There's a train station in there, buses. It's to the area where it just transports people back and forth.
Did they have any video cameras that covered the highway or
They
Route
did,
8?
yes.
And does that also capture both northbound and southbound of Route 8?
Yes,
Were you able to review that video footage?
yes.
Did you review it on site at Valley Transit?
I reviewed, I got the video in two parts. Do you want me to get into that or?
Sure. If you
Okay,
could
so I
share that,
reviewed the northbound Route 8 area, approximately in the 11:30 to 11:45, 11:50-ish timeframe. I was anticipating a red Tacoma that was going to be traveling up Route 8. And at 11:40 hours on 5/24, I observed a vehicle consistent with Pavel's red Tacoma.
And why is that specific time frame?
Because of the time traveled from Fairfield to the time traveled to Valley Transit District, which is right alongside Route 8, was approximately 15 to 20 minutes. So we narrowed down our scope of what we're going to be looking for.
On your review that day so we're going northbound on Route 8 around the 11:40, 45 time period that you just said, when you were reviewing the video surveillance at Valley Transit, was the time accurate?
Yes.
How did you know?
So I used my agency issued cell phone and I marry up the times with my cell phone time.
And did you find anything of evidentiary value to you when you were reviewing that time period?
Yes.
What did you find?
I observed a red Toyota Tacoma, what appeared to be a red Toyota Tacoma, consistent with Pavel's Toyota Tacoma.
Your
traveling
Honor, I'm
northbound on
object
Route
to his opinion about whose it is. He can testify it was a red Tacoma.
Well, there's already been evidence as to who drove or to whom the Tacoma belonged. Overruled.
Sir, Your Honor, this would be States 91, odd 91, files 1 through 3. The state's intending to introduce 4, 5, and 6 come out of another exhibit, but they're clips. And then there is one map the state would offer them.
I just want to plug you very briefly, if I may.
The court is not certain of what the offer is.
If I can, Your Honor, the state's offer of proof is that the video surveillance from Valley Transit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are clips out of the 77 Mountain Spring Road video, which came in its entirety yesterday. These are just clips out of those 2 days that came out.
Okay, thank you.
May I?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions. You're watching just a half hour or 20 minutes of video?
Yeah, so I went during the time when I was at Valley Transit. I mean, typically we watch. I was anticipating this thing coming through right around 11:40 hours with given mapping and me driving that, right? I take before, I take after, roughly about a half hour before, half hour after. I'm viewing everything. I find something of evidentiary value, I seize it.
Okay. You didn't follow any other red pickup trucks that were consistent with a Tacoma, Toyota Tacoma, that were also traveling on the Merritt Parkway either before or after this one, correct?
No.
This was just a particular time frame based on that one video and the one comment by Trooper LeBeau.
Well,
correct?
based on the totality of this truck, given we already have 77 Mountain Spring, we have Fairfield rest areas, it's like a puzzle, right? You take a piece, you put it in the puzzle.
Right.
That's basically it.
But when you were doing that, they was just taking the one.
Those are the ones that were seized.
Right, that's my question.
Correct.
And you couldn't read a license plate on it though, could you?
Absolutely.
No, this is not voir dire, this is cross. So.
All right, I have no further questions. I'm not going to object.
So this is states
91, Your Honor.
91, which has already been admitted as full, correct?
3 out of the 6 files, Your Honor, are clips out of state.
77?
Yes, Your Honor. And the other 3 are new. They're the state is intending to introduce those with respect to Sergeant Francesca.
So is it states 91, 1 through 6?
It's 1 through 6, and then there is a map that was introduced just recently with Trooper LeBeau. It's just on this as well for ease of.
So states 91, 1 through 6, and is there a designation for the map?
It just says map, Your Honor, map for Merritt Parkway, and that has been admitted already.
Admitted as full.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I'm going to have you take a look behind you if you can. Just briefly. Do you see the map behind you?
Yes.
If you can, sir, is the area that you went to at called Valley Transit depicted on that map?
Yes, can I stand up?
Yes, please.
Is it depicted on the map?
Is it? Yes.
No.
Is Route 8?
Route 8 is yes.
Okay. And with respect to the area that you went to where Valley Transit is that on along the Route 8 corridor?
Yes, it should be right under the Sheldon area south of, I'm sorry, just north of the Sheldon area between Sheldon and Sonia.
Okay. And the information you received from Trooper LeBeau from the Fairfield rest area, is that depicted on that map as well?
Yeah, 636, I'm sorry, 1225 beyond northbound Fairfield, right here.
Now, with respect to 80 Mountain Spring Road and 4 Jefferson Crossing, you've been there?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Is that area depicted on the map?
Should be up in this area right here.
Thank you. You can have a seat, sir. I'm going to show you file 1, please, if you can take a look behind you. Sir, what are we looking at?
I'm just, did I stay back up?
Yes.
Valley Transit building is down here, right here, Route 8 northbound, Route 8 southbound.
Is this a video that you reviewed at Valley Transit in June of 2019?
Yes.
I'm going to press play, sir, if you can. If there's anything on evidentiary value, please point it out. Okay, and the upper middle part of the screen at 9 seconds, sir, what is that?
It appears to be a red pickup truck consistent with a Tacoma, roughly a 2001 Tacoma. Traveling northbound the left lane of the way.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to the beginning of this video, if I can. Okay, I'm going to stop it there at 5 seconds. Sir, do you see that red truck in the middle of the screen?
I do.
Did you mark that as or designate that as a vehicle of interest?
I did, yes, initially. Just because of the color and the type of the body. Pickup truck color red, but then upon further inspection, you can see it appears it has a cover on the back. And I don't see side steps on there. So even though this whole front end is slightly different as well. To me, it doesn't look like a Toyota Tacoma pickup.
Okay. Safe to say there are other trucks, red trucks traveling on Route 8?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you look at everyone that you found?
Every red truck that passed them.
And I'm going to show you file 2. And what angle is this, sir?
This is facing a northerly, northerly direction. That's Route 8 north. That's Route 8 south.
And same question, please. Stop.
Oh, just.
Okay. On the upper left-hand side of the screen. Again, sir, why did you pick that truck as opposed to another red truck?
So in this image, you can see it appears it's a chrome style rear bumper, which was on. That's what the one that's of interest in here. We have the same color wheels in this photo, and there's also an extended cab.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention over to the right side of the parking lot. Do you see that where the cursor is?
Yes.
Is that also a red truck?
That is a truck.
Okay. Is that a red Toyota Tacoma?
No, it's not.
Okay. How do you know?
That looks like a red Ford pickup truck based on the front grille.
Okay. Just play this through. And file 3. Now, what angle is this, sir?
This is the same angle as the first video. Route 8 northbound here, Route 8 southbound here.
And if you can, please tell me to stop it when you see anything, if anything. Okay. And by the way, all 3 of these clips, what's the time?
11:40 hours on May 24th.
And the one before it was also 11:40?
Yes.
And the one before that as well? Okay, so it's safe to say that all 3 of these clips depict the same vehicle moving through this area?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you mentioned, you can have a seat, sir. You can. That you mentioned that you had been at 80 Mountain or 77 Mountain Spring Road in the Farmington area before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of video footage from 77 Mountain Spring Road?
Yes.
With respect to a vehicle consistent with a Toyota Tacoma, is there a time that that vehicle leaves 77 Mountain Spring Road?
Leaves in the morning of 5/24?
Yes, in the morning.
Yeah, it was a red pickup truck was seen leaving that residence, headed towards Route 4 at approximately 5:30, 5:35 hours.
Draw your attention, sir, to file 4 behind you. Do you recognize this video?
Yes.
I'm going to stop it there, sir. Do you see the time up on the upper right?
Yes.
Do you know if that's correct?
The time is not correct.
What is the time?
It was roughly 24 hours, a day behind, so
The date's wrong, it should be 5:24, and it should be, and I think the time was roughly 10 minutes fast.
And sir, did you utilize this video in your, I guess, assignment given to Trooper LeBeau as well as your own review?
Yes.
Why?
It was important to know times left, distance traveled, so we can start calculating rough estimates of when vehicles will be passing certain areas.
So the vehicle you found on the Valley Transit was at what time again?
11:40 in the morning,
How far away is Valley Transit from this area, 80 Mountain Road?
approximately 40 miles.
And did you drive it?
I did,
How long did it take you?
40 minutes.
Sir, is there a time period on 77 Mountain Spring video that truck consistent with a red Toyota Tacoma appears again on this video?
12:22 in the afternoon on May 24th.
File 5, please. So I'm going to stop it if I can. And the time stamp reading on the video?
Well, the timestamp on the video says 5/25/2019 at 12:32 hours and 16 seconds.
So
However,
real
with the
time?
adjustment of the time, it would be 12:22 hours and 16 seconds.
And do you see that vehicle consistent with the red Toyota Tacoma on that screen?
I see a vehicle, but it's behind the two. If you can back it up, frame it too. Sorry.
That's okay, if you can tell me. If you
Yes,
can go.
I saw him in off the road and then take the right, pull in the driveway.
Okay. And the day also reads 5:25, is that correct?
That's not correct. It's 5:24.
Now, do we see this vehicle leave the 77 Mountain Spring video or leave that driveway again on 5:24?
Yeah, so in the evening of 5:24, at roughly 5:25, 5:30 in the evening, that vehicle seen pulling out.
I'm gonna play file 6. Did you see that vehicle, sir?
I did.
I'm gonna back it up a little bit and ask you a question. And what is depicted on the screen now, sir?
A black Suburban pulling out. We got it in the system of blue right now.
What's the time
5:37:25.
and in real time?
5:27:25 on 5:24.
24? And now, sir, what is the time on the video now?
You want the
Real,
video-
well,
the
if you
timestamp or
can, the
want me to adjust it?
timestamp and the real
Okay,
time.
so the timestamp on the video is 5:37:38 seconds, which would be 5:27:38 seconds. And it should be, again, 5:24, not 5:25.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
You indicated you assigned Trooper LeBeau to watch all those videos on the rest stop on the Merritt Parkway, correct?
Yes, sir.
He was supposed to be looking for a red Toyota Tacoma pickup trucks, right?
One of the vehicles, yes.
Well, and a black Chevy Suburban.
Yes.
Right? A black Ford Raptor.
Yes.
And you said also a white Jeep Cherokee.
Yes.
So did Trooper LeBeau give you a report on all these different?
The only
vehicles?
report that I know he generated was the seizure of the videos that depict the red pickup truck.
So my question, though, had to do with what he communicated with you regarding all the other vehicles that he said that he saw that matched the description of one of those four vehicles.
Absolutely.
So did you then follow up on whether or not any Ford Raptors came driving up Route 8?
Yes.
Did you follow up on whether you saw any white Cherokees driving up on Route 8?
I don't recall. I don't think I was looking for the white Cherokee. I was specifically looking for a red pickup truck based on the video that was seized prior to me, not any other vehicle when I was going to Route 8.
But if you recall, we indicated you
Oh, I
had
thought you were
asked
talking
him.
about me to Greg. I'm sorry.
I must have missed what you just said based on that comment. My understanding was that you had instructed Trooper LeBeau to view any of those, whether he saw any of those four vehicles driving either southbound or northbound during those specific timeframes, correct?
Correct.
And that was right before you went to Route 8 to look at vehicles that would have been maybe 20 minutes later after the Fairfield rest stop, or am I incorrect about that?
You're incorrect.
Okay. So at that point, you were only looking to see whether there were any red trucks consistent with the Tacoma driving north on Route 8, correct?
Yes.
Did anybody do the same thing with regard to vehicles that were consistent with a black Ford Raptor?
No.
Did anyone do a similar viewing and spending time going through surveillance regarding a black Chevy Suburban?
Let me back up for a sec. I assigned Greg to look for all of those vehicles.
Who's Greg?
I'm sorry, Trooper LeBeau, to look at all those vehicles. Yes, they were all looked into. What was yielded out of it was a red Toyota Tacoma pickup truck.
Well, I understand. That's the one that
Yes.
was seized, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So my question has to do with whether anyone was charged with going to the Valley Transit to look for either whether the Ford Raptor was passing around the same time.
No.
Was anyone charged with checking to see whether any black Chevy Suburban traveled that area around the same time?
No.
Did anyone check to see whether a white Jeep Cherokee passed through that area at any particular time? Because you were aware that Pavel Gumieni, whose name you mentioned before, also drove one or more of those vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But it's also my understanding that Trooper LeBeau had been tasked with watching hours of video in both directions, right?
Yes.
And did he tell you that he saw multiple red pickup trucks during that entire time?
There was a report of a vehicle that was closely resembled this Tacoma we were looking for. However, I was alerted to that there was different color bumpers and there was no side steps.
And those were the only two vehicles in the hours he watched that even remotely appeared to be red Toyota Tacomas. Is that what you're saying?
That's what was reported to me.
Okay. So the videos in the northbound lane appear to be and I'll play it again, but appear to be substantially darker than the videos we've seen of the Merritt Parkway Toyota Tacoma. Is that just based on lighting, or is there some other reason that the vehicle that we just witnessed driving on Route 8 appeared to be more of a purplish, dark red, burgundy color almost?
Can you repeat your question? What's your question?
Yeah. Is there a reason why, when we were just watching the last video we just watched, where you see the vehicle heading away from the camera view, appears to be a darker color, like a purple?
It's purple? It looks red to me.
Okay. And you indicated that it was consistent with a I think you said 2001 Toyota Tacoma, right?
Correct.
It's true, though, that Toyota Tacoma body design hasn't changed in 15 or 20 years,
There's
right?
subtle differences. Yeah.
But those subtle differences you couldn't tell by just these quick clips, could you?
No.
So it could have been a 2010 Toyota Tacoma you were witnessing, right?
I don't know. You gotta show me a picture of a 2010 Toyota.
But you agree that, you've been a state police officer for now, how many years?
18.
18 years. And you've traveled the highways of Connecticut for all of those years, right?
Almost all of them.
And you know that except for certain subtle differences, such as maybe the shape or size of the headlights, the Toyota Tacoma has been one of these vehicles that almost consistently remains the same, right?
Correct.
And I started to ask you out of turn during the voir dire before, you were not able to make out any license plate on that vehicle, correct?
No.
You were not able to tell who was driving, correct?
Correct.
You couldn't tell how many people even were in the cab of that vehicle, right?
Correct.
You said it was a two-door vehicle or an enlarged cab?
Two-door extended cab.
Extended cab means there's a back seat,
There's
right?
a back seat here, yes.
So you couldn't tell whether there was anyone in the back seat from those videos, could you?
Could not tell.
I just want to pull up for a second the videos we saw from 77 Mountain Spring. I stopped the camera at what's marked as 12:32:13 p.m. If you just look at that for a second, this is just before the red Tacoma pulls out of the driveway. You remember seeing there was a black pickup truck that went by just before?
I don't recall.
Well, I'll play it.
Okay.
First of all, while we're at this, I'll play the clip. They're not very long. I think I need to play it. It froze, so let me just play one more time here. Right, then you see immediately thereafter the red pickup pulling, correct?
Yes.
So That vehicle that went by, were you able to discern what kind of pickup that was?
Yes, not definitely, but it appeared to be consistent with a red pickup truck.
No, the one that
Oh,
went by that
it appeared to be a Ford.
appeared to be a black Ford pickup.
It looked, I mean, this screen looked bluish.
But it was at least, it appeared, well, the colors aren't exact in any of these videos, are they?
I can't tell you that. I don't know.
In any event, it appeared to be a Ford pickup truck, right?
That's what it appeared like to me.
Consistent with a Raptor?
No,
No.
no.
Okay. I'm also going to ask you to look at you see the pavement here. This was at 12:22 in the afternoon on May 24th, correct?
Yes,
And this here is part of the roof of the Manafort house across the street, correct?
correct.
So if I go now back to the early morning video that we observed a few minutes ago, I just want to be clear about one thing. And I'm going to stop it for a second. You agree that the roof is shiny and the pavement appears to be shiny, correct?
I got to relook at the other video. I mean, can you put them side by side?
I don't know if I can do that with this equipment, so. Could you just turn around and look at the larger video? Right, I'm asking you whether it appeared to be that the driveway is wet.
I can't tell. What am I looking for?
Does the driveway appear in this video to be wet along with the roof?
I can't determine whether something's wet or not based on a video.
Right, and you look at the mulch around these plants, it does not appear to you to be dark and moistened compared to the other video?
It looks like brown mulch.
All right, well, I'm going to go back to the other one. This is at 12:22 in the afternoon. You see, it seems to be a different color mulch here. You see that?
I mean, it still looks brown, but if it's a tad lighter,
Appears to be lighter, correct? And the roof is not
I
shiny.
guess, sorry, I'm back. Yeah.
no, it's a different time of day, so the sun is in different positions as well. So I can't.
This is,
comment on whether something's wet or not.
sorry, guys.
But at 5:22 in the morning, the sun is very low on the horizon, even on May 24th, 2019.
I'm going to object at this point, Your Honor. It's
Wow.
outside the scope, the state of the sun.
Well, the question's concerned essentially, does the driveway look the same in both photos or screenshots? Does the roof look the same in both? And apparently the thrust of the question is, doesn't it appear that in the early morning photo, there is dew or water on the driveway and on the roof, but in the 12:20 photo, there doesn't appear to be dew or water on the roof or the driveway. That's the thrust of the inquiry. And so the objection goes to the sun. Well, the court just captured what the inquiry is, so the objection's overruled.
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah, so at 5:20 in the morning, the sun has to be really low to the horizon, correct?
Yes.
Right, and this is 12:22, whether it's sunny or not. It's certainly a brighter time of the day, correct?
Correct.
I just have a moment.
Yes.
Hey, Danny, how you doing? Do you want to come on? I'll send you a link if you want to kill some time. You only got like
I just have one or two final questions.
5 minutes.
Just to be clear about what
I'll send
assignment
you a link.
you gave. You did in fact give Trooper LeBeau an assignment to look for whether any Ford Raptors were traveling in that vicinity at that time, correct?
Correct.
But no report was given to you about any specific Ford Raptors in that time frame, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Just briefly, if I can, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, with respect to Attorney Schoenhorn's questions about review of video surveillance regarding the Raptor, do you remember that line of questions?
Yes.
Okay, and Trooper LeBeau
Send it, Danny.
the Raptor or seeing the Raptor or something similar to the Raptor on traveling on the Mayor Parkway at various times? Is yes or no, or did he?
Yeah, he eventually reported to me that there was a Raptor seen. But you got to keep in mind, we also had other corroborating evidence where we knew this Raptor was. So I'm going to leave it there for that.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Did you follow up with where the location of the Raptor was through the use of the vehicle itself?
Yes.
In what way?
Burla.
What's a burla?
Burla is the infotainment system inside the vehicle. It yields GPS coordinates, phones that connect to it, and things like that such.
Were you able to obtain the burla infotainment center from the Raptor?
Yes, prior to the canvas on the highways.
Okay, so with respect to the Toyota Tacoma, was there a burla system for infotainment center
There was
from
not-
the 2001 Toyota Tacoma?
There was not an entertainment system in that Tacoma.
Okay, so why is that?
Older vehicle, technology was older.
Okay, so with respect to the newer Ford Raptor, you were able to determine its location based on the burla system.
Correct.
Okay, did that infotainment center go to the state forensic lab?
Yes.
Okay, and did they submit a report?
We received that report on May 31st.
Which was prior to the date that Trooper LeBeau was given his assignment? correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when Trooper LeBeau reviewed the video cameras with respect to the Toyota Tacoma, you did not have any burla or infotainment center with respect to the Toyota Tacoma,
Correct.
but you had one for the Raptor.
We did, and you got to keep in mind it was under review. We got it on a Friday, so that the following weeks, yes, it was under review.
Nothing further, thank you.
Just to clarify, you're saying that you would submit, you didn't get an actual report from the lab about the burla, that's the OnStar system, is that what you're talking about?
No, different than OnStar.
But burla is, I understand it's different, but burla is a, some kind of a location system for, it's like a infotainment system, right?
Yeah, it's part of, again, I'm not a subject matter expert in dumping these. Think of Celebrate with the cell phones, think of Burla with the vehicle infotainment
You could
system. It's like
download-
you could download data off that vehicle.
And without getting any specific about it though, were you able to determine whether the Raptor was in any particular town that day?
Yes.
You were.
I mean, that's not a joke because everything's traceable. So yeah, it would help to an extent. But then having an old car kind of stands out. So risk reward.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, you may step down.
Thank you, Governor.
Your Honor, that is the last witness for the day for the state.
Thank you. Now, Attorney Manning, do you have Attorney McGinnis, the lineup for tomorrow, at what times the witnesses will be available?
We do, Your Honor. We may, and to be candid with the court, with scheduling and a few vacations that have gone on with our witnesses, we may be ending early a little bit tomorrow, depending on some of the witnesses. I'm going to try and confirm that before 5 o'clock and get the information of exactly who will be called to counsel.
But can we start at 10 o'clock?
We could start at 10 o'clock, definitely.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard at least the skeletal view of what the lineup will be for tomorrow. So we will start at 10 o'clock. It's not certain that we will have witnesses that will testify one right after the other. So please be patient. We thank you for your patience. We adjourn for today. Please do not discuss the case nor follow any media about the case. Have a good evening.
Day 12, 13 are done, guys. So, you know, I know some of that seemed boring, but the beginning of it was really good. The day 12 cross of the detective was still, they were fighting. And you could tell he was fighting. He didn't want to give an inch. But now we know there's some issues. Like he's making all these assumptions of what Michelle was saying and acting, but we don't know. We don't know how she acts. We don't know what she was about. He's never dealt with people from Venezuela. You know, it could have been other things. Proof of life of dog. Well, Clyde's fine. Laney's the one I'm having problems with. Anyway, that's the good news there. So, yeah, Michelle's attorney struck back really, really good. You know, and it's hit back. Now, is there some issues with it? Yeah. All this stuff right now is Fotis committing the murder. And I think they're going to take all these clips and they're going to make like one big super montage showing Fotis killing her. And then the second time around with the Raptor, dumping everybody there. So, oh shit, Laney finally came in the house. I think that's where we're going to, but they still haven't shown, they haven't convinced me Michelle knew what she was doing. Michelle's attorney is losing her gusto. No, he's not. He's doing pretty good. I just think it's bullshit that what the state's doing here, because the case is not as strong as they made it sound like at the beginning. So, yeah, I think this is actually a pretty good day and a half for Michelle. It wasn't bad. Like, we get it, Fotis killed her. Like, nobody's arguing that. So, yeah. So guys, tomorrow we'll start up with we'll do day 14. Won't be till later in the day, probably like 4 or 5 o'clock, but we'll get started and have it knocked out. So in the meantime, guys, I know Joe is going to be doing his stream coming up here, but let's see who's got a stream going. I'll send you their way. Let me see here. Who's live? Well, Joe's going to be doing his 24-hour stream in honor of his daughter getting engaged, the day of my daughter's wedding. So keep that in mind. If you guys want something to do the next day or so, let's see what we can do here, though. I want to give you guys something. Live. All right, let's see what we got here. Customization. Redirect. Well, who's on right now? There looks like there's nothing on right now live that looks at all entertaining. Looks like there might be a trash cast on. EBS might be laying some pipe and blowing out Comics Gate. But that's it. Like I said, today wasn't that bad a day for Michelle. Ultimately, I don't think. I think it was fine. So, yeah. So, but yeah, guys, that's it. I will see you tomorrow. So until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty and all that fun stuff. Just fucking with you. Have a nice night, guys. Take care, and we'll finish up tomorrow. Like I said, today it's better. Michelle's in a better spot than when it started, so we'll see.